quiet out here. The desert sprawls from horizon to horizon, where purest white meets twilight red. There are no edges here, no angles, just curves and the gentle rise and fall of dunes as far as the eye can see, and everywhere beyond that. Had a visitor from some other world laid eyes on this place, they might have found it serene, even beautiful, pure. I can enjoy no such delusions, regretfully, for I know what lies beneath and among the sands of the endless desert, a charnel house spanning an entire planet, 7 billion human souls ground thin and fine until no trace of their existence could ever be found. I know this because I put them all there. Oh, brother, it all happens so fast once we're gone. It began the day you that I have never known, found my power, the power that I hid from myself in some previous life for reasons I can now easily guess. I was looking out of the window of my apartment so I could see the stars, and instead I saw you, blazing as you tore yourself asunder to keep the power away from yourself. You didn't trust what you would do with it, and so you chose to throw it away. You knew yourself all too well, as I suspect I did too at one point. By all accounts, I should not have been able to see you, for my apartment was truly a tiny containment cell about a half a mile underground. But such considerations never meant much to one living entirely in his own world. When I saw the moment of your demise, I became aware of myself for the first time in I have no idea how long. Whichever part of me that led me to throw away my power did the same to my will, trapping it in an eternal status quo from which there could be no release. An eternity of filing spreadsheets for employers who existed solely in my head, of 9 o'clock meetings with no one, of fake, masturbatory crushes over imaginary women. An eternity of tired, grinding mediocrity. But that was over that night. With your soul burning in the atmosphere like the loneliest of stars, I awakened. I died. For whatever left that little cell turned apartment wasn't me anymore. I was never more than an earthworm, distinct from all the rest only in that I had a little more control over the soil in which I crawled. They never thought me more than a minor reality bender, a bundle of introverted powers and neurosis that was very unlikely to ever pose any serious threat. And they were right. The person I was, SCP-1915 as they called me, never was anything other than that. But 1915 died that day, watching a fallen star. The thing that then swatted the guards posted at its cell like they were less than gnats, that raised Site 17 into its fine white sand that is now so warm beneath the feet. That was something else. Not an eternity, for that would imply a personality. And this thing surely has none. Not a purpose, for there was no purpose behind its action then, nor will there be for any of its actions to come. Nor was it a will, for it wants nothing. Not vengeance, not dominion, not freedom, not even simple power. No, if I had to describe that thing as anything at all, it would be an absence, a void where the entity should be, a lack of purpose, an imbecile force devoid of all will, an absence. The sand is still warm to the feet. That means the sun still burns high above. I wonder why it lets it remain when all else was so quickly erased, when it could so easily just reach and pluck it out of the sky. Had it been another, I'd suspect it was to mock humanity's memory. to mock that sliver of me that still persists in the flesh, stubborn like a buried tick. But this is the absence. It does not mock. After Site 17's destruction, retaliation soon followed. Standard containment terms at first, though certainly still enough to meet any anomaly the Foundation imagined could be contained in Site 17 with overwhelming force. When those men failed to return, failed to even report their arrival, more serious measures had to be taken. Site 17 has always been isolated, and so they could act freely. Gunships and fire teams, aerial bombardment and artillery barrages. The Foundation came down on what it still believed to be SCP 1915 like a fire god's fist, all heat and sound and bluster. Had it still been truly corporeal, I doubt even ashes would have remained. But whatever the absence truly was at this point, the tattered semblance of my flesh hanging around it had very little to do with it. It simply stood there and took it all in. And the Foundation's initial fury was soon spent. It then began to walk. And not too quickly either. For days, it simply leisurely strode on while the Foundation threw everything it had at it. I watched from within my deadbolt as it walked unfeeling, uncaring, and this desert followed in its wake, as inscrutable and unstoppable as its harbinger. We are not quite alone here. Some stubborn immortals persist, wretched creatures. A continent away, an ancient man still walks, tormented by three mocking voices. He believed that once he was the only one left, he would be allowed to rest. He was wrong. Beneath the ground is a soul, suffocating as the earth slowly grinds its sanity to mulch. From its prison of gold and rubies, there would be no release. Elsewhere lies a once smiling god as the sands cover his prone figure. He does not resist. He had once promised the world his love, promised humanity the stars. Sand pours through his fingers as he tries to gather his flame together. His people. But it is dying, and they are dead. Extinguished. When someone walks, they are bound to reach somewhere eventually, despite everyone's best efforts. And so the absence arrived at its first city, the sand at its heels like an obedient lapdog. Oh, there had been villages and towns before that, but the absence didn't seem to care enough to bother with them. It simply walked by, leaving them to the whims of the sands, which were only ever singular in their intent. But through the streets of the city, it strode, as mobile task forces fought and fell to buy the civilian population just a few more minutes to evacuate. By this point, hiding what was truly going on became impossible, of course, as street after street sank beneath that gentle crawling tide. The Foundation had, of course, attempted to evacuate the city once it realized there would be no stopping the absence. But if I've ever learned anything in my eons as a corporate peon, is that organizing an operation of that magnitude is something that takes a lot more time than the Foundation had. It's a wonder they managed to save as many as they did. As for the rest, it had waited until night fell. I imagine it was an eerie sight, that lone figure standing beneath the frozen light of other worlds in that empty intersection between financial and residential districts, where train tracks used to be before the old steam locomotives went out of service and were never replaced by newer ones. Yes, it waited until it could see the stars. Then it burned, without heat, without light, without life. It burned a hole through the city, and there was nothing to fill it. Reality cannot suffer a vacuum, they always said, but the absence had shown how little it cared for reality. So it was gone, just like that. How does one explain something like that? How do you describe what isn't there? Where one moment was a city of 500,000, the next it wasn't. To a place it was, even the sands wouldn't come. It was just a scar. It was nothing. It was then, I believe, that the Foundation realized it could not stand alone. The next few months of the absence's march saw them turn to their sometimes allies, coalition mage killers and thermonuclear strikes, initiative paladins and holy relics, sniper rifle or sacred sword, burning inferno or divine retribution. The absence did not care. And soon, the Foundation had no allies left to turn. It then called on its vicious enemies. Ink eaters wove their art in maddening patterns to break the minds of the infinite. Archivists and librarians poured from the ways, bringing with them the knowledge of 100,000 worlds. Clockwork titans shook the barren whiteness of the sand with the thunder of metal. The absence did not care, and soon the Foundation ran out of enemies. In a last act of desperation, they committed their final, most painful betrayal. The wardens unleashed upon the world their prisoners. Of these, I have made note, though I doubt the absence did the same. On the blasted wasteland that was once Boston, it was assailed by two brothers, one savage, the other somber, one violent, the other reluctant. They nevertheless fought with a graceful unity to take the breath away. In their eyes, I saw that they did not know each other for a very long while, and that they fought so that they could have the time to rectify this. I saw regret and hope, rage and desperation, but most of all, I saw a simple need to be. I would like to believe that you and I would have been like them had we met, brother. They fought with the fury of 1,000 years of solitude. It did not suffice. In a wounded valley that had once been part of the Black Sea, we came across a self proclaimed god. There was nothing but confidence in his eyes as he threw reality itself into disarray, bent and twisted its most fundamental laws to bring upon the absence untold destruction. The earth froze and boiled and heaved. The air screamed with a blighted glee, and the god he strode draped in a cloak of lightning, as if time itself had clawed at the absence with talons of utter unbeing, until the god came to meet the absence's lack of gaze, until his eyes rested on a nothing that lasted forever, until he did not suffice. Before the walls of Acre, as the ancient city was drowned by the desert, two figures approached us. One was four-legged and horned. Its crown was ice, its eyes galaxies. Its whole was power absolute. The second was a man, simple, humble, but possessing a love of being that extended to the edges of the universe. Compassion to pierce the deepest hells that had nothing to do with weakness. Of the two, I could not tell you which was more glorious, which was more terrifying. They met the absence with will alone, and when I felt it fall on us, I thought I would weep. Surely nothing could withstand such a presence. Surely nothing would want to. But the absence was less than nothing, infinitely less. I have told you what became of kind Pangloss. Of the other, even less remained. For months they came, for years, for decades, alone or in groups, with ferocity or with a blank stare. The Foundation's prisoners threw themselves at the absence. I could not hope to imagine the reasons behind the actions of every individual anomaly. But if I could guess, I would say that the idea of sharing existence with a thing, like the absence galled them to the point of madness. I don't blame them. But by the end, prisons ran empty as the world dried up, as life was drained from it inch by inch, grain by grain, till only one city remained. I don't know by which power I was allowed to send my senses ahead of us. As the absence marched towards that tottering bastion which held in its quivering embrace the very last of humanity, as the sands around us buried the last of the trees that will ever grow in this land, I felt each tiny mote of life in that sad place like the flames of a cheap candle moments before the typhoon. In these moments, as twilight danced in lurid reds and oranges on ivory, I sensed them all for you, brother. I witnessed. In a low, narrow room, a woman sat hunched at the foot of her ever narrower bunk and couldn't bring herself to pray. She had lost her mother when she was but a babe, and though she was no longer young, her features still displayed all the violence of that incident. Her mother stood before the eater of children and did not budge. And when they both fell down, she sang still the praise of her Lord. She lost her father in the first days of the war against the absence, as the paladins marched with holy fervor in their eyes. Her father had been a believer, had always been a solid presence in her life, an anchor immovable by anything but regret. He had promised her he would be back. He did not mean to lie, but his God had forsaken him when it counted most, forsaken all of them. And now Naomi knelt at the foot of the ever narrowing bunk and could not pray. So she cursed instead. Below, in a series of dank cellars which might have at one point stored cheeses, a woman of about 40 tinkered with broken toys. When she was young, she made wonders, such wonders. In every line etched across her prematurely old face, I saw what could have been had it not been for the absence. For me, in the dim light and the soft noise of rotting wood crumbling beneath calloused fingers, I saw the death of potential, the death of all possibility. Though Isabel was stubborn as she always was, she knew that this toy would be her last. Just as well, she thought. After today, there'd be none left to play with it. On the rooftop of the highest building still standing, an elderly man watched the world come to an end. He was once an agent of the Foundation, once one among 100,000, ready, prepared, and collected. His duty was to instruct new agents what was proper for an agent to do, how it was proper for that agent to think. And he had been very good at his job, since generally his recruits survived long enough to thank him. But what was he now, he wondered, as he watched the sands pour over the paltry last line of defense that a few defiant fools erected the day before. His lads and lasses were all long since dead, and all that he knew, all of his years of training and experience, in the end, they amounted to less than nothing. No longer an agent, for there was no longer an agency. No longer a teacher, for the students were gone. No longer a man, since, well, it would not do to repeat that now, would it? No longer anything. And that was the cruelest joke. It no longer mattered if the absence arrived, he thought. They were already within it. A noise behind him. The old man turned to see a small, mousy man in a wrinkled gray suit and a deflated hat that at one point was likely a fedora. He looked at the old man, but said nothing. Lombardi looked back and didn't know if to laugh or cry. Soon it ceased to matter. Such was the end. Quiet, small, bereft of heroics and great deeds, free of pretensions of great meaning. One night, there was a human race on the planet Earth. The next, there wasn't. And that was that. The stars do not wait for you, brother. When you took my power, when you burned yourself in the skies above, They looked upon you and felt nothing. The stars did not wait for humanity, for all of the promise it showed, for all of the promise others saw in it. But what of the absence? What of me? We are, I am, by all accounts and possible qualifications, the greatest monster this world has ever saw. Perhaps that any world saw. And yet, brother, I see now that the stars wait for us, for me. Where is the justice in that? Seek it not, for there is none. But the fact remains, brother, the stars do not wait for you, but they wait for me to take them into my embrace. I suspect I shall not be long.
Whew! I just got a quick walk-in, folks. Let me get this nonsense off your screen. Literally just walked in as it finished up, so I am gonna get a little more purdied up for you beautiful people. Oh, goodness gracious. YouTube's really aggressive with their ads these days. They're just trying to force you into their YouTube ad nonsense. But I will be right back, folks, with all kinds of fun. Bandit, hey, Phil. Oh, boy, Biden said the temperature being hotter is worth... Oh, God. Biden says a lot of things. Don't put a lot of stock in it. One moment, folks. Boy, howdy. That was a good walk.
The humans were more powerful than he'd been willing to give them credit for. They shot him, burned him, electrocuted him, and finally threw him in a box. If humans could handle fighting each other, they could certainly handle fighting him. They solved world hunger, brought about world peace, cured every disease, filled every need, and they grew bored with their crystalline cities they'd built for themselves. The end of all things crept quietly along after them, unnoticed. When they stopped fighting, mankind faded away. He still hated them, of course, but the ease at which they went almost astonished him. Suddenly, no one cared enough. Suddenly, almost no children were born. A few metal tubes threw themselves violently off the planet, and then, quite suddenly, humanity died altogether. He escaped his box not long after. After the end, though, the damage they'd done to the world crashed into reality, and the world died too. Plants withered away, then anything that ate plants, and then everything else. In a few thousand years, the carrion eaters died off. He was truly alone. At first, it was a welcome change. Then he learned the hard way that eternity was only really worth it when things changed. Without any other life around, nothing really changed on a day-to-day scale. He'd wake up, look out over the dead earth, oceans, or a nearly unchanging sky, then go back to sleep. For endless eons, he waited. He charted the stars by drawing in the dead earth and felt a pang of joy every time one of them died. They were always being replaced. Over and over, he'd see one die, another be born. Then again, humans had done the same thing for a long time. The sun had gotten larger and larger in the sky over time. It ballooned to fill the entire daytime sky. The oceans turned to deserts, and the deserts turned to molten glass. The whole surface of the earth glowed a deep orange. He suffered through the worst of it for a few million years, perched on one of the few rocks sturdy enough to stand up to the heat. He screamed when he could, but no one was around to hear him. Then the sun shrank into a tiny white point in the sky, larger than the brightest stars, but only just. The dead earth slowly cooled. though there was no more atmosphere left to breathe. He was alone with his thoughts, and again, he began to chart the stars. At first, it continued on as before. The charts began to cover more and more of the Earth. With nothing but time, he drew his constellations and calculations. Once, the stars were replaced as quickly as they died. Now, maybe two died before another was born. Later, still three, then four. The number kept climbing until there was only a few dozen stars left in the sky. The only record that the sky had once been filled with light was etched on continent spanning star charts across the surface of the dead Earth. He realized, of course, his fate was inevitable. Even after all the stars had gone, he would still be here. He would be the only thing left in an infinite darkness that would continue for eternity. He rested his head on the rock and gazed at a star, wondering for how much longer it would burn before fizzling out. Then one day, a trillion years after the last star had blinked out, SCP-682 squinted at the night sky. A new star had formed. This one was brighter than anything he had ever seen before. It moved strangely and quickly. Eventually, it darkened and disappeared. A few years on, another shooting star joined it and darkened again. Then another.
Step up now, you're in for a ride. Metal Titans unite.
For millennia, a colony grew above him, larger and larger still, until it hung over him like a tantalizing treat, just out of reach. Then they began to land on his world. He felt the rage return.
I mean, seriously?
His world.
Fuck it. Like, seriously. Wow. That's getting a little too much. Folks, welcome one and all to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and the man who YouTube loves so much they cannot resist putting as many ads as possible on every one of my videos. Your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. I mean, come on. They're putting ads in the middle of my videos. I'll give you the beginning and the end, but now at the middle now, like that first video I was playing, I was taking a walk during that. So thank God that didn't drop. I mean, like, are you fucking kidding me, YouTube? So yeah, YouTube's just a trash site, unfortunately, for a lot of days, and especially if you're like a new content creator, forget it. Like it's just, they don't want you to get big anymore. So it's the unfortunate reality, but we got some questions we're going to touch on here. Nate, ooh, that was close. I was a ninja catch there. Let me put those out the way. Let me bring my computer in here a little closer. And then, folks, this calls for the glasses of Extreme, which need a little bit of a clean off there. Yep, that's a factoid there. And, of course, that ad came right at the moment when I was trying to, refill my grandpa pipe there. And that's the moment that, like, really, I can't, like, this is why we can't have nice things, technology. Okay, Nate Dallin. Will the deep state allow Trump and RFK Jr. to make it till Super Tuesday? One of them will. RFK Jr., unfortunately for him, who's a more existential threat to the Uniparty, RFK Jr. or Trump? Really? I mean, who's got the bigger axe to grind? Yeah, that's one you can't really answer, can you? But hang on. There we go. That was good. Good times. There we go. Life's better. RFK Jr., I would love to see him make it further, but he's not. The party's not going to let him. I knew there was one in there. The party's not going to let him make it no matter what. Doesn't matter. It's kind of like 2020 with Donald Trump. The powers that be said, yeah, Donald, let's be frank. It was time for you to go. This is a joke that really smart guy made years ago. He says, yeah, Donald, the powers that be called him up and said, doesn't really matter. You could have 120 million votes done, and somehow Joe was going to have 128. Sorry, we made the decision long ago, Donnie. And so the question is, how is 2024 going to shake out? Because like Elon Musk kind of had a funny where he says the most entertaining outcome is usually the most likely. And when it comes to Donald Trump being the nominee, that is the most entertaining outcome. I hope you're still here, Nate. Bandit, why have you never recorded Patrick Henry's Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death speech? It would rival Orson Welles' recording. Bandit, you brilliant bastard. We're fucking doing that shit now. It is happening. We are getting into it. Bandit, but if you do it, it needs to be less like this, slow, thoughtful, and more king of extreme. I can do a king of extreme version of this speech. Perfect timing on the like right when you're getting to the perfect crescendo of the story is right when they throw the fucking ad. Like I'm actually a little upset by that. I'm like, wow. Like now, actually, the one that upset me the most was NoFX The Decline. It's a great 19-minute song. It's one whole song, and there's a fucking ad in the middle of it. I'm like, that is everything NoFX did not stand for. Bandit, YouTube knew you were smoking and did it for your health. Oh, isn't that so nice, YouTube? I'm so fucking happy for them. Let's see, Bandit. That's a weird way to put it when referring to Robert motherfucking Kennedy Jr. Yeah, but you think he might have an axe to grind? I don't know. What's your thoughts? But folks, we've got a lot of stuff to get into this evening. But first, you know what? No, I'm finishing this motherfucker off. There's hardly we got like 2 minutes left in this bitch. I'm right here. I'm gonna be with you. Let's see if we get another ad.
Home. But they deliberately avoided his drawing.
We'll get into the Second Amendment.
Chose a few blank spaces between the constellations and calculations to dig out the earth.
Still filling
Then
my
they
grandpa
placed
pipe.
boxes gingerly into the ground,
Nate, I
covered
hope you're
them,
still here.
and drew new markings. In a few months, they returned, this time with another box. He approached their landing party this time, staying as hidden as he could. He looked. They were humans. He listened to the ground for the vibrations of their speech, but the language was nothing he'd ever heard before. Over and over, year after year, they came, and year after year, he would go and listen. Eventually, he understood their language. Today, he'd woken up to another shooting star, again coming to his home. He made his way to the landing site and waited. The men and women followed the same pattern as always. He suspected they knew that he was there, but they'd made no moves against him. Maybe one day he'd kill them, destroy their ship, or take it to the stars and end them once and for all. But for all his petty fantasy, he knew that he would be alone soon enough. Time would destroy whatever he didn't, and in the end, he'd just be bored sooner. So he let them have their ceremony. The box was laid into a freshly dug hole.
This is a brilliant little part of this.
And a man in a slightly more shiny suit stood and spoke to the half-dozen other figures. Malnos the Rash, the spawn of two Krelniks who had more grace and kindness than you. You hurt everyone. With your words, or hands, or tools. It did not matter. For this, we are sorry. Though we deserved better from you, so too did you deserve better from us. You died hungry and alone in the between spaces. You scarcely had a bed and no quarters to call your own. I commit now your soul to the stars, the home of your ancestors. I commit now your body to the earth, the home of their ancestors. I hope you find the peace you deserved in life somehow. May the Star Keeper bless your passing. May the Star Keeper bless your ancestors. May the Star Keeper bless us all. The humans covered the hole with dirt slowly and then shuffled into their ship. SCP-682, the Star Keeper, and the last witness to a dying universe, watched them disappear into the black eternity. Walked over to the grave, pawed at the freshly dug ground, spun in place atop it, and took a nap.
And there you have it, folks. SCP-682, the end of all but me. It took some interruptions, but we got there, folks. We got there. So, folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power. Of course, the man that makes the other podcast cower. And you can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter-X as well, folks. My kingdom is ever expanding. We're having us some fun tonight on Sunday night. We're getting into all kinds of, that was just kind of a preview, if you will. That, and it also gave me a chance to go on a walk, which I really need to get into, which I could have actually played me, Tony, and Osiris talking about constitutional carry, but we will get into that later because, folks, I have something that calls for the glasses of extreme. Yes, folks, we have some unfortunate news out of New Mexico. We have, this one beats all. Like, I gotta give it to Governor of New Mexico here. Like, this just makes me sit back with my grandpa pipe. Lord, it's a damn shame what this world's come to. And this is one of these moments. So, folks, we've got, according to the NRA ILA, Governor Luan, I don't know, Luan Grisham, attempting unconstitutional gun ban in Bernalillo County. I think that's how that's pronounced. Somebody feel free to correct that. According to the NRA ILA, National Rifle Association Institute for Legislative Action. Pardon, my redneckery doth reveal itself. Dear New Mexico NRA members, late Friday, anti-gun Governor Michelle Luan Grisham announced that she will attempt to institute and enforce an unconstitutional 30-day ban on open and concealed carry of firearms in public places in Bernalillo County. She apparently intends to accomplish this by administrative fiat under the guise of a public health emergency, which she declared in response to her and her political sidekick, Mayor Tim Keller's inability to control the violent crime situation in Albuquerque that is a direct result of their failed soft-on-crime policies. She also stated that state police officers will be sent to the affected areas to enforce this so-called, quote, civil order, a violation of which would amount to misdemeanor. That would be because local law enforcement is not on board with her radical edict and are distancing themselves from this lame duck governor while walking a political tightrope. From the sheriff of Bernalillo County, who was endorsed by Everytown Moms Demand Action and who supports the state's red flag gun confiscation law, quote, while I understand and appreciate the urgency, the temporary ban challenges the foundation of our Constitution, which I swore an oath to uphold, Sheriff John Allen said. I am wary of placing my deputies in positions that could lead to civil liability conflicts, as well as potential risks posed by prohibiting law-abiding citizens from their constitutional right of self-defense, end quote. The Albuquerque Police Department has punted efforts of the ban onto the Grisham-controlled state police. The governor issued a 30-day state order that limits gun possession in Bernalillo County, including the city of Albuquerque. The governor made it clear that state law enforcement and not APD will be responsible for enforcement of civil violations of that order.
This has become a chess game of accountability while your rights hang in the balance. Okay, the civil violation of that order is the end quote. And then the NRA continues with, this has become a chess game of accountability while your rights hang in the balance. Grisham has demonstrated a complete disregard for the Second Amendment rights of New Mexicans and a willingness to shred the New Mexico Constitution and the U.S. Constitution in the name of a public health emergency before. NRA ILA will keep you posted on any further developments. In the meantime, contact the governor's office and Mayor Keller's office and let them know that it's already illegal for criminals to carry and that you oppose this outrageous and unconstitutional attack on the rights of law-abiding residents of Bernalillo County to protect themselves and their families. Yeah, so goodness gracious. Bandit. So tyranny it is. Yeah, this is one of those like, uh-oh, this is not a good moment. This is a very, very bad moment, folks. We are in some really poor waters here. People of New Mexico, I really feel for you because your governor really just seems to, like, let's be frank, this is just, they want to punish gun owners for owning guns. That's really what this is. And so it's unfortunate that it's coming to that. Just get all that shite cleared. Tyranny it is. Yes, unfortunately. And here's the thing. There's a reason why even David Hogg got on Twitter and said, no, let's not do this. How about we don't do that? The reason is pretty simple. The left knows this is too far. And what's going to happen is if this particular precedence, if somebody can get standing and get this before the Supreme Court, you're going to end up with even more, like an even harder hammer falling down on any attempts of gun control in this country. And so that's why most folks, even on the left, are like, no, pull back on this one, pull back. I'm going with Governor Grisham. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's go there. Bandit. So is the NRA actually going to do something or just write a strongly worded letter? Well, that's the thing. Bandit, I think you're one of those guys. Chicken's definitely one of those guys where it's like, it just doesn't matter. The NRA can do no right in his eyes. And there's a lot of people that dump on the NRA, but I think it's a lot of that just kind of crowd mentality from listening to so many people on the left constantly badmouth the NRA that some people on the right think, hey, I can be one of the cool kids too if I do it. And so now the NRA has one of the most necessary but thankless jobs in American politics. And so I've never understood the and unfortunately, the main reason that they haven't been effective lately is because the Southern District of New York has basically lawfared them out of participation in the last two elections. You could very well make that argument. Bandit, Guns and Gadgets covered this earlier and said she should be charged with violating the rights of the citizens, an actual crime, not once by a court for every citizen affected by this order. Yeah, it's actually it's an arcane law, but it's still on the books from 1880 something, where if you try to violate any amendment of the Constitution, you can be shit can fucking fall down. You can lose your fucking office. You can be like, yeah, all kinds of shit can fall on you. And Bandit says, "Sic semper tyrannis." Ah, beautiful. Isn't that the state motto of your beloved state of Virginia? This is a problem. This is a big problem. Because I'm going to juxtapose New Mexico with Nebraska here, because Nebraska, we had to change our concealed carry laws to constitutional carry because Omaha and a little bit more Lincoln started to think they could just kind of pick and choose which amendments to the Bill of Rights applied to them and which didn't. And so this new constitutional carry law has a preemption because most of the state had pretty lax gun laws, but Omaha had completely different gun laws from the rest of the state. and that was just kind of unnecessarily confusing and just trying to basically just basically trying to punish hick they thought hick gun owners for bringing their guns to the big city. Well, now that's a little bit different. Now we've got constitutional carry. But it sounds like this governor is trying to do what basically the folks that ran Omaha for the last 20 years thought. They get to just pick and choose which amendments to the Bill of Rights apply to their citizens or not. And I hate to say it, but this in Nebraska, this is a good development. In New Mexico, this is just awful. I One moment. There we go. The thing that I just don't quite understand is like what like other than grabbing a headline, what's hoping to be accomplished here? Because like that's all this is. This is feel good. There's no rigor here. This is just like sort of a wish list of I think guns are banned because wouldn't it be nice if things were better and things weren't bad. And that's where we find ourselves with New Mexico. Now, I'm just wait, like, Lord, please let Clarence Thomas just lift his leg all over this thing. Like, that's all I ask, Lord. Let Clarence Thomas just fucking destroy this. Like, that would be my A plus number one. Okay. Clarence Thomas getting to write an opinion that has a majority against this particular piece of executive fiat from a lame duck that's on her way out. So what I think this is she's trying to campaign hard for either a Senate run or so she can get a job as a lobbyist for like Moms Demand Action or something like that, so she can still keep pulling in some Soros money. That's where I'm gonna that's where I'm gonna let's see. Bandit, yes, six separate Tyrannus is the motto of Virginia. Bandit, I'm not going to bag you down with it, but I've seen them in action. I should have them because of first hand. Okay. Um Now who are you talking about there? I'm sorry. Like when you say them, I guess we've kind of drifted apart in conversation there. Bandit. She claimed that this had to happen in order to have a you don't suspend people's constitutional rights because you think we need to have a discussion on things. You think we need to have a chat. Like that's one of those like this is clearly just for show. She's just trying to get a job. Like that's all I see is like she's trying to get hired on somewhere where there's a lot of left-wing money. And she said, look what I did. I banned guns for 30 days in Albuquerque. I did what I could. And there's gonna be some sad sack lefty like with glasses, more liberal and pretentious. Like these are actually pretty nice glasses, but imagine the most pretentious lefty glasses. Imagine my hair suddenly like close to like this color, and then those are the people she's trying to get to hire her on. That's sort of my guess there. Let's see. You know what? Let's see if excuse me. You know what? This is a pretty good one. The North Platte Telegraph. At least I don't have to pay from a paywall for it. Like the ones in Omaha and Lincoln all still think they're the fucking New York Times or some shit. Like, who the fuck you think you are? I'm not paying for one of your articles. Yeah, could you imagine like paying for like the New York Times or something at this point? Like, I mean, I'm sorry, or even like information is infinite now. I'm sorry. Like people are like, well, what about the good old ways of the newspaper? Oh, are you shocked that in the information age, the old ways of disseminating
information might have changed a bit and some things got left in the dust. Like, well, hey, what do you know? Like newspapers. That's the unfortunate reality when people are like, why don't you want to support journalism? Like, to me, it's like at this point, if you're trying to hide the information behind a paywall, you're not journalism at this point. You're not really trying to get the information out there. Your interests aren't in getting the information out. If you're hiding your reports behind a paywall, you're just some sort of infotainment guy that's trying to, get in on that subscription bucks. That's pretty much all it is. And so me, like, I don't ever support that. If there's some newspaper or whatnot that hides their shit behind a paywall, just nope. All right, I'll move on. There's somewhere else that's got the information, probably the exact same article, because everybody just kind of rips each other off in the news these days. To be a redneck, it's awesome. All right, hang on. Let me take a drink of my tea before we get into this. But as many of you may know, yesterday, constitutional carry became law in the great state of Nebraska. Yes, folks, constitutional carry. Feels good. Feels good, man. I'll be honest. Yesterday, I constitutionally carried. And also they changed our knife laws in this state, which in the state of Nebraska, this used to be the largest knife you're allowed to have, 3.5-inch blade. Now you needed to have a permit to carry anything longer than that, like say the Cold Steel Spartan, which is a 4.5-inch blade. Now the constitutional carry bill also applies to blades. So you can also carry whatever size or style of blade. The only thing is, if it's over 3.5 inches of a blade, you have to inform law enforcement but basically, once you're starting to get interviewed and such. Like, I don't think if like you're walking past each other in a coffee shop, like, no, not the biggest recycle, but it's actually legal advice. But I don't think like if you're like walking out of the gas station and he's walking in, you got like, I got a gun on me. Like, I don't think that's what you got to do. I'm pretty sure. And I think at one point they would just be kind of annoyed by you. Like the first few months, everybody's going to be a little skittish, but we're eventually going to get all used to it because we're constitutional carry and based. So when this initially happened, there's all these predictions of the streets will run red with the blood of the innocent. Well, it's been our first weekend with constitutional carry, and I have not heard of any innocent red running blood of any such kind. So I think we'll be able to push through. Let's see. Bandit, she claimed that this had to happen in order. Oh, yeah. Okay. Bandit, that year there was a big second A rally in Richmond. I showed up to all the House subcommittee committee meetings for those gun control bills. Bandit, the one bill that the NRA spoke on was because there was new language submitted that morning and then walked out. They didn't speak up against any bill in the meeting. Here's the thing. NRA is not going to fight a fight they don't think they can win. Okay? Like, it's like they're, like it or not, they're kind of like, they're the Mitch McConnell of guns. Okay? They're stone cold operators. They're never going to do exactly what you want them to do. But God almighty, thank Christ they're on our side. That's how I look at the NRA. Like, I get not everybody's a fan. I totally get it. But, that's a thankless fucking job. So, we have from the North Platte Telegraph here, folks. We have Nebraska's concealed carry law took effect September 2nd with numerous exceptions. And now on this Saturday, it's now fully in effect.
And the article continues. Months after Nebraska's legislature passed a bill allowing most residents older than 21 to carry concealed weapons without a permit, the new law took effect across the state Saturday with numerous exceptions, particularly in Lincoln. Nebraska's legislature passed the so called constitutional carry bill in a 33-14 vote in April before Governor Jim Pillen signed it 6 days later, declaring it, quote, a great day for our Constitution. Sponsored and championed by, of course, Sponsored and championed by Sen. Tom Brewer of Gordon, the bill, which becomes law Saturday, invalidates any local ordinances limiting Nebraska's ability to own, possess, store, transport, sell, or transfer firearms. Nebraskans previously had to pass a criminal background check, pay a $100 fee, and take an 8 to 16-hour gun safety class to acquire a concealed carry permit. While the law nullifies many of the city's gun-related ordinance, including short-lived city code that for the past 4 years had required residents who keep firearms in their vehicle to store them out of sight with the door lock, it does allow property owners to prohibit concealed carrying on the grounds they control. That provision paved the way for Lincoln Mayor uh, Baird to sign an executive order Friday mitigating the bill's impact on city property. Omaha Mayor Gene Stothard issued a similar order earlier this week. Combined, the two orders prohibit weapons from being carried on city property in Nebraska's two largest cities. In a new release Friday, city officials in Lincoln said Baird's executive order ensures weapons remain prohibited in city buildings, in public libraries, and in parks. That last one will not be enforceable. Just that's my editorializing there, but like that one, if somebody gets cited for that, it's probably going to get the whole executive order thrown out in court. The article continues. Baird's executive order mirrors a resolution passed this month by the Lincoln Lancaster County Public Building Commission banning a host of weapons, not just firearms, from property under control of the commission. Weapons barred from buildings include guns, tasers, knives with blades longer than 3.5 inches, any device that fires propelled objects by a spring mechanism or compressed gases, among other prohibited items intended or likely to cause death or serious bodily injuries. The West Haymarket Joint Public Agency, the government body made up of city and University of Nebraska officials that oversee Pinnacle Bank Arena, also passed a resolution this month prohibiting patrons from possessing weapons on the agency's property. And state law still bars gun owners from carrying firearms into law enforcement offices, jails. But like, what's kind of funny is this, like, this is just me. This bill is kind of a cope where it's like, well, there's still some place you can, like, yeah, basically city hall, jail, and the fucking arena. We already knew this. But so, like, the people who didn't like this, they're giving this long bill of cope, which is pretty funny. But we'll continue on. Because this does get into let's see. Law enforcement, jails, prisons, courthouses, polling places on election day, and meeting places for any public governing body, including the legislature. State law also bars firearms inside banks and pro semi-sporting events, public and private schools, and school sporting events, public and private college and university campuses, churches, hospitals, and political rallies or fundraisers. Nebraskans also can't carry guns into bars, liquor stores, or any other business that generates more than half of its income from the sale of alcohol. Brewer's bill, which passed this year after roughly 6 years of work by the senator who repeatedly tried and failed to push through similar legislation after taking office in 2017, also bars residents from carrying concealed guns while or immediately after consuming drugs or alcohol. Carrying a concealed weapon under the premise where such weapons are banned or while consuming drugs would be a class 3 misdemeanor for first offense and class 1 misdemeanor for any subsequent offense. The bill's many caveats don't apply to law enforcement officials, and in some instances, private security workers who might also carry a concealed weapon while working at a bank or venue, for instance. Though the new law eliminates the previous requirement for concealed handgun carriers participate in training, it does add new responsibility for gun toters. And then it goes into when you must show your identification and if you should to first responders, and failing to carry an ID would be a misdemeanor under the new law when you're carrying a gun, regardless of how many times and it would just be a misdemeanor regardless of how many times the defendant committed the violation. And so yeah, like it keeps going on as to what is and isn't law here, and like a lot of this is just kind of cope. Um, like this is just like, oh, we have to let them, and so it's like, but hey, at least we don't have to let them into like city hall and stuff. And so the thing where they're saying you can't, by executive order, they're not letting you carry into parks, that will get challenged in court. That will be pretty much like that was them trying to fly a little too close to the sun there, Icarus, and it might end up getting the whole thing thrown out, which to me, good. Both of the executive orders need to be thrown out. And all that means is Lincoln, Omaha, just elect a Republican mayor and you don't have to deal with nonsense like this anymore. But I think for the most part, the minute that they try to enforce it to any level, which is why it's just an executive order, the preemption clause of this bill is going to kick in pretty hard. So I wouldn't really I wouldn't really count too much on that one being too enforceable. Let's see. There we go. I was just trying to find something because not too long ago, me and a couple of buddies, we had a discussion on this and some predictions were made. And I want to see what was right and what was wrong when the battle lines were being drawn. Nobody's right when everybody's wrong. So constitutional carry, we now have a simple majority of states that are now constitutional carry. And you'll notice that the streets have not run red with the blood of the innocent. So all of the sky is falling fucking stories that we heard on the way into this, it was all a lie. All of it was a lie. And we knew it was as they were saying it, they knew it was, we knew it was, everybody fucking knew it was a lie. And yet we still had to play along, which is the unfortunate reality of it. But I'm a little curious here. Let's see. I want to see me, Tony, Chicken, Osiris, Yank, and I think somebody else hopped in and to give our thoughts and to give our analysis on constitutional carry. And I want to see who was right and who was wrong. I mean, obviously you're king of extreme. So let's get into this, folks.
This is kind of recent news, and we touched on it a little bit here on Friday over at the Dog and Chicken Show. But it does bear repeating because this is a big one. Nebraska does have something else to brag about. Nebraska legislature passes permitless concealed carry bill.
Let's get into this local Nebraska story. Gentlemen, we are now a constitutional carry state.
Oh, yep.
You're here.
Yeah, I mean, we finally got there. We're number 26. We got there. We crossed the finish line. And it's Governor Jim Pillen's going to sign it on Tuesday. It's going to go into effect sometime around September 10th. It'll probably be September 10th. But even in Omaha, there's 150 concealed weapons cases, and the prosecutor said they're ultimately going to have to just drop those cases. So
Jim Pillen just did himself a lot of favors in terms of gaining support for hanging onto this position for a while. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, didn't expect it to go through. Honestly, I really didn't. I thought this was going to be one of those things they dance around for a long time, but they pushed through. I'm a little flabbergasted, and I mean, people are going to save $100 instead of having to re-sign up for a concealed carry permit. We're good to go.
We now have, no matter how you want to boil it down, no matter how you want to look at it with any technicality, a majority of states are now constitutional carry, and that applies to knives too. Turns out,
really,
yes, on the bang, and so yeah, any length of knife now is also legal to carry. Trust me, Tony, I was doing some extra research into that. And yes, turns out concealed weapons, there's a few select spots where you're not allowed to carry, which, it's like schools, courthouses, and a few government buildings. Other than that, it's pretty well the Second Amendment means the Second Amendment, and big, heavy preemption laws that don't allow Omaha or Lincoln to make laws more stringent than state laws. So, like anybody, like you, me, anybody that's legally allowed to carry a gun or own a gun can carry them about Omaha or Lincoln now.
if they wish.
So what's the transition on this? Not just on the body, but carrying it like in your vehicle, because and not just the guns, on the knives as well. Because back in high school, when I was like a junior or a senior, I got pulled over, searched illegally. They found a knife that I had shoved behind a seat, behind an armrest. Eventually, the case got dropped, but because obviously he didn't ask for permission to search my car when he found the knife. That was sheath. That was put away. That was way the hell out of my range, but I digress. So in terms of the vehicle, what does this mean?
As far as I've read, like it also preempts the Omaha law about not being able to have a gun in your vehicle without a permit. And so you will be allowed to carry on your person and in your vehicle
Okay,
now. So that's big news for
that's
Nebraska.
fantastic.
I mean,
hey guys, welcome to Free America with concealed carry. Cheers.
I know we're in constitutional carry now. We finally got there. I
didn't think Nebraska would do it this early. I thought it was going to be a few years.
Well, they weren't going to give anybody weed, so they figured better just give them this.
Give them guns at least.
I've been kind of joking. It's like, if they do like legal recreational weed and constitutional carry, I don't know if I'm ever going to leave this state all that much. Chicken, we are new to the constitutional carry game because, like, guys, Nebraska has actually been shockingly behind the curve for all carry rights in this
Nebraska
country.
has been pretty like lefty. Shit.
Yeah. So, like, Chicken, your state has had constitutional carry for how long now?
Since the beginning of COVID.
Okay. Now, Chicken, you've had constitutional carry. I have to ask you, because people always say that poverty leads to crime. South Dakota has 2 of the poorest counties in the United States in it.
True.
Actually. Has the streets run red with the blood of the innocent?
No. Actually, let me ask Chat GPT.
Okay.
Remember when people thought, it was like giving people open carry was just going to turn it into the wild, wild west, and giving states legal weed and turn it into just California and the homeless populations. And like, I'm not seeing that problem with every state, because here's the thing, maybe it's not an issue overall. Maybe it's a state by state problem. Maybe when a state has a problem, giving a state freedom just kind of amplifies that fucking problem. And maybe when a state can handle that issue,
4 horsemen,
because the morals of the state are just higher than other states.
Chat GPT does not have anything newer than like 2020.
Oh wow.
Okay.
It's not allowed to look at it's not allowed to look at anything in the last, like, I think they set it up for 3 years. Not to look at 3 years worth of data.
Ben says Omaha and Lincoln have been dragging their feet, and Grow the Farm Up says just tuned in back to the OG3, and we got Justin here, so we got the 4 horsemen. Woo!
Oh, and Grow the Farm Up. If you want to get in on that Give and Phil gin shots thing, but you're just dead set against Facebook, already taking advantage tonight by Bandit on YouTube. buymeacoffee.com/TonyG.
OG3 and JC.
Phil drink gin, or I'll chug it. I'm just throwing it out.
No, Grow the Farm Up doesn't need to do this.
But
yeah,
so
need to make me take shots of gin.
So like constitutional carry. So when Iowa passed it, I was living there.
Yes.
And I was living in South Dakota when it passed. One thing, South Dakota, when it passed in 2019, most people didn't even know. Like it wasn't highly publicized. Same thing. So in Iowa, if you guys remember the conversations we had when I was living there, I had a very, very liberal neighbor across the street, like very woke, super woke. And she would come over and me and her would argue in my garage until 3 a.m, like yelling at each other about fucking woke shit. And it was super fun. I loved it because like my son would like be like, Dad, you fucking crushed her. I'd be like, dude, what? He's like, I would listen. He's like, I listened to the whole thing. I was standing in the kitchen, listening through the door. You crushed her. But anyway.
And how much pride did you feel in that moment?
A lot.
Like a scale of 1 to 10.
Dad, I got you. Like Dad, I got you.
50 is what I felt.
I recorded it for you, Dad.
But like, she didn't even know constitutional carry had passed. and it had already been passed for like 6 months.
Oh,
And
God.
she goes, "Oh my God, I can't believe," because she saw me like whenever I'd go camping. Like there's times like in Iowa, my neighborhood was super safe. I wasn't super worried. Like
Right.
sometimes I carried my gun, sometimes I didn't. Judge me all you want, fucking you super goddamn weird gun toting fucks. Like if I feel it necessary, if I'm going to a place to where I'm like, shit, I should probably bring my gun, I do. If I go, oh, I'm just going to the grocery store, I don't, because like it was an itty bitty town. It's a small town. Like it's not gonna happen until it
Because
happens. I
camping
get it.
is a lot worse than
I know.
going to the grocery store.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But I get it. That's the time that it happens when you don't have your gun. I understand.
Yeah.
Anyway, put
Okay,
all
now-
that fucking criticism aside before you put that in the chat, you fucking assholes. She had no idea that it had already passed, and she saw me get out of my truck. And I pulled my fucking pistol out right away as I'm walking into the door, because that's what I would do, is I would unload it before I walked into the house. And then I would set it down into a drawer, because like I didn't want my wife and kid to see me like unloading my gun. Like my wife's not uncomfortable with guns, but like I just, my kid was only 12. Like it was one of those things, like I didn't want him asking those questions right away. Like he's only 12. Like whatever, we'll figure that shit out later. And then I would put my gun away. And she saw me, my neighbor saw me get out of my truck and unload my gun as I'm walking into the house. And then when she came over, she goes, I saw you. Like, do you have a concealed carry permit? I go, no. Well, what are you doing with that gun? I saw you have a holster and it was concealed. I was like, no, it's totally legal. And I had to show her, and she fucking about lost her fucking mind that was a thing. And I go, honey, this has been a thing for 6 months. People aren't out there shooting each other. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Like nobody's shooting each other right now because
Weird.
you don't know who has a gun anymore.
Yeah.
And I can have a
Might
fucking
be
pistol at
consequences.
the ready, loaded, ready to rock and roll. And yeah, I can take you down. And so, criminals pay attention to those laws. Some do.
Weird.
Not all.
Weird
Yeah,
how
like-
gun laws don't stop criminals, but the potential for other people having weaponry, not just the asshole who's going to abuse that power, kind of deters them from doing something bad. Huh.
Hmm.
Huh.
Some society can be a polite society. Now,
And
actually,
that's what you have here in the actual Midwest, is a polite society.
The real Midwest, not Indiana.
Yeah.
Now, I was looking through, and when I found the one exception to the constitutional carry of the 27, technically North Dakota has permitless carry, but for residents only. If you're not from North Dakota, you still have to go through a couple, like basically if you have like a Utah carry permit, it's good in North Dakota, and I believe, double check me on that, but it's one of those.
Yeah, the crossing state
It's
lines
pretty
bullshit.
close, but not
Yeah.
quite.
So we're
constitutional
over
carry.
halfway there.
So in
for
North
having
Dakota
national
can
open
still
carry.
do the, but he crossed state lines. North Dakota is way more liberal than I thought. When I first moved to South Dakota, I was like, oh, South Dakota, North Dakota, like, oh yeah. Like I bet they're both pretty goddamn like conservative and just
No,
like
they're
pretty
different.
free. No, North Dakota is liberal as fuck.
Yeah, it's weird.
It
is
is
weird.
super weird. I
It
don't
is
get-
weird how different those two states are.
It's
because,
partially
you would think
because
they
of-
blend together.
Yeah, it's like Grand Forks and Fargo are on the Minnesota border, which is where a lot of people live, and the entire state, so they get to write the laws for the entire state.
Nebraska's got a lot to offer, and you know what? Matter of fact, this is kind of recent news, and we touched on it a little bit here on Friday over at the Dog and Chicken Show. But it does bear repeating because this is a big one. Nebraska does have something else to brag about. Nebraska legislature passes permitless concealed carry bill. This is pretty big.
Constitutional carry. Basically,
27
if you're
states
legal,
to
yeah,
get to
20,
that point?
20, 26 or 27, depending on how you want to look at it, because North Dakota has constitutional carry for its residents, but if you're from out of state, you need concealed carry permit. So they're like 90% of the way there, but so some consider it 26, some consider it 27, but we are now officially, no matter how you want to boil it, in a total majority of states are in constitutional carry. Now, your state just recently changed its carry laws. I don't know if you're full on constitutional carry in Texas yet, Osiris, but like I'll look up the constitutional carry map here and say, but what is your thoughts in general over a majority of our states now not needing a permit to carry a concealed or otherwise weapon?
I would say I would lean on that's a good part, because I don't feel like the people who, if you look at the statistics of who legally owns guns, I don't feel like those people who are legally owning guns are usually the ones who are doing crimes out in public.
Agreed.
So whatever, I don't think that this changes much, except for that now there's less hoops to jump through for the people who are legally buying guns.
Right.
The biggest thing for me about guns is how do you get the guns out of hands of criminals? And typically these criminals are people who were criminals before they had the guns, which that's the real problem in the United States. I could care less about gun laws in the regard of maybe we should make them easier but more effective. I think that we should know who has guns in the United States. We should know that, and that's it. If you buy one, just let Uncle Sam know, and that's it.
Now this is something I think you and I are going to have a little bit of a disagreement on here. Osiris is one of the points of our revolution and one of the sticking points of our revolution. One of the reasons we have a Second Amendment is it is yours, mine, or anybody else's right, and it's nobody else's business but our own. If you happen to own guns, how many, what kind, or even where they are, it's nobody else's business but your own. And that's kind of the point, is the government doesn't get to or have to know where all the guns are, and that is what makes the security of a free state so possible with our glorious Second Amendment. So to me, this constitutional carry is just us finally, because like to me, I always found it kind of grating that when you have to get a permit to carry a weapon, that's sort of you going to, oh, please, master, please return to me just a little bit of what you've stolen from me. And so we're finally respecting the Second Amendment in the state. So that's what I enjoy.
The big thing I think important about this is like a state like Nebraska with a low population, and let's be frank, a lot of gun owners out there. This opens the door. Not just for people to save $100 a year, to not have to renew a permit for $100, but the people that were carrying already without a permit, and there's a lot of them, I guarantee you. All this does is prevent them from breaking a law. So that's why this is a great thing. Because before you had people who did not have a concealed carry permit carrying anyway. This prevents punishing someone for doing something that really should not have been punishable in the first place. So I think that's the big important thing to think about here. In a state like Nebraska, it makes sense. Now, you get into a higher, more densely populated shit show like California, say, maybe it's not such a great idea. I don't know, maybe mental health, maybe because wackadoos. I'm not going to, disparage the great people of California by any means. I'm just saying that we're better.
I mean, obviously Nebraska is a better state.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give you that.
I would say to you, Phil, about what you just said, that I'm sympathetic to that argument. Definitely. And in a perfect world, that's how it would be. But you're gonna have to do it. But I think there's background checks you can't get rid of. You have to know the person who's buying the gun. And once the government does that, they're automatically cataloging you anyways. Let's be frank.
Well, I mean, in a lot of states, private sales are totally legal. Not to be considered sexual legal advice, but in a lot of states, you can actually sell a gun completely private, just on a handshake, and that's it. And so, whether we like it or not,
which doesn't make sense, by the way,
there's 400 million guns in circulation in this country already, and we know probably where about 250 million are, roughly, kind of a fuzzy idea where they are. The rest of them are just in old Aunt Nellie's closet, and are in your underneath the seat of your old Uncle Unky Fratz's pickup truck, and they're just fucking everywhere. And like I've said, if you wanted to make it as draconian as you could possibly imagine, the punishment is immediate execution upon being found with a gun. Still take at least 150 years to purge guns from American life. So it's like when people talk about gun bans or even registration, to me, that's not real. You're not being realistic at that point. Like it's a pie in the sky solution of we're going to register the guns. We got to.
I think we had this conversation. Maybe it was somebody else, but this goes to the conversation I had before when we were talking. Yeah, you did tell me that before, and I think basically my response to that is, yeah, you're 100% right on that. But more to the point is, most of the people who are talking about gun control, overwhelming majority, are people who come from cities. The cities of the United States and the rural areas and the suburbs of the United States have a totally different gun problem. I wouldn't even say a gun problem, gun situation. And
mentality.
Yeah. And I think that we should deal with cities in very different ways than we deal with rural areas. There's no reason why most of the states like Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, the Carolinas, Tennessee, like most of these states are one city states or two city states, like meaning that the entire state's rule but this one place. And so instead of having things that cover a blanket part of the United States, why don't we look at the microcosms of the United States and where it matters? Like let's say Atlanta, what's the city? Memphis, Atlanta,
Tennessee,
Miami, all these places where you got high concentrations of poverty and crime, and deal with that in a very different way than Jimmy Joe Bob that lives 300 miles from any civilization and doesn't give a fuck about none of that shit. Why do we need to punish him for what's going on in the city that he'd never even been to before?
Exactly.
Now, it's kind of a fascinating juxtaposition you talk about there, because hopefully he comes on a little later. I sent him an invite. He's getting stuff straightened out at home. But Lethe Waterkai, we had a in-depth discussion about this, and it was like a penny kind of dropped in my mind about the big difference, because he explained, for you, Phil, in the rural areas, like it sounds like to some extent it's like guns are kind of like a form of male jewelry. Like this was my grandpappy's shotgun, and it was passed down to my dad and then to me, and it's like, and this has a lot of sentimental meaning to me, and this is what I use it for, to go goose hunting or whatever. Meanwhile, in the city, he talked about anytime he saw a gun, usually he lost a friend over it. And so it's a very different mentality as to the minute you even see a gun. And so that's a urban rural divide that, like, the gun issue so perfectly crystallizes and encapsulates the urban rural divide in our politics and in our living in this country. Like, I don't think if you wanted to point to one issue, gun issue, there you go. That most perfectly just encapsulates what is our issue.
That really is at the top of the pyramid of what differentiates rural and urban. It's not even growth farm up. Urban and rural are basically two different countries. I take your point on. And that's well put, because you can't even dictate it by geography because it's so mixed and matched. It's a grab bag. That's what this country is, and that's what makes the country great, is so many different cultures mixed into one. And that's the original concept of the United States. Every state is essentially its own country, but we do all share a lot of the same tendencies. It's just very, very different culture wise. And even amongst those states, city to city, town to town, it doesn't even look like the same thing. So you're right. How do you punish or dictate to someone living in the country who's 20 minutes away from real society versus people who it takes an hour to drive 10 blocks to their job every day because of the population? So it's not the same thing. You can't dictate the same rules, yet you have to. That is probably one of the biggest challenges and the reason we have such a divide in this country, because the day-to-day living situation and experience varies so differently. town to town, state to state, coast to coast. It's not even the same thing once you go 24 hours in either direction, just on a drive. You will see greatly disparaging differences state to state, town to town. So it is a very questionable thing to make everybody follow the same set of rules, yet at the same time, you have to.
Now I'm kind of curious. Now, Osiris, I don't know if you followed the same spicy meme circles that I did back after the 2016 election, but I remember sharing this with a bunch of people and being like kind of snotty little shit about it because it was a fun time. It was a glorious time in the memery. But there was these two maps, and one said Trump land, and it was all of America but a few little dots, and it was all red, glorious red state America. And then the next map was the Clinton archipelago, and it's all these little blue dots kind of sprinkled throughout the entire country and a little bit in California. And it was all the counties that voted blue. And it is if you were to just look at it just from that, it looks like this tiny little string of islands. And that's literally like the Clinton Biden archipelago wants to govern themselves in one way, and red state America, God's country, Trump land wants to govern themselves in another way. And the problem is the way they want to govern each other is starting to get further and further and further.
Well, if you want to see that in real time, just look up Earth at nighttime and look at the light dispersion. That's pretty much Dems versus or liberals versus conservatives.
Well,
people who can see the stars.
Earth, that's all CGI, man.
It's
No,
all
we
CGI.
live on flat Earth. That's all fake movie production stuff. We've never been to space, man. Come on, you live under a dome.
Yeah.
Now, Osiris, this is going to sound like because, like, if I'm going to guess, you've usually lived in major metropolitan areas for at least a good majority of your life. Am I correct?
Yeah, or something. That
at least more than 5,000 people.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Here, like being from Nebraska, Tony and I, when we were in 4th grade, were educated that if you can find the Big Dipper, then that'll point you to the Little Dipper, and the handle of the Little Dipper literally points to the North Star. So from 4th grade, Tony and I have been able to navigate by the stars since we were little kids. And it's when I go to the big cities, I can't see the stars anymore. And that's something that just like really throws me off. And that's another one of the big urban rural divide. Like, if you can see the stars, you're 90% more likely to vote Republican, I think.
That's probably true. That's probably true.
There's probably something to that. I mean, what are your thoughts, folks? I've always thought, yeah, if you can see the stars, you're probably a little more likely to vote Republican. One moment. There's something I need to do. Got to make sure that the lights are perfect for my close-up, Mr. DeVille. I'm sure you can still hear me, but oh yes, Mr. Yep, ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille. I'm in a different era of the entire world's history now. Okay, just want to make sure the lights are proper. And well, folks, I'm also. If I'm planning on doing any knife reviews, I'll usually put a towel down if I'm going to be sitting down because, well, been told by many women there's only a few parts of me that are redeeming and don't want to injure those. But I kid, folks, I kid. So, folks, I really do think there is something that if you can see the stars, you might be much more likely to vote Republican. I know that sounds strange, but I don't think that's off. I really don't. There's something about that divide between being able to see the stars and being in the big city where if you don't see the stars and don't know the stars, don't know the constellations even, like, I mean, to me, I know, like, Orion's Belt versus Scorpio. One's a summer, one's a winter constellation. And it's like, wow, just how little that they were taught. Oh, wow. Bandit. Depends on the definition of stars. I doubt many people in LA are voting Republican. Well done. Well done. Give yourself 2 gold stars for that one, sir. 2 gold stars. Now, folks, there's something that I've been putting off for a little while. And it's time, and it's really the last unboxing I've got to do, and it's the most ridiculous one. So without further ado, yes, folks, you truly have arrived here at the KOE Nation for the unboxing of a $12 Bowie knife. Yeah, folks, Mossy Oak $12 Bowie knife bargain bin at Tractor Supply. Folks, I am your king of extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man makes you the podcast cower. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, X as well, folks. And I am more than a little curious about this. So on the back here, it says razor sharp clip point blade, brass handguard, full tang construction, durable wood handle, polyester sheath. And I know this is going to be as a very big surprise to a lot of you, but a $12 Bowie knife was, of course, made in China. I mean, who would be at all shocked? It goes, warning, contains lead, may generate dust containing lead. Keep out of reach of children. And also, they got to give a reproductive thing because it's got nickel in it, which I wonder if they need to put those on the nickel coins. I don't know. I mean, so I'm a little curious. I know you are. 12 bucks. I'm guessing this is made of spoon metal, but it's a 14-inch Bowie knife. So we're going to use, of course, the 1911 cold steel to open this. And yes, it's like a lightsaber through plastic. Just bam, just done. No problem. And like I was always taught, always cut away from yourself, because anything under tension, see? When it's under tension, I kind of overdid that on purpose. I should have thrown this away before the show. I don't even like cherry Pepsi, but the kiddo wanted some cherry Pepsi, so like, fine, we'll have some cherry Pepsi, and now I got a bunch of cherry Pepsi hanging around. So, okay. Blade is extracted. Getting the sheath out. Mighty sheath. So, full tank construction, as it says in the front, razor sharp clip point, durable wooden handle. All of that, I am sure, is totally true. So this sheath here, it is what it is. It's just it's just a polyester sheath. Excuse me. It's just a polyester sheath. Yeah. It's just a polyester sheath, which is also, of course, made in. Hang on 1 second. I am like, no one's trying to get a hold of me on Discord, so I can mute that, because God Almighty, it's just nothing but Discord messages right now. So yeah, that's the sheath there, folks. Now, I'm really curious about the blade. This, okay. All right, there's actually some finger grooving here, so it's not just a box that you're gripping. Oh, this is ridiculous. Let's take the tip off there. Okay, it's sharper than I expected it to be. For, let's be frank, this is going to be a spoon metal, stainless steel, just stock metal they had left over at the factory in China. Yeah, I'll make you a Bowie knife. Like, did you hear it? There was a little click when I just tried that a little bit. Now, that might have been the wood, might have been glue, might have been anything. I'm already loving it. And I didn't put a lot of force into it. Like, hey, for 12 bucks, like, can't complain too hard. Now, let's see. Hey. Seen better. But, well, folks, the Mossy Oak $12 Bowie knife that was just in the bargain bin at Tractor Supply. There you go, folks. Not exactly razor sharp, neither. But you know what? This is kind of, I could see having some fun, and like this would be a good, like, if you're gonna train against like a piece of wood, you're gonna train certain techniques. This is a knife you're not gonna feel bad about busting up a bit. So we'll see. We'll see, folks. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, that has been this unboxing and first impression of the Mossy Oak $12 Bowie knife. Folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless. Well, there you go, folks. Actually, one last thing. Let's see how the blade interacts with the sheath. Does it even really hold in the sheath? Hey, it all comes together and it all measures properly. I mean, hey, say what you will about Chinese manufacturing. They've got measurements down at this point. So we'll see how these two hold together in due time. The review is definitely coming. Did the bottom pit? No, no. That's a lanyard hole. That's so you can put a little bit of cord in there. So that's how it was in the box before I opened it. But that is actually yeah, no, that's a lanyard hole for if you want to do that. But good observation, Bandit. Good observation. So there you have it, folks. Let's see, Bandit, did you hear the story about the New York City blackouts? People called 911 because of weird lights in the sky. Turns out they were stars. Wow. Why does that not surprise me? It doesn't surprise me at all. Like that should surprise me more. Like, you know, man, that should, but it doesn't. Huh. Huh. Oh, Lord. Things you'll never be able to explain in this life. But, you know, folks, normally I'm not this timely about it, but this morning I actually got to read from the Bible at church, and everybody told me I did a really good job. It was one of those things where, like, have you ever done something where, like, you almost can't remember yourself doing it? Like, I had one of those experiences today where, like, I did it, and by the time I was done, everyone's like, "Wow, you did a great job." I'm like, "Fuck, okay." Like it's one of those weird, like, I don't know. It's sort of like you're like driving home and you're kind of on autopilot. Like I wasn't on autopilot though. I was doing something very important, but it was the strangest. Like, been a strange weekend. Been a good one, but been a strange one. So we're gonna get into this because I haven't heard this yet, and I'm kind of curious how I did. Everybody tells me I did a marvelous job reading the Bible, but I'm just like, really, I did. I'm curious. Let's see if it comes through. What the hey? All right, and bam, there we are. So, folks, without further ado, let me get some things properfied. Let's see how I did here because even I'm not quite sure how I did. So, this is going to be interesting, folks. Oh, dang it. The mic was off. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Ah, darn. Well, we'll get to the sermon. They also may be sanctified. No, it was. They got
just as I am not of the world.
okay.
I do not ask that you take them out of the world, but that you keep them from the evil one. They are not of the world, just as I am not of the world. Sanctify them in the truth. Your word is truth. As you have sent me into the world, so I have sent them into the world. And for their sake I consecrate myself, that they also may be sanctified in truth. Thus ends the reading of God's holy word.
Thank you, Philip.
It happened. If I can increase the volume.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for that reading of your precious word. Oh, Holy Father, we just ask us now in a mighty way by the power of the Holy Spirit that we are not distracted, but that
I'll be right back.
we hang on every word, Lord, that comes through the preaching this morning of what is important, of what do you want us to hear this morning out of these precious verses. Oh, Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to be able to hear the word, your word, and to be able to understand it. We ask you, Lord, for our minds to be able to ears to hear it, and that it enters our hearts and makes us glad, therefore, to come unto you. For what is more precious than our relationship with you? Jesus, we thank you for this time, and we ask for you to be glorified in the words about to be spoken. It is in your name, it is in the power of your name we pray. Amen. Do you know the difference between being cared for and not? When someone cares for you, or when someone does not care for you, or when someone cares for you compared to other people that care for you. This morning, your message is entitled, He Cares. Because you are to do this. Let me ask you this. Is anything more important, anything in this world more important than for you to know Jesus cares about you, Frank Adams? Is there anything more important than growing in that knowledge of Him and wanting to be a little bit closer to Him every day, Ed and Michael? To be closer to His love, to understand that He truly cares for you. Well, how are we going to get that when He's sitting here praying for His disciples, the high priestly prayer? If we listen, we will see how much He cares for you, Susie. Each and every one of us. That's the gift John shares with us. Now remember, we always have to put this in the larger context. Why did John write this gospel? Okay, John 20:31 is our explanation. In fact, let me pull it up real quick. Here's why John wrote his gospel. John chapter 20, verse 31. I don't have it written down and I don't have it memorized. So here's what John says. Now but these are written, this gospel is written so that you may believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God, and that by believing you may have life in His name. That's why John wrote this gospel, that we may believe that know He is the Son of God. So what about this morning when He comes to us? Let's begin. Now put yourself in that room. Judas is gone. You know this. We are minutes away from Jesus walking out and going to the Garden of Gethsemane. And I think everybody knows what happens there. He is praying for his disciples and you and me, but his disciples in particular right now. Okay? That's where we are. We are at the last time Jesus, and remember, he's in that intimate conversation with his Father. This is the real deal. There's no gloss, no flim-flam around this. This is Jesus pouring his heart out to his Father about the disciples, and you are a disciple of Jesus Christ, God willing. Let's begin. But now I'm coming to you, and these things I speak in the world. What does that mean? Jesus is publicly praying to his Father in the presence of his disciples. He wants them to hear. He wants Malachi and Lucius to hear what he is saying. It's that important. This is that one time when we get that precious prayer. And it's very important. We need to hear it, Joseph. We need to soak it in. We need to understand what he's about to say. You need to hear the love and the compassion that Jesus has. I'm coming to you, and these things I speak in the world. I'm saying this out loud for a reason. Okay? What's the reason? That they may have my joy fulfilled in themselves. That they may have my joy fulfilled in themselves. You know somebody that when they walk in the room, the atmosphere of the room changes? They have this dynamic personality that when they enter, you know it. Now, how many of you know someone that knows God in such a powerful way? You feel that when they come close to you. You know they are in the Word of God. You know Jesus Christ is numero uno in their lives. They have that joy inside of them. And Jesus is praying right now that they, the disciples, may have what? His joy, Julie, his joy inside of them. What? What's he talking about with joy? It's not the joy of when you were a child, Kyler, on Christmas morning. It's not the joy of seeing our grass coming up out here. It's not anything worldly. What is it? Jesus is talking about his joy. And what is it? His joy inside of him. He is praying for you and me, and specifically his disciples right now, that they get it, that they have that joy. And without that joy, people, your faith is just stagnant. Your faith never moves, bro. It just stays there. No matter what happens, you're just stagnant. You're dead in the water. I brought up a couple of verses. They're not on here, but I want you to hear me. Hear me on this. This isn't the first time Jesus has spoken about this joy. In chapter 15, verse 11, he said this: "These things I've spoken to you." Alvino, he's talking about, this is important. I've said this to you for these reasons. Remember this. These things, they're all in your bulletin, by the way, these references. Chapter 15, verse 11. These things, Aaron, I have revealed to you. I have spoken them to you. Why? That my joy may be in you, David, that your joy may be full. What? Well, what's he mean by his joy? I've told you all this stuff so that it will be in you and you'll be full of this joy. What is it? It's in our hearts. I'm going to read to you now out of Hebrews. Listen very closely. Hebrews 12, 1 and 2. Therefore, since we are, now remember, we don't know who wrote Hebrews. But Hebrews is explaining Jesus to the Jews. That's the book of Hebrews. Here's what he says in chapter 12, verses 1 and 2. What is joy? Therefore, since we are surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses, what he's meaning is Hebrews 11 is the hall of fame of faith. Moses, Noah, Rahab, they're all in there. Okay? If you want an interesting bio of the Old Testament, read Hebrews 11. Therefore, we are so surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses. Let us lay aside every weight and sin that clings so closely. What steals your joy? Your guilt. Therefore, lay aside all weights that are on you so closely. The guilt of the past. Have you ever noticed when people really try to tear at your heart, what do they go for? I remember when you were a naughty little girl. I was going to say boy, but because that's what I hear. But you know what I mean? They're always raking up the past. I knew you were bad when you were bad, and now you're worse. That kind of junk. And what does this writer say again? Don't carry that weight so closely. Lay aside every weight and sin which clings so closely. You can't have the joy of Jesus in your heart, Betty, if you remember things of the past that constantly weigh you down. Because that's not Jesus in you. That's the other side saying, Betty, I know who you really are. And that's when you pray back, yeah, I'm the daughter of the King. Let's continue. Hebrews 12:1 is where we're at. And sin which clings so closely, let us run with endurance the race that is set before us. Forget about all that junk and run forward in the power of Jesus Christ. And each one of you has a calling upon your life, Shirley. There are things we can do. Forget about that. You want the joy of Jesus? Here it comes. Verse 2. Looking to whom? To Jesus. Why? The founder and perfecter of our faith. Did you ever think of that? It's like a math. The root of the math problem, or our joy, the root is Jesus Christ. Lucius and I can't have joy in our faith without Jesus. Because if we rely on each other, we're sitting ducks. Let us rely, verse 2, looking to Jesus, the founder and perfecter of our faith. Now here it comes. Who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and is seated at the right hand of God, at the right hand of the throne of God. Okay, what is joy? Here it is. Who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross. Now stay with me here. Who for the joy that was set before him. What was set before Jesus? Why did Jesus come to this earth? To redeem all of us rotten people that believe in him. Who, for the joy that was set before him, his joy was to do what? Before the cross. Yes, that was his joy. I was praying over this yesterday, and I was thinking about it. And I thought, you know, if we could describe joy, it goes back to, are you awake? Yeah, okay. I'm joking. But that what Mabel and I always say, if 3 seconds of hell in Alvino, there would be no problem. You would believe in Jesus Christ. But think of it this way. Joy, the joy that was set before him. Why did death on the cross bring Jesus joy? Because it freed all of the believers. It gave him what his Father gave him, the believers. Without the cross, there is no redemption. But here's an easy way for Kyler to remember joy. 1 second of a video of hell. 1 second of a video of heaven. The joy that was set upon him. Our joy comes from what? What Jesus has done for us. Jesus himself had the joy of knowing this painful crucifixion, being alienated from his Father, dying for our sins, was actually joy because of what it did. It conquered death. It conquered Satan. It did all that other stuff. So where's Philip Lauber's joy? In what Jesus has done for him. Release the weight, David. Let it go. That's what he's talking about to the disciples, and you're listening good right now. And that's what he means to each one of us, Clark. That's the joy we have inside of us. We know what Jesus has done for us. And it's not up to Bonnie Kramer's rolls. God bless them. But they won't get us to heaven. The joy we have is we know what has been done. And nobody can take that away from us, Malachi, ever. That is the joy of salvation. Oh, but I remember when. That's not God talking to you. Jesus is proud of you, Aaron, for where you are right now in your faith with him. But what we need to know today is, how much does he care for us? Well, the first thing he asks for, the first heading we're under right now, is he wants complete joy in him. Complete joy. I want to read that part of Hebrews again. Looking to Jesus, the founder, I'm in Hebrews 12:2, the founder and perfecter of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross. Jack Softly, you and I aren't done yet on this earth. It might end this afternoon. It might be 20 years. There may be physical bad things happen to us. But will that ever steal our joy? No. Why? Because it never stole Jesus' joy that was set before him. We know how the movie ends, Michelle. No matter what is done to us, we know that joy. That's what Jesus is asking, praying for right now. Remember now, we're going to get to. He cares for me more than I thought. Walked in here. How? First thing, he wants you to know that joy that he has. 14. What does Jesus say to his Father? I've given them your word. This is on your bulletin, inside your bulletin. It was just too good to pass up. It was D.L. Moody. Anybody know who D.L. Moody was? He was a missionary. Okay? He went to India. He didn't have any formal training. Okay, I think it was India, maybe China, one of those. He came back. The Moody Bible Institute in Chicago, that's D.L. Moody. D.L. Moody went to speak at Harvard. And all the Harvard young rich boys were sitting there. And they knew D.L. Moody had no formal education, not like they had. And he went to speak to them. They introduced D.L. to the crowd, and they all were very snobbish to him. There was a question and answer thing at the beginning. Who are you? What are you? They had an informal question and answer, and they tried to drag him through the mud. Questions like, do you know where you are? You're at Harvard University. Did you even graduate from high school? What gives you the right to talk to us? That kind of stuff. D.L. Moody spoke for 32 minutes. When he got done, there were tears, there were apologies, because the man had the joy of Jesus in his heart. And he was not going to be put out by some crass words. D.L. Moody had the Jesus in his heart, bro. It was there forever. He knew the power of the Word of God. He knew the power of Jesus Christ. And that is why you have that quote. In your bulletin, it says, I want to make sure I get it right. This book will keep you from sin, or Herb, sin will keep you from this book. Onomas. This book will keep you from sin, or sin wants you to read this book. That man knew the power of the Word of God. He may not have had a formal education, but his heart was full of that joy. Jesus is asking for you and me this morning, along with the disciples. What does the power of the Word... You know, I got to share this with you guys. You know what one of my biggest fears is when I stand in front of Jesus and he says, why did you preach that? Okay, then why did you preach this? You know what I'm afraid of? That I don't bring enough glory to his word. God wrote this book. It's not for... We used to have somebody show up on Wednesday nights, and all he did before class started was, there's a discrepancy. That was his joy in life. Oh, look, it doesn't... No, discrepancy. This is the Word of God. There are no discrepancies. This Word has power in it. No other book in the world is like this book. None. Well, yes, it may have more copies. Yes, it's the most published book. That doesn't matter. What matters is it was written by God himself. Here's what Jeremiah says in it. Jeremiah 15:16. When I discovered your words... This is Jeremiah the prophet. Guess what he did? I devoured them, Tara. I devoured them. They are my joy. They are my heart's delight. Our joy comes from this book also. Well, I just don't understand it. Read less. Well, I'm so tired at the end of the day. Don't read it at the end of the day. We've got phone apps for everything. Thy word is a song unto my heart. Joy. I have given them your word, Jesus says. I've spoken it about you, and I've spoken it from you, both ways. I've told them who you are. Remember last week? I've told them all about you, but it also has, your word has in it, Alvino, his words for you. I've given them your word, 14b, and the world has hated them because they are not of the world, just as I am not of the world. That one's an easy one. You ever had the look? I hope you have. It goes something like this. You say, what? You need a Savior. What? I'm a good person. You're going to hell without Jesus Christ. Who are you to judge me? Oh, well, we can't plan that on Sunday morning because you have church. You should be nothing should please you more than being made fun of in the name of Jesus Christ. Because his word tells you a blessing. His word tells us the joy we should have in him. All the way to the cross. Jesus is telling his disciples this. I've given them your word. Oh, and by the way, the disciples, the world hates them because they're not part of the world. You see, when you don't buy into the money, when you don't, I'm just about ready to get off Facebook because my weight thing and all that's about done. But just being on there for a couple of months, you realize how much money influences everybody. The guys I used to run around with in high school, most of them aren't like me. Most of them were successful. And they have boats and they have cabins and they show pictures and they're feasting and life is grand. And then I read a Bible verse that night and it said, the rich man without wisdom is like the beast about to be slaughtered. People, you have God's word. That's what Jesus is saying to his disciples. I care for you. Father, I gave them your word. The world hates them, okay, because the world is not of us. You think he cares for you or not? Look at verse 15. I do not ask that you take them out of the world, but keep them from the evil one. When I got ready to leave to Dordt College, a Christian Reformed college, I wanted to go play football, but they didn't give me enough money, and so I went to, because my mom taught school, so I could go to a Christian school. The last thing she said to me before I left, make me proud of you. 7 months later, I got kicked out of that school. And the first thing, as we were walking back, my RA didn't think it was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen, but it happened. The first thing my RA said to me is, what do you think your parents are going to say? And the first thing in my mind was, just make me proud of you. It still tears me up, bless you. It still tears me up when I open the dictionary she gave me in 1975, and it says, make us proud, Billy. And I see that. Jesus cares for you more than your mother, more than your father. What hurt me so much is that my mom cared that much, and I let her down. Jesus knows our faults. Al, he knows all our miscues, all our bad thoughts. He knows what's going to be tempting Joseph in the next few days, months, years. Aaron, Alvino, Philip, Bill, every male and female in here. But he cares for you. Look what he says. Father, look at verse 15 with me again. I do not ask you to take them out of the world, but keep them from the evil one. There's only one thing that will steal your joy, and it is what? The evil one. Verse 16. They are not of the world, just as I am not of the world. Okay. What's he doing? 15 and 16 were protection. 13 and 14, complete joy, protection, and now we get the good part, if you will, of how much he cares for you. Listen to this. Philip read it for us. 17, sanctify them in the truth. Your word is truth. Sanctify them. What does that mean? Make them holy. What does that mean, Guadalupe? I have set you apart to be the wife and the mother and the daughter, and you're mine. I have set you apart, and here's how I'm going to make you holy. You don't think Jesus cares for you? He's asking his Father to set you apart, to keep you safe. Give them the truth, which is what? In your word. Thy word is truth. We know truth is in here. We need to eat truth all the time. That's how we become closer and closer to Jesus Christ. We need to know how much he cares for us. Jesus says what? I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but through me. So why are we playing hard to get? I don't know about you, but that never worked out for me in high school. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. Well, you see, the word is for our minds. Okay? Our minds, the word is truth. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life is for my heart. So I know, Malachi, he loves me. And that brings me closer to him. I know he cares for me. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know he cares for me. (18) As you sent me into the world, so I have sent them into the world. Last two verses. Stay with me now. There's two types of Christians. One of them opens his Bible, reads his Bible, he prays, and his Bible stays right here. And all he wants to do is come to church and learn a little bit more. But don't ask me about my neighbor. I like it when you sit here. I can kind of, don't ever sit in the middle. Those type of Christians forget what Jesus said on Ascension Day. Go ye therefore, King James, and make what? Disciples, thank you, of whom? All the nations. You see, verse 18, when it says, you sent me into the world, I'm sending them into the world, that is not for us to be like this. He cares for you. He's telling the Father, you sent me, I'm sending them. People, we all have a purpose in life, and it's not to hold our faith like this. It's to share it with the world. That's true joy. To tell those family members over and over and over, Janice, that Jesus is the only way. That's what we have to do. The second type of Christian opens his word and sees what first? All my faults, but also my only salvation is through whom? Jesus. You're exactly right, Marlene. And there is my joy. Bill can't screw up Jesus saving him when he believes in him, when he's given his life to him. My responsibility is to follow where he leads me, to follow teaching about him, preaching about him, sharing his word, spreading the gospel. There were people in this church at the very beginning. I'll never forget this guy. We were talking about going to the Indian res, and we were a church of about 8 or 10 people. And I said, we're just going to rent a van and go up there and hang out at the res for a couple of days. You know what his response was? I'm not into evangelism. I'll pay for the gas or whatever, but no, not me. We're not asking you to stand at the street corner and beat a drum or something, but show them by your life. Talk to them, love them, care for them. The best line I have when sharing Jesus Christ with someone is this: you know, we are the same. We are sinners in the hands of an angry God. They're taking from John. But we all deserve to die. I am no better than you. And because we're on the same thing, I want to share with you where my hope lies in Jesus Christ alone. But we have to do that. Look what Jesus says one more time in 18. So I have sent them into the world. We all have a mission, Ed. We all have a mission. Elvino Sr., Jr., Bren, Randy, all of us, the whole shebang. He cares for you more than anybody or anything ever will. Why are we debating it? He's down here. Remember where we are. He's about ready to go to Gethsemane, and yet he's talking to his disciples, and verse 20 tells us, I speak these things not only to you, but those who will believe. And I believe that verse goes up and down, not just down. He's talking to us this morning. He cares for us. Let's wrap it up. 19. And for their sake, I consecrate myself that they also may be sanctified in truth. And I looked up consecrate in the Greek, and here's the words, what it says. Jesus says, for our sake, he has been set apart from God and sent by God for the performance of his will. Consecration. He has been set apart, Son of God, for to do what? His will. For God himself. Let me read that again because I think I just messed that up. He has set apart by God, sent by him for the performance of his will. Now, Lucius, what's the difference between Jesus' marching orders and ours? We have been sent by God. Each and every one of us has been sent by God, set apart by holiness, his holiness, to do what? For the performance of his will, not our will, his will. There's no excuse. Putting it all together now. How does he care for us? Number one, he prays that we may know the joy of redemption. We may know his joy of what he has done. We may know and realize what Jesus has done for me. And I don't love him out of gratitude. I love him for realizing his love for little old me. And then how do we know he cares for us? He protects us. Father, protect them from the evil one. I'm going away. Take care of my boys. Figure of speech. And then what? Sanctify them. You've set me apart. I got sent by you to do your will. And now use your word, your truth, to set them apart, to move them forward in your will, the performance of what you want them to do for him. How could you care any more than that? He's about to go to his death, and what is he worrying about? His disciples and you and me. That's caring. That's your Jesus. He cares for you. Amen. Let us pray.
Whoops. Accidentally kicked that off a little early. Accidentally hit the... let's make sure... Okay, yes, you are getting every beautiful sound that is my voice. I accidentally kicked that off for last ending prayer. I'll get back to that before night's over. I was also having some audio issues, but it was only on my end. Strangely enough, only my end was I getting those audio issues. And when I would get on to the stream, everything was fine on your end. So I figured, why not? Why mess up a good thing? And so I just kind of listened to the sermon on my phone with you. It's unfortunate that there were some audio issues for me reading, but I'm going to try to do some editing together because there's some on the end I can use. I'm going to have to really crank the audio up for it, but I can make that work. And then Bill goes through every piece of scripture through the sermon. So I'll be able to piece it together. It'll be interesting by the time. And that's unfortunate because I really wanted to get through the high priestly prayer all at one shot in church. But, I got to read from the high priestly prayer in front of my parents and my daughter. So I'm not going to be able to top that anytime soon. So excuse me, I got that going for me. But before we get back into that, getting back into the big headline this evening, Bandit pointed this out, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm going live with that. This is Twitter-X, folks, and this is according to Ford Fisher, at Ford Fisher on Twitter-X video thread. And I'm going to keep the audio off for this because, you never know. Gun owners, many visibly armed, rallied in Old Town Albuquerque today to openly defy the New Mexico governor's executive order banning the open and concealed carry of firearms there as a 1-month emergency. Police did not intervene or enforce the order. So this is just one of those, I've often said, folks, that if you simply plant your feet and refuse to be moved, the world has to revolve around you, whether they like it or not. So this is one of those very fascinating instances where, and this is unique to American life, where the First and Second Amendment can intersect like this, where you can showing up armed at a certain place is most certainly a form of political protest. And this is the best example I can think of where simply being in a place armed in and of itself is the protest. And so this is a uniquely American moment. And, God bless every last one of them protesters, to be frank. I mean, let's be honest here. This is not how you don't get to just by executive fiat pick and choose which amendments of the Bill of Rights apply to your citizens or not. And this is one of those instances where civil disobedience is going to win the day, I believe, because again, this just isn't going to hold sway. There's no court that's going to uphold this. This is purely for show, and I think she's lobbying to get a job somewhere. That's what that tells me. She's a lame duck governor on the way out. She probably wants a cushy DC job. And so this is probably the best way to get there. But yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. This gives you, this almost fills a heart with hope. What can I say? It's, again, peaceful protesting. And it's like folks are being cleanly and just, bringing their signs and, you'll notice that it's not like the Antifa protests where just a place is just fucking trashed. So yeah, God bless. Let's see where this goes. I really hope that this gets overturned in very fast order. But it looks like the people. This is one of those instances where the public is going to lead on this. Okay, we kind of found that back during a couple of years ago during all the lockdowns. There was just some things that the public was going to end up leading on. And this is another one of them. Now, I've even seen not only, we all know David Hogg earlier. Wrong banner, but hey, not a problem. David Hogg even came out and said, no, we need to quit doing like executive action is not the way to do this. It's like, wow. And then even Ted Lieu is like, yeah, that's a bit draconian even for anti-gun Democrat. That's like, Bang. So, whenever the Democrats try to say, it's like, well, what about this that's unconstitutional? Like, because they always try to say Trump said something that was unconstitutional. Democrats did something that was unconstitutional. So Trump says a lot of things. Democrats did this shit. So don't ever let them off the hook ever again when they talk about this unconstitutional, that's unconstitutional. Your party did it. Your party actually did the thing that you swore for 50 years you were never going to fucking do, but we all knew secretly deep down you really, really, really wanted to fucking do. And what a shock. Here we are. You did the thing that we all knew you were going to do. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much the only way you can look at that. So this is a fascinating moment where the Democrats kind of lost any sort of high ground they were trying to stand on for the last few years on this particular topic, because at this point, like, no, there's no reason anybody needs to believe you. All the things, like all of the things that the NRA said you needed to be worried about when it came to the Democrats, all of them were confirmed in the last 48 hours. I'm going to say that again. All the things that the NRA warned you about why you need to be worried about the Democrats in office, every single thing that they said you needed to be worried about, they were proven right and vindicated 48 fucking hours ago. So I want y'all to just keep that in mind going forward. Hang on, always gotta check. Lovely. Trey's always got the awesome memes. But no, I want you to keep that in mind, folks, that the NRA has been vindicated to a level that is shocking. Like, it's one of those very rare instances where a political prognostication almost so perfectly came true. And so, yeah, the Democrats, when they have power, just for grandstanding, just because somebody's looking for a fucking job in DC, they're going to suspend your rights because they don't give a fuck about your rights. You're the little people. You and me, we're the fucking little people. We're not in the power game. They don't give a fuck about us. And like, that's the thing that I found it so weird when people would say they're elitist. It's like, just because you worship the tyranny doesn't mean you're going to be given special consideration. I always found that so fascinating that, like, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, even if you got $1 million cash in the bank, there is no reason you should be calling yourself an elitist. You're just a slightly fatter tax cattle. You're a kulak that happens to have an extra cow. Okay, that's all you are. All right. So I always find it fascinating when people talk about the elitists that just don't give a fuck about them. And look at what happens when they get power where they don't think they can get pushback. This woman literally suspended everyone's rights inside a geographic area unilaterally. Now, luckily, the protesters just said, fuck this, we're not complying. And God bless every last one of them. There is a point where civil disobedience is necessary. I mean, let's be frank. I mean, we wouldn't have had the Civil Rights Act without some very necessary civil disobedience along the way. So, your mileage may vary, but I don't think it will. Beautiful. So, folks, this has been a very interesting little adventure, but all right, I got her back, I believe. A little soon, but you know what? We're gonna get to the end of this prayer here, and I am going to figure out where we take this beautiful, beautiful thing called life from here, because I think we got a few more chapters. All right. I cut off the end prayer by accident because when he said amen, I thought it was on. So let's see.
One more time in 18. So I have sent them into the world. We all have a mission, Ed. We all have a mission. Elvino Senior, Junior, Bren, Randy, all of us, the whole shebang. He cares for you more than anybody or anything ever will. Why are we debating it? He's down here. Remember where we are. He's about ready to go to Gethsemane, and yet he's talking to his disciples, and verse 20 tells us, I speak these things not only to you, but those who will believe. And I believe that verse goes up and down, not just down. He's talking to us this morning. He cares for us. Let's wrap it up. 19. And for their sake, I consecrate myself that they also may be sanctified in truth. And I looked up consecrate in the Greek, and here's the words, what it says. Jesus says, for our sake, he has been set apart from God and sent by God for the performance of his will. Consecration. He has been set apart, Son of God, for to do what? His will. For God himself. Let me read that again because I think I just messed that up. He has set apart by God, sent by him for the performance of his will. Now, Lucius, what's the difference between Jesus' marching orders and ours? We have been sent by God. Each and every one of us has been sent by God, set apart by holiness, his holiness, to do what? For the performance of his will, not our will, his will. There's no excuse. Putting it all together now. How does he care for us? Number one, he prays that we may know the joy of redemption. We may know his joy of what he has done. We may know and realize what Jesus has done for me. And I don't love him out of gratitude. I love him for realizing his love for little old me. And then how do we know he cares for us? He protects us. Father, protect them from the evil one. I'm going away. Take care of my boys. Figure of speech. And then what? Sanctify them. You've set me apart. I got sent by you to do your will. And now use your word, your truth, to set them apart, to move them forward in your will, the performance of what you want them to do for him. How could you care any more than that? He's about to go to his death, and what is he worrying about? His disciples and you and me. That's caring. That's your Jesus. He cares for you. Amen. Let us pray. Father, we just thank you for the words of Jesus. We thank you for his passion for his people that you have given him. Oh Lord, enabling us to see how much he cares for us. Enabling us today to think back to these words of, you know, he really does. He really does care for me. Let us realize just how much. Let us live consecrated unto you in thankful hearts, in joyful hearts, not of this world, but for the kingdom of God, we pray. Amen. Would you please stand?
All righty, folks. So got it in finally. Finally got it in. So that was let me get that there. All right. That was the sermon from today. Very fun time. Also, thanks to Bennett. I got a couple more things. We're not done yet tonight, folks. We got some more fun planned here. Just a quick thing I'm gonna show you from my brother's YouTube channel, Grow the Farm Up. This is just a very fast update on destroying mail and how mail is destroyed in ag. Hey, let's start there. So let's see how Grow the Farm Up's doing.
Hey guys, Grow the Farm Up. Have not posted in a minute. We are destroying our last field of mail today. This was a field planted late, about June 10th, I believe. Take a look at that. See those cutter blades down there? Just custom mounted, custom built right there on a little toolbar of our Haggy that we made. Those are homemade. You can't like order those from anywhere, but they do a nice job of just cutting the mail rows down. You can see. Back up, take a look at what he's been doing. So this process here, the reason that you destroy the mail, why destroy the mail? Well, really, after you've gotten the pollen off of it and you've pollinated the female, get your cover crop going there. Really, that male plant is almost just kind of like a weed. You want to just take it out because it's just going to use nutrients and water and everything else. You want to pack all of that into those female kernels out there. That's where you want all of the nutrients to go, is into those female fields. And as you can see, we've got we did a little bit of rye, some irrigated, some dry land. Dry land wasn't so great, but the irrigated rye, we've got some bins of really nice, good, high germinating rye. You can just see by this corner here. I mean, boy, there wasn't much. The drought's been pretty rough. I know those pro farmer guys have been out scouting all week. I think they sweated all their optimism out by about Wednesday when they realized what's actually going on out here. So it'll be very interesting to see. I'll be curious what you guys think. I'll probably put another poll up. I found those very interesting, and we've been getting 40, 50, 60 replies. It'd be cool if we could get like 100 replies. It's very, very good information when I'm able to poll the people that watch this channel and watch some of my content, what they think the commodities markets and futures markets look like. And it's good to get to hear from guys from other areas and see what they're dealing with and what their crops look like. So I really do enjoy the ag community on YouTube. I've been busy finishing up detasseling and also cover crop harvest hit at the same time. Still no rain. I mean, we're irrigating everywhere, so thought I'd just post a quick video of the male destroyer and probably put up, keep your eye out for a poll from Grow the Farm Up.
And there you have it, folks. That's the latest from GTFU, Grow the Farm Up. I've done that quite a few years. I somehow got out of mail row destroying this year. It's usually on a disc or doing something else. So got out of that this year, but usually that's actually one of my tasks. Now, folks, we're gonna do something a little different here. And for once, it's gonna be something that doesn't have me on the screen in some way. I know I'm a little scared too. but I've listened through this and it's a little raunchy. It's not ridiculous, but I do think it's worth an examination. Dads Worldwide, for those who don't know, Brendan, a good friend of ours, he's got his own podcast. Tony G stopped by there. And they talk about all things dad. And actually, I'm on this show a little later. Maybe I'll play that later. I don't know. But yeah, Tony roasts me pretty hard at the end here. And I want to see if this works. That's the big one. I want to see if I can get this bad boy working. So without further ado, let's see if we can get Dads Worldwide rolling on K.O.E Nation.
I had such a great time with Tony last week. I invited him back on, and yeah, we just jump right back into it. We talk about our podcasting woes, and that's short. Don't worry, it's short. It's only a couple minutes. You'll get through it. You can fast forward if you don't want to listen to it. It's fine. And then jump right into kids' injuries and how much we care for our children, and actually how much we care for our parents, and we actually end up talking about COVID a little bit. And there's a little surprise in the middle of this, if you feel like sticking around. some door hammering you'll hear. All right, folks, let me know what you think. Brendan at dadsww.com. Thanks for listening. Enjoy the show.
Dads Worldwide. The first word in family management, family budgeting, insurance, bills, food, vacations, research and development, homework, emails, phone calls. Last week we tried to do an oil change and ended up with a new car. Security. Doors are locked, windows shut, house alarm is set. Fingerless gloves. Dads Worldwide. Loyal listeners, possibly you.
Welcome to another episode of Dads Worldwide. I'm Brendan. We will make you laugh. We might make you cry. We most definitely somehow, some way will make you a better parent. And back with us once again, the man, the myth, the legend.
The quadruple distilled, non-chill filtered, 15-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion that you can find on TikTok at Tony the Rod, Tony fucking G. If you could find me on the Dog and Chicken Show, Hazard Analysis, and all of the denizens, Big Buckin Empire, Linktree/Big Buckin. How are you doing, sir? Thank you for having me back, and I'm so glad to be here.
Woof. Love it. I'm doing well. Thank you, man. It's been a whirlwind this evening of back and forth. So
yeah, it has.
It's all good. It's all good. I've had Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting, and then to this, and I'm currently trying to get my LLC paperwork in and all that fun stuff. So yeah. So I'm like jumbling that and family and work and all that stuff. So. But tonight
trying to podcast
and then trying to podcast.
That seems to be going so well for everybody.
Everyone involved.
I don't know about everybody, but like us, I guess it's going pretty well.
Yeah, it's gone pretty well actually the last couple of weeks for us. It's been great.
Yeah, it's going great.
It's been great.
I don't know why people act like it's so fucking hard. Like divine interventions, like preventing people from podcasting. Not to name any names.
Wow, this is really passive aggressive right now.
Oh, it's insanely passive aggressive. Like, actually, this ain't even scratch. I could be way worse than that.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It happens. What are you gonna do? Technical difficulties and all that stuff.
Those of you listening are probably familiar with Brendan's sidebar project, the Audacity of Freedom, and it's been a hot minute since you guys have gotten to record over there, you and Chicken.
It's been tough for me. I haven't really got my political anger out. But it's fine. We're good.
Man, when you finally do get to let loose, it's gonna be a great episode. Like it's just gonna it's gonna be like Randy Marsh in the South Park episode when he finally gets some internet and he can jerk off and he's just
it's like all over the place.
That's gonna be you sitting in the basement, just finally that release.
Thank you.
Just you're gonna see the light. It's gonna be heavenly. I'm excited for you when you finally do get that release. Yeah, and I think we mentioned this last time we spoke. Like the Dog and Chicken Show is going through some transitional pains, growing pains, trying to schedules and all that. And tonight it was internet problems from Chicken's motel room.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, those of you who listen to Dad's Worldwide or the Dog and Chicken Show, you probably know we use StreamYard, and literally only website that Chicken's computer would not allow him to access was StreamYard.
Yeah.
So he's like, I'm either going to get in the hot tub or go back to the bar, I guess. I don't know what to do with my night now.
That's a tough decision, really.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
If you could take a drink into the hot tub, then kill two birds with one stone.
Where was that? Oh, Killington Ski Mountain in Vermont. Yeah. So the one place I've ever been where you could like sit in the hot tub, turn around and go, yeah, I'll take another one.
Oh,
there was literally a bartender right there. And this is a really funny story, actually. So just with a bunch of friends, we are just like sitting there, and then this dude walks in with a bow tie. And I'm like,
that's always a good.
And he's just standing there, right? And I'm just like, what's going on here? And they're like,
you getting in with your bow tie?
Yeah. I was like, he's like, do you need anything? And I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, what are you giving out? Like, like what is happening here? Like,
what do you need?
Yeah, what is happening here? And then finally one of my friends is like, oh no, he's the bartender. And I'm like, excuse me? A bartender next to like literally, I don't know if you could imagine how absurd this was, but it's like, it's this tiny room with two hot tubs and literally a guy in a corner with like no room whatsoever, and he's got a bunch of, and he's got just a few things for booze. Like it wasn't a bunch of stuff. It was like a couple options for beer, and then like a couple of mixed drinks. Like it wasn't, he didn't have room for like a full shelf. You know what I mean? It was it was like it was so ridiculous. But it was the one time I've ever been to a place where you could order a drink from the hot tub, like literally from the hot tub. Yeah, it was. It really was.
I would be ordering like margaritas and frozen daiquiris. Be like, I can sit here for hours now. I'm cooling my insides while warming my outside.
That would be so dangerous. I think they probably limit the drinks that you have. Like,
you have to, because if you sit in the hot tub and just get absolutely sauced,
just blast.
When you get out of the hot tub,
you're not walking.
Cold air hits
you're not walking. Yeah.
You are face planted like 9 times out of 10. It's happened to me. But it's amazing until you get out.
Yeah.
Then you're all wrinkly and sick.
Sick and
it's not a great time.
Not a good evening.
I can beat a worse job than that, though. We went to Kansas City several years ago. There's a place in Kansas City called Power and Lights District, and it's just like a big, kind of like gated in, surrounded by parking garages, but you pay an admission after a certain point in the night to get in, and it's like just a strip mall of bars and 2-story levels of bars, and you can walk around. It's kind of like being inside Vegas, but you're just inside a strip mall of bars. You can walk around with your drink, go from bar to bar with your drink. And there's a bar there called, I think it was the PBR bar. It's got a big mechanical bull in the middle of it, and it's big. It's on the second floor, and it's always packed. Like this whole place, all the bars are packed. And we go in there. We're in there for a while, watching some drunk chick fall off the bull. I'm like, I got to take a piss. So I walk in the bathroom, and it is packed. There's probably 8 stalls and at least a dozen urinals, and all of them are packed. And there's a line, and there's no room for a line, and there's piss
everywhere,
all over the floor. And what I don't think I've ever seen before that or since, there's a bathroom attendant here. An actual bathroom attendant, like you would find in a upscale hotel, right?
Wow.
Like, would you like a hand sanitizer or a breath mint? Like, this poor bastard is just sitting in the corner on a wooden stool. It's so busy, he couldn't help anybody if they wanted him to. Mind you, nobody in there wants anything from the bathroom attendant. And this poor guy, the look on this dude's face. I've seen homeless people happier than this fucking guy. I'm not kidding.
Abject horror.
Oh, it's just like this guy like is hating life through and through. Because you know, when this guy leaves and walks out to whatever vehicle he's getting in, he has to reek of urine.
Oh my
so
God.
bad. Because the pungent smell in this bathroom is so awful. And he's sitting in there for hours watching more drunk people come in and out, piss all over the floor. Like, I can't imagine this guy's life. I felt so bad. I felt so fucking bad.
Can you imagine this kid's first day?
So you're going to sit in that stool.
Sir, you're not, sir, you're not even peeing in a urinal, sir. Can you, sir, oh God.
Oh, yeah.
He just pissed on my shoe.
How do you sell that job to anybody?
Oh my God.
I mean, this is pre-COVID. Like, holy shit. How do you get anybody? Oh man, that must pay well. It can't pay.
I mean, how do you do any bathroom attendant job? Like, I think the only time I've ever seen
I can
a
understand
bathroom.
like an upscale motel, but
Well, I've seen like at, where was it? Maybe a strip club.
I could see that.
Yeah. I don't know.
They're mostly there just to make sure you don't bring one of the strippers in there or do blow in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Or to do blow with you. It depends what you do.
Yeah, it depends on which club you're at. I was trying to remember it. Like, I've been to a couple places that, and like, I've never once thought, man, I could really use a bathroom attendant right now.
Yeah, I really wish I had a breath mint from a guy that's been hanging
from a guy that's been hanging out in here all day. Who's like,
tastes like urinal.
Who's like,
I don't think he was an attendant.
Who's like way overly friendly, and you're like, all right, dude, if I give you $1, will you leave me alone?
Yeah, no shit. Oh, I felt so bad.
Oh man, that's awesome. That's
yeah,
well, no, that's
I don't
awesome.
know about Oz.
That's awesome
for everybody else.
Yeah.
So I don't think I brought this up the other day when we recorded. Did I mention like injuries to children at all in the last episode? Did we get into that at all?
Jesus. No.
Like, I
no,
don't
we
think
did not.
I'm like,
we did not.
I thought I was going to bring that up. So my oldest is going to be 8 in September, and we have not had like any ER visits or broken bones or anything until like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, I was gonna say you better knock on some wood. You just like cursed yourself
Yeah,
wholeheartedly.
we had a great run. We had a really good
You
run.
really did. Yeah.
Like that's pretty good. It's for the shit that my kids do. Yeah, and I thought for sure by now we'd be freaking flyers, but no, we had our first broken bone.
Oh no.
The other day, just one of the twins was walking along. They've got like railroad ties around the playground equipment at daycare, and they're all just walking along, you know, like they're walking the balance beam.
Yep.
The daily thing. Nothing big. No, who gives a shit? This is what they do. They're kids. And he just missteps and like lands awkwardly. I don't even know if he landed on the railroad tie or just on the dirt, but yep. They're like, pretty sure it's broke, because he usually toughens up pretty bad, or he's dramatic for about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it's fine because he wasn't hurt to begin with.
Yeah.
But he's sitting there mean mugging, trying to act tough, but you can tell he's in pain. They're like, yeah, I'm pretty sure something's hopefully it's just a fracture, not a no, it was broken. So
yeah,
we finally got to have a cast in the G house where he's got signatures all over it now. He's pretty bummed out because he's missing out on swimming for the rest of the summer.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, bad time. Like, yeah, sucks because we just went out to, we talked about this the other day about going out to her brother's house for 4th of July, and he's got this really nice pond he dug out, and he's got a bridge all the kids can jump off of it, a rope that they can swing off and fall in the water. And yeah, he just had to sit and kick his feet in the water. I'm like, oh, I feel so bad. Poor little guy.
They sell waterproof casts, but they tend to stink after a little while.
Yeah, we looked it up, and yeah, I'm like, I don't know how bad I want to test it like this early in.
Yeah.
Like maybe like the last week.
Yeah.
The last week, let's throw that thing on. We'll head up to the pool, test that bad boy out.
Yeah.
Like first week, No, I don't know if I want to play with fire.
You'd
That
be
bad.
falling off him. Yeah, no, no, I think they do it at the doctor's office. They'll do a waterproof one there.
Well, see, that's the best part because she tells me tonight. Oh, another kid went into the clinic where she took him, where she works, and one of the guys like, "Oh yeah, we're getting the waterproof stuff underneath to go underneath the cast." So that she's like,
Thanks for telling me.
Just missed out on that sweet deal. Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
guy.
I know because both my sons broke their arm. So
yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. Like,
yeah.
what injuries have you had, and like, how did you get to deal with them?
Well, so which bone did he break? Is it elbow?
No, it's like the forearm.
Oh,
it's he's got like his whole hand, like you can barely see his fingertips.
Oh
and
my
his thumb
God.
sticking out.
Oh damn!
But it stops way before the elbow. Like it's most of his forearm, but before the elbow.
Oh wow. Yeah. No, so both my sons broke their elbow. There's like a
same. So they had the 90-degree frozen in time arm.
Yes.
Oh, it sucks.
Yeah. So same arm, same side, right? Same arm, same bone. Yeah. I was like, oh, we're definitely getting a visit. Yeah, we're definitely getting a visit. And neither one of them. So my son Maxwell did the Superman off of a 3-foot slide. Because his brother told him not to do it. So in order to stop him, he grabbed his ankles. Right. So I mean that's what you do. That's what you do.
Well, yeah, of course. What else would you do?
And then oh man, I browbeat him for that one. I was so mad. I was so mad. I definitely overreacted. He felt bad, but he's always trying to be the boss, and it drives me crazy.
Right.
So let's see. And then Jackson, this is the most ridiculous thing. Like your son was just walking on railroad ties, like balance beam, probably like what 2-3 inches off the ground, tops.
Yeah, nothing.
Jackson was spinning around with his arms out, like a helicopter, like just woo, right, and like he just like fell, like that was it, like he just fell.
Oh God!
And my wife
not even off of something.
No, just fell on the ground.
Did like body land on the elbow?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
fell just right.
He just fell just right. I mean, like maybe he fell right on the arm. I don't know. Like I was busy talking with someone, and and we're helping my parents move. We're at their house. So he's
they feel terrible.
Yeah, he's crying, and my wife's like, like toughen up, like so because he's always being dramatic, and then we go to bath time for and I'm like. And she's like, yeah, his elbow's quite large. We should probably go get that taken care of. So, and then that proceeded to be, I'm pretty sure I talked about this on an episode, but the ER visit from hell. It wasn't that bad, but it seems like completely inept. And like, so we just had an ER visit with my other son. Oh man, I wasn't really planning on talking about this, but those were like the two major injuries. So Maxwell started wrestling, which is dangerous. Yeah, it can be dangerous. It's it's a fun sport, and yeah, these kids can.
See, I think I remember you talking about that on an episode. Was he like kind of into it, but like not sure about if he wanted to keep doing it?
Yeah, I mean, he really got into it. My other son, Jack, he was like, yeah, this is that girl just beat me up. I'm done.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
So Maxwell, after one pretty rough session, and it was super hot, and they were running sprints, he started crying, and Maxwell's pretty tough. Like, so coach is like, what's up, man? Like, what's going on? And he's like, he's just like holding his chest. So I'm like, I was like, well, that's nerve wracking, So he said, all right, just take a break, just slow it down, man. And so they're running sprints, across the mats, the whole gym, right? So he stops for one, and then coach says go, and then he jumps up and goes, like, so
naturally.
Yeah. So I didn't think much of it because it was after a long practice, and I was like, I mean, they literally just live wrestled for a half hour or so. It was like, he's probably just wore out. So fast forward about 2 weeks, we go to practice. I'm literally talking to one of the coaches. He's been at practice for maybe 10 minutes. They're running around the mats, and they do warm-up exercises like shooting, you know, like handstands and stuff like that. Like they do all these crazy exercises just to.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so so all of a sudden he starts crying. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm like they just started warming up. Like, again, he's holding his chest. So so I walk over there and I like put my hand on his chest, and it feels like his heart's like just like coming out of his chest. I'm like, I was like, Jesus, man. I was like, what's the matter? Is it hurt? And he's like, no, it doesn't hurt. I was like, oh, that's good. Like, it doesn't hurt. So he says it just feels weird. So I'm like, but he's crying. Like he's crying. So I think I did a little dad overreacting, and I brought him to the emergency room. And of course, by then his, heart rate is normal, and they can't do anything. So we're kind of just waiting on a cardio thing. But
jeez.
That
It's just scary.
Oh yeah,
you never know.
It's totally scary. Like,
even if it's something simple, you don't know. And when it's something like that, like a bruise or a cut or even a break, you don't want to break, but easily diagnosed. You hate it's those unknown things. That's
absolutely
scary as shit.
It's really scary. And I was like, well, we're going to the hospital, dude. And he's like, we're driving there, and he's like, Dad, do I need a new heart? I'm like,
oh
fuck. I almost cried like a little baby. I was like, no, dude, you're good. You're good. We're just, this is just precautionary. We need to just figure this out. Yeah, that's probably been the most nerve-wracking thing ever. And we're still waiting. We still got another couple weeks before we can see the pediatric cardiologist. So
I've got to address this. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all good. So the knocking that you're hearing is Tony's children.
So yeah, that's what happens when I lock the door. They just bang on it relentlessly until I open it.
That's great. I'll probably leave part of that in, actually.
Oh yeah. By all means.
Yeah. That's what love with kids is, right? Interruptions.
Oh, yeah, it's unpredictable.
So luckily I'm late enough where all mine are in bed. So
what age range is he?
He's 8 years old now. So the nurse practitioner at the emergency room made me feel a little bit better. He says usually if the kids have a heart condition at this point, we already know about it, because you've been to the doctor several times. They check their heart every time.
I'm trying to remember, because my wife's younger brother, he had like a heart murmur early on, but I was like way younger than that. So
yeah,
he's fine now. Like now he's fine. So I don't know.
It's strange. A lot of those things kids will grow out of, heart murmurs and stuff like that. And, it just may be the fact that he has never pushed himself as hard as he pushed himself, and he's tired, and he's like, out of breath, that type of thing. So
and they're constantly growing, and you don't know what's growing when. It just could be the perfect and I wonder if it's not a little bit of like, could it just be as simple as dehydration?
Absolutely.
That's scary shit too.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing that it was like at the beginning of practice, like that was the second time. Like it was like they barely made 2 laps around the mats, and the mats are small. Like this is a small gym, but great gym, Agoge Wrestling Club in Goffstown, New Hampshire. They're awesome. Coaches are fantastic. In fact, they called me several times, inquiring about Maxwell, and so I love their gym. All the coaches are great. So, and the kids are hilarious. So yeah, I would say out of, the 2 broken arms, I didn't really worry about the broken arms. The small potatoes, this heart thing's really, I barely kept it together. I was supposed to be the strong one, and I was like, I called my wife. I closed the van door, and I'm like talking to her, and I'm like, I was scared, man. I was like, I don't want to lose this little man. I love my kids. I would be I would be devastated. So I try not to focus on that and just trying to focus on, good outcomes, positive outcomes, get to the doctor. He runs around like a crazy person right now. So like, and he's fine. So I don't know why he's just wrestling with. So, but, so
you never know. You can't predict like when these weird things are just going to like present themselves. But, the only thing is like, if there is something you catch it early and you catch it randomly.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way you ever catch anything simple early before it becomes a big problem.
I mean, he has to do a stress test, right? Like how else is they're not going to figure it out otherwise, I don't think.
Yeah. And those aren't fun. I've heard. I haven't had to do one. I know they're not fun, but
well, it's got to be different for pediatrics, I imagine. They probably
I would think.
Yeah.
I would think. I would imagine they probably just put him on a treadmill or something simple like that.
Punch him in the stomach and just see how.
Oh yeah, just beat the ever living shit. Candy Striper comes in. All right, let's do this.
Is that a wooden spoon? Yeah,
that's old school.
That's old school. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I lied. Like the first broken bone we had, technically. So Jarek is one of the twins.
Yeah.
So my oldest is Striker. He's almost 8. He didn't even get sick until his first birthday. Like never got sick. Was never like nothing ever wrong with him until his first birthday. He was sick for his first birthday. With the twins. So Jarek technically has had 2 broken bones.
Oh, Jesus.
But I barely count it because when the twins were born, she actually went into labor with them.
Yeah.
And when Jarek came out, like his head was like sideways, the way she had to like pull him out.
Yeah.
Like he came out second because there was so much room now. He like got all like tungled in because they were sharing a womb, or they had 2 wombs in there. And now he's got all this extra room. He's sprawled out. So she had to like turn him around. And when she pulled him out, like it like broke his collarbone.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. But I mean, they're fucking like rubber.
Yeah. They're just not.
And you don't know.
Yeah.
We didn't know. We just thought, oh, it's going to be one of those crying kids. Great.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's crying because he's in pain. He's miserable because his collarbone is healing for the first few weeks. We didn't know. But yeah, so Taven and Jarek, that was a fun pregnancy. And actually that was a really easy pregnancy for twins. Like she had a very easy the labor and the birthing, that wasn't nearly as easy.
Would she really say the easy? Would she say that word?
Oh yeah. 100%. You know what? I tell you what. When you interview my wife, we'll make this happen. She can tell you the same story I'll tell you. You can get a different perspective. I'm sure I've already told it before, but the first pregnancy with Stryker, he was super easy. It was like literally 2 pushes and he was out. Easiest pregnancy ever. The twins, ridiculously easy. Like everybody, like women were getting mad at my wife because they're like, "This is bullshit. Your wife shouldn't be this happy."
Yeah, not with twins.
She should be miserable.
Not with twins.
And yeah, and she's got twins, and she's still happy, and no, like everything's fine. This is bullshit. Fuck you.
Whatever.
With Vesper, that's when cravings kicked in. That's when she really she got bigger with Vesper.
Wow.
Than she did with the twins, and she was a lot more uncomfortable this last time. So I don't know if it was just because it was a girl. I don't know, but whatever. We hadn't had any broken bones up until a couple of weeks ago, except for the broken collarbone. But
yeah.
A story that a lot of people don't even know. Like when we had our twins, they came, it wasn't too far off from the due date. I'm trying to remember exactly right, but it was pretty close. And she went into labor. Like literally the night before, I spent like an hour and a half like shampooing the carpet, and I had all the couches and shit in the kitchen. So for like a week, the fucking house looked ridiculous because we weren't here. It was just there. So she goes into labor at like 4 a.m. and she wakes me up and tells me, I'm like, oh shit, I knew this was going to happen. It's in the middle of February, or at the end of February. It's cold outside and we're in the middle of a blizzard. And our hospital is in another town about 45 minutes away.
Jeez.
Because it's a really good hospital.
Yep.
With a really great pediatrician who I respect more than you can possibly imagine, because our local hospital, not a huge fan. Most people are.
Yeah.
That's beside the point. So it's middle of snowstorm. So we're driving and it's getting worse. It's getting worse. We had to grab Stryker, throw him in the back seat, strap him in, get the pugs thrown back inside the house because I'm yelling at them and they're freaked out and I'm scaring them. And we get going and we're driving and it's so slow because I can't see a damn thing. light, brights, dims,
Yeah.
fog, doesn't matter. You
Yeah.
can't see anything. I can't see the lines on the road. And she's like, it's getting closer and closer, contract. I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't want to tell her. She's not going to be able to take an epidural.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say a damn thing because that's just going to put her over the edge. I'm going to be pushing this kid out on the side of the road. We get there, we get her inside, and then they break it to her because she's not thinking that.
Yeah.
She's the nurse, and she's not even thinking about it. She's like, what the fuck? No. I'm like, no, you can do it. It's fine.
It'll be fine.
She gets Taven out, all natural, like a fucking warrior. Then they're like, okay, since they're in separate wombs, would you like a spinal? Fuck yeah, shoot me up, please. So, like, with our first kid, nurse, push, stop pushing. Let me get your doctor. Doctor, push, plop, kid. That was it. Twins, we're in a fucking ER style room. There's like 12 people in here. They're everywhere. There's a woman sitting on a stool in the corner, like the bathroom attendant, with a box of Kleenexes. And I'm like, can I have a Kleenex? What? I assume that's why you're here? Because why else are you doing nothing?
Am I paying you?
Kleenexes.
Yeah.
Fuck. Give me a Kleenex. So they give her a spinal. She goes numb. And I mean, Jarrett coming out, yeah, I can see why his collarbone broke because it was awkward. But they got him out. Very easy pregnancy. The birth, not so much, but everything else, fantastic. And I mean, we were in and out both these times. Actually, all these times. Like she's had very, very good luck. But with the twins, since there were two of them, it was a little early, but not too terribly early, if I remember right. They were very susceptible to catching anything.
Yes.
And they were really, really cautious at first. And like, it was a day and a half. And my oldest, like, however old, he wasn't very old at the time. And he's like, they wouldn't even let him in the room, right? Because we're still like gowned up, masks and all, whole 9 yards when we would go see him and feed him. And like, he's hanging out with grandma outside the room, like just looking through the window, like, I want to see my fucking brothers. Come on,
what's going on?
Finally gets in like a day and a half later to see him. Over the moon. He's so happy because he's just great kid. Loves his brothers. Loves all his siblings.
Yeah.
Great kid. Well, he must have had a little sniffle. So less than a month later, I'm at work. Or no, the day before, like Taven just like, he's really off. And he's like wheezing and he can't like cough. He can't get like, it's like phlegm stuck in the back of your throat kind of, but we're talking about like a newborn here. Like, I don't know about that. So she called, it's in the middle of the night and she's like, okay, I don't like doing this, but watch this. And she like gives him a little pinch, which should make a baby cry. And he's like, she's like, this doesn't seem right. So she calls and whoever she gets, just somebody who doesn't give a fuck. Right. On the other end of the phone. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're overreacting. You just had a kid. Don't fret. She's like, okay, maybe you're right. She's like, I'm a nurse. I should know better. Maybe I am overreacting. The next day I'm at work and she calls me and says, he's like he's like, babies are supposed to be pink. He's not pink. He's not a good color. Fuck this. We're going in. I'm like, gone. Leave work, meet her there less than 5. I'm on my way. We're gone. And I'm looking at this kid. I'm like, oh my God, he looks horrible.
Turning blue.
It might as well have been.
Yeah.
We make that 45-minute drive in like less than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We're hauling ass. So we go into like, it's a children's clinic where our pediatrician meets us. And we put both the car seats on, we get him out. He's like, he looks at Taven first because he's obviously way worse. And he looks him over real quick. It's like, okay, looks at Jarek real quick, but not as closely because he can already tell.
Yeah, he's fine.
Puts him back. He's not fine, but he's not as bad.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, so they're very sick. We're going to get them rushed over to the hospital. We're like, oh, shit, okay. And then within a minute and a half, like the fucking SWAT team of ambulance drivers are in the room and we're like shell shocked now because like these people rush in, we're strapping kids in. He's like, okay, Jarek's not as bad. If you want to put him in the car seat, you can drive him over. Tony, you ride in the ambulance with Taven over to the hospital. Lindsay, you follow over, and he's just very calm, very cool, very collected.
That's good.
Don't freak out.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sitting there riding shotgun in the ambulance, just like, and
what's
the
happening?
gal driving it, she's just like trying to make me feel so much better about it.
Yeah.
Okay. We get in, and they take us to the ER. We go in, and then they like basically just lay them both on a table. And it's so weird because you've got like 7 of them, and they're all just like doing these tests, and they're poking, prodding, testing, and we're standing there with our thumbs up our ass, just like in tears, because we don't know what's going on. We know they're sick. We know they're in pain. We can't do anything for them. We just have to let them do their job. We feel completely helpless. We feel responsible. So like, okay, let's go just walk around for a minute, let them do their thing, and then we can come back. And oh boy. And we didn't know how severe it was. We didn't know how bad it was. We knew it wasn't good. We didn't know how bad it was, though. So we were back in like the NICU after this. Like they pumped him full of fluids and did this and did that or whatever. And, they're both back in the NICU less than a month after being born. Like this isn't good. And Jarrett got through it pretty quickly. He wasn't as bad. But Taven, we easily could have lost him.
Wow.
If we waited any longer to take them in. And it's so weird. Like you're in that moment, you're in that room, you're watching all these people you don't know take care of your children because there's nothing you can do for them, and you just have to put your trust because you are helpless in this moment.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that. It's just a helpless feeling. It's just
it's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful. And you've barely gotten to know these kids. But it doesn't matter. They're your kids, and now you want to do nothing but protect them, and you can't do shit.
Yeah.
You're helpless, and that's one of the worst feelings we've ever had. And luckily we were both there for it, because otherwise I don't know how I wouldn't have been able to handle it. She probably would have been fine. I would have been a mess. Like I was a mess.
Yeah.
And she was trying to hold it together, and then she looks over at me and sees I'm not holding it together, and then she loses it. Oh, sorry, let's go for a walk. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was really, and not a lot of people know that, because we don't, I don't know, you don't want to like broadcast. I know people personally in this town and other people in my life who are like, every little thing that happens, whether it's big or not, are just going to shove it down people's throats. My kid's this. Oh my God, they had a cold once and they almost died. Okay.
That's nice.
That's great.
That's nice.
But
no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I debated on whether to share that story, and but it's part of life, and
it's part of the deal.
It is.
Become a parent. It's gonna happen.
To some
degree.
I really don't think these fuckers know how much we care about them.
Oh, absolutely not. I know it's cliche, but you become your parents, you find out how much, I care about you. Oh, God. Yeah. Now I feel horrible for being a bastard 10 years ago. You find out later. Like, that's just it. You find out too late, and then you can't show your appreciation enough to your parents for being as strict as they were. And
Yep.
It's all cyclical.
Yeah.
And that's another one of the great things about doing podcasts like this, because, and I know Chicken's talked about this before, but like I hope my kids like me enough to the point when they're older that they want to learn more about me when I wasn't an old whatever.
Yeah.
And they can go, okay, what was he thinking when I was a kid? And they can go back and listen to something like this. And
absolutely,
because when they're pissed at me when they're a teenager, I took the car away or took the phone away or said you're grounded, and they can look back. Well, beyond that, I still love them, and that's the thing, especially in moments like that when you feel helpless as a parent because through no fault of your own and just sheer chance something goes wrong, and there's nothing you can do about it but be there for them and love them and support them and try to get them what they need. Like, it's those moments you can't get back, so you've got to cherish it. And I just you're right. Like, you want them to know how much you care for them.
Yeah.
But will they ever truly know? Not until way later, and when they have their own kids. Probably.
Not until I'm in a casket, probably. So
yeah, it's all fuck, nostalgia. You had to wait till I'm dead. Thanks a lot.
I guess he really did like me. Strange. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know. I hate to. I'm gonna bring it real down now.
Bring it down.
Yeah.
I think we've already done that.
Telling my father I loved him. I didn't do it enough, and I did it a lot right before he passed, and so and I had a lot of people telling me, because we knew he had brain cancer for a long time, so it was not wasn't a surprise. Like, he's like a week and he's gone. We knew for years, so it was good. We get to spend.
I don't know if that's worse or like that's something I always wonder. Like the people that lose people unexpectedly from something that awful. Like, is it worse being drawn out? Or
No,
is it...
well, I guess it just depends, right? Like we had like 3.5, 4 good years with my father where he was,
which is fantastic.
Yeah,
they didn't give you that much. They didn't expect that much, did they?
Well, when you get brain cancer, it's like I forget what the number is now, but it's not a good number. Like, it's not a good number of survival. But they caught it early enough where they scooped out a chunk of his brain, and so he had chemo and radiation, and he recovered really, really well. So they said they actually said he was young for this disease. So that most people that get it are significantly older. So so I think that's why he recovered well from the surgery and that type of thing. So yeah, it was drawn out.
But you're glad it was, because he wasn't miserable watching him just like tailspin.
It wasn't like he was withering for 4 years. You know what I mean? Like
that's good.
He was able to do stuff and travel and spend time with my mother. And spend time with,
oh God, you hate seeing that where the people are so far gone that they can't even like leave the hospital or their house because they have to be on bed rest, and all you want to do in your last moments is like see the world or be with your loved ones. And especially these last few years with the COVID thing, the people that had to pass on without any support or love.
That was an abomination. Like that should, like,
absolutely,
whoever made that rule, they should be drug out of the street and shot. Fuck,
it's unbelievable because you're looking at somebody who's already been given a death sentence. That's already on the table.
Yeah.
And now you're going to tell
we
them
don't endorse violence here at the K.O.E. Nation.
Days, weeks, whatever, with the people that they want to see.
And then you can't have a funeral.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah. So
that's right. We postponed those too.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Just
Christ.
Yeah. That was gross. That was.
I'm so glad I live where I live. I can't imagine what it was like further east where you are. I cannot.
We're surrounded by crazy in New Hampshire. It's just surrounded by crazy. Yeah. Maine is just as bad as Massachusetts and Vermont. So it's crazy. The government anyway. But so
the amount of stuff people gave up on a whim.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Didn't even blink an eye. That's funny that you say that, because I was thinking about, I made one post at the beginning of COVID, and I said, if the government can shut your business down and force you to stay home, are you free?
No.
And no one answered that question on Facebook. I was really disappointed.
The answer
with
is
that.
no.
Yeah.
Unequivocally. No.
Yeah. Of course it's no, but then people just ignore it and just be like, well, it's for the greater good.
See,
it's just stupid.
It took me a long time to come around to that, because I get made fun of being the normie and whatever. But no, there's a reason I lean the way I do, and I definitely lean a lot further right in a lot of regards, especially that one, because once the rights start blurring into that gray area and you're okay with it, and you don't think, why am I okay with it? Wait, I shouldn't be okay with it.
If your rights,
you have to do your own internal critical.
If your rights are blurring, if you're sorry, I interrupting you.
No, you're right. No,
if your rights are blurring at all, then you don't have them. It's not.
Exactly.
It's just the idea that the government can just declare a national emergency, and then you lose your right to association, your right to assemble, your right to free speech. I mean, people were censored. ridiculous.
It's so easy for them to make it seem so selfish. That's the problem.
Oh yeah.
It
Oh,
was
you just
so
want to you just want a
easy.
haircut. You just want a haircut.
Yeah, it's so easy to push that you're being selfish.
Yeah.
You don't care about everybody else. You're just being selfish. They spun it so fantastically that they had me for a little bit in some regards, but at the other, I'm like, I'm not in a place where I have to worry about this too much.
Yeah.
Like there was about a 2-week stretch there, like right into the beginning of summer, where I was like, okay, this is kind of getting real. And it was an old like 90s country music star died from COVID, allegedly. And that was like the same week, like everybody started taking it real serious. And we're just like walking around our little town, and literally everybody was doing the same thing. Like everybody was just like, no, I have to get out of the fucking house. We weren't really locked down either. That's the weird thing.
No.
Nebraska didn't really lock down much except for the big areas. And my little town never really did. Like essential worker, what the fuck? Like literally almost everybody in town kept going to work.
Yeah.
Masks, it took a long time for that to become, but it was like a unanimous thing across town. Like everybody's like, no, I got to get out. And we're not going to get real close, but like we'll wave at each other from the street, the sidewalk, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But everybody was being like cool about that, but it was like all at the same time. We all just like started walking around the neighborhood. It's a nice day, but you could tell everybody's kind of like uneasy and on edge. And then within a month, we all went back going, yeah, no, nobody needs to fucking worry about this. We were like freaked out for a second, but no, let's remember why we weren't freaked out to begin with. And I'm glad it didn't get nuts here. Like some places in Nebraska, yes, but in reality world, not Lincoln or Omaha.
Well,
we all pretty much, we were fine.
We had a 4th of July barbecue, so we didn't care at all. So I should read my invite. I basically said, like, you're an adult, you make the decision. If we're not going to mask here, so if you're uncomfortable with that, don't come. Like, you want to choose that, that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna make fun of you, but I want to, but I won't. I won't. So, but no, it's just, and this is how we should be treated as a society. You're an adult, I'm an adult. If you decide to go out, you're risking certain things. And this is on a daily basis, even without a pandemic going on, right? Like you can step off the sidewalk, get hit by a bus. You're risking certain things to go outside, be a free person, and associate with other people. And you're
if you want to live in a bubble, you can live in a bubble.
Absolutely.
That's your own personal choice,
Absolutely.
But you can't. And it goes back onto the social norms now. It's the same thing now, because you can do what you want to make yourself happy, whether it's wearing a mask, wearing a dress, whatever. But I shouldn't have to change my life to make you feel more comfortable about yours. We can both be individuals and make our own selves happy, because that's freedom. When you have to make me change my way of living just so you can feel whatever it is you want to feel, no, then freedoms are starting to be taken away. And it's not selfishness, it's not racism, it's not homophobia. It's just, why do I have to change my lifestyle because you're freaked out about something that may or may not be a pandemic or whatever?
Because it's for the greater good.
And yeah,
Tony,
that was
for
the
the
thing that
greater
finally
good.
like got me. I think COVID is what finally like pushed me way over the center line. Like just because like when a Phil K.O.E is telling you about freedoms and rights, and he says it in his Phil K.O.E way, you're like, you kind of sound like an asshole when you say it that way. But when we're like just sitting here talking about it, you're like, no, that makes way more sense. And yes, that's true, but I don't like your delivery.
Yeah.
You sound too much like Rush Limbaugh over there. I don't know if I like that.
My wife said she can't listen to him. I
think my wife is one of the only people that can.
Yeah.
She loves Phil. And I don't know why.
I love Phil. We don't. Phil and I have had at it a couple of times, so it is what it is. And like, no, I love.
Always piss off everybody.
Oh yeah. I just
no.
He doesn't piss me off, but I just disagree with some of the way he interprets
Everyone
the
has to
Constitution.
You can take it in stride
because he's completely wrong.
Not go, I never want to see that motherfucker again. Then you're good. Once you get past that, once you know he's just trying to set you off, It's fun. Like, he was even trying to do it today over the fucking almond milk. Like, come on. At this point, like, I'm just having fun with you.
Who you have a personal chat with all the guys from Big Bucket and yeah. And the hot topic of the day, or really the last 3 weeks, is like almond milk because according to the farmer Phil, it is not real milk.
Not real milk.
It's damnation and sin to have almond milk. How dare you take away from the milk producers of the dairy farms across these great nifty 50 United States? How dare you take money out of their pocket, good sir? I say to you, where do you find a nipple on an almond? You will not find it. You cannot harvest milk from an almond.
I almost couldn't say it better myself.
Or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, that sounded just like Phil. Really. Yeah.
Well done.
So,
Well done.
a
I was
lot.
going more for like Baptist.
Yeah.
Same vein.
Yeah. It was a Southern Baptist, but yeah. I know. I don't like the way he interprets the Constitution. Sometimes it gives the way he does it. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that it gives the government more power than he should be giving it.
Perfect interpretation.
It's uncomfortable sometimes. I'm like, you don't see this? Like, you're smart. Come on, man. Come on.
It is. That's the frustrating part. Like, when you see something that's like, there's an interpretation here that you're not quite seeing because you don't want to see it.
Oh yeah.
That's when I'm like,
communism and propaganda.
I'm like, but maybe that's what you want, so I'm going to try not to get frustrated because you're doing it intentionally because you know you're wrong.
Well, he definitely.
There's a lot of times when he knows he's fucking wrong, but he ain't going back down.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how.
Well,
hard.
I mean, he definitely loves to egg you on for sure.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I mean, he's prodding you. He's prodding you constantly. So
yeah,
never.
But
never. I would
all right,
never
Norman.
prod.
This is we. I know we started on. I don't even remember what we started on, and we went to kid injuries, and then
bathroom attendants that smell like
smelled like urine.
Hotel hot tub waiters.
Bartenders. Yeah, this has been a cornucopia episode for sure. So,
Bronco.
all right, man. Tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find me over Linktree/Big Buckin for the Dog and Chicken Show, Hazard Analysis, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, K.O.E Nation, all the Big Buckin Empire shows. So many. And yeah, TikTok, Tony the Rod. It's very simple. And yeah, if you think China's spying on you, they absolutely are. And if you want to keep using TikTok, well, God bless you. I'm still over there sometimes turning videos.
Go find that Chinese Tony fucking G.
Find it. All
right, folks. You know how to get a hold of me, Brendan at dadsww.com. You can, if you're watching this video, you can see my little headline there at Your Politics Sucks on Twitter. And that's my fun page. I just make fun of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and all the other stupid politicians out there, including, well, if Orange Man were on there, I'd make fun of him as well. So
I'm on Truth now. It's way better.
It's way better. That's where I go make fun of China.
Better.
And
Run sanctimonious.
Or if you can't stand me, hate mail at dadsww.com. So head over to Facebook, head over to Instagram, head over to Twitter, and check us out, dadsww. And we're that's Facebook and Twitter, and then dadsww podcast on Instagram. All right, folks.
Scrolling at the bottom. Hope everybody's watching this on video.
Yeah, because I'm sure I will edit this and put it on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Eventually, I'll make one of my kids learn to do it.
A year later.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Classic episode of Dads Worldwide.
This has been a great episode, man. It was a lot of fun. So
This was great.
We made people laugh. We probably made someone cry, and we most definitely made someone a better parent. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming on, and all you folks have a fantastic, day, evening, morning, whenever you listen to this. Later.
Dad. And so that was that episode of Dads Worldwide. But folks, I found it. It took a little bit of hunting, but I found it. My guest appearance on Dads Worldwide. It's called Democrats Cower at His Feet. I found it. We're going to pull this up, folks. And this I'm looking forward to. I had a really fun time recording this. This was my appearance on Dad's Worldwide with Brendan Roy, folks, where we get into all things dad, and we might get into the wider world of politics just a little bit. Let's get right into this, folks. Alrighty. Bam. There we go. Almost got you. So, folks, this is my appearance on Dad's Worldwide with Brendan Roy. Without further ado, let's get right into this one, folks.
What's going on, people? For those of you who follow me on social media, I jump on this show every now and then called Big Buck and Empire, and have discussions, political discussions. And one of those people that I have discussions with is the Phil K.O.E. He joins the show tonight, and well, I mean, you're listening to this, so it's just whenever you listen to it, so it's not going to be tonight, but he joins the show. We have a great conversation. We have many wonderful laughs on the politicians' expense, at their expense. So I hope you enjoy. It was a lot of fun, and Phil answered the dad questions, and that alone is worth the price of admission. All right, folks. Don't forget to hit me up, Brendan at dadsww.com. Thanks for listening.
Dads Worldwide. The first word in family management, family budgeting, insurance, bills, food, vacations, research and development, homework, emails, phone calls. Last week we tried to do an oil change and ended up with a new car. Security. Doors are locked, windows shut, house alarm is set. Fingerless gloves. Dads Worldwide. Loyal listeners, possibly you.
Crack every knuckle before you get into the fight.
No fight here, Phil. All friends. Welcome to another episode of Dad's Worldwide. And tonight, you may recognize him from, what was it, 2 years ago? Yeah, it had to be 2 years ago, from the election night, I mean, battle royale that we had. Phil K.O.E., welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me here, Brendan. Right here at Dad's Worldwide, Dad's Intercontinental, Dad's a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere. An amazing podcast, but it is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me, of course, at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. That is K as in King, O is in, oh my God, you can find K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. E is in, I'm extremely happy to know I can find K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. So, yes, folks, all very on brand. And I have returned here this evening to Dad's interballistic, intercontinental, international, foreign and domestic. Folks, it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you. God bless every last one of you. God bless America. And I'm looking forward to this amazing evening.
Thank you, sir. And last time we had you on, because we were doing this debate, I thought it was going to be more of a discussion, ended up being a debate. I didn't get to ask you the dad question, so I'm going to start off. You have one, correct?
Yes, one
daughter. All right.
Yep.
Well,
God help me,
Dad. Yeah, I know. I have a 3-year-old, and I'm like, oh my God. Oh, and boy. How old's your daughter?
13. Yep.
I don't look
Get
forward
ready.
to that.
Get
I
ready.
know.
Yes.
I would never make fun of you. I would never laugh at you. I would only look at my future.
I was about to say, look into your future. But yeah, it's coming. Yeah, these kids, they grow like corn stalks. You like blink a few times. And
I know.
What happened? Like,
I have a 10-year-old. I'm like I'm blown away every time I see him. He's going to be taller than I am. So
it's one of the things like why I try to be kind of chill as a parent, because like they're not going to be this little for all that long anyways.
I mean, that's why I'm trying to spend as much time as possible with them. So I joke, but I say that I hang out with them now because they like me right now. So, and so,
yeah. And
I hope that's not far from the truth when they get older, but
yeah. Because like, even at this age, I'm still hero dad, like She doesn't hate me. So it's like I've done something right, all right? Because it's usually around the age where teenagers start to hate at least one of their parents.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens. Hopefully I can get through this. But like let me knock on wood now, and I'll report back to y'all in a few years, see how that's going.
All right. Well, I'm rooting for you here.
Question one, sir.
Question
I'm
one.
quite curious.
What has been your proudest dad moment? I know there's a lot.
Okay. I know this is cheating. But I have to do this. It's a tie. It is a tie.
All right.
One was when she was 7, and she had never seen Star Wars. Had no idea what Star Wars even was.
Yep.
And we watched the first movie on like a Tuesday. And then Wednesday, we watched the second movie. And I think she had like kindergarten, maybe first or second grade. I forget which one. But really, really young kiddo. And we watched the second movie, and there's a scene where Obi-Wan never told you. He told me enough. He told me you killed him. And he goes, "No, I am your father." My daughter goes, turns to me, "Is that true?" And then when Luke spells it, "No," she knows it's true. And it's just like, oh my goodness. I'm like, yes, look at that shit. I just made your childhood magical, motherfucker. Like, I didn't say it exactly like that, sprinkled more, tacked on it than that. And then the other one came much more recently was, and by the way, with that one, she then looked at me. It was like 11 o'clock at night. She's like, "Dad, can we watch the third movie?" I'm like, "Fuck yes, we're watching the third movie right now." Popped it in. She fell asleep like 30 seconds after the credits hit on the third movie. And I'm like, yes, look at that shit.
To be fair, the credits are quite long on those movies. So.
Yes, but the minute out.
Oh.
So she stayed awake to the very last scene and then out 30 seconds later. I'm like, nice, well done.
Yeah.
And then so that one from when she was very young, as she's gotten older, my daughter and I, we have differences in philosophy, in politics, in political philosophy, in just general, like everything. From theology, there's differences that we have. And she was kind of nervous about expressing them because from a lot of other members of her family, differences like that are just not tolerated. And so she thought she was going to get the same from me. And I was like, no, I'm your father. It is my responsibility to deliver you to a healthy adulthood. It's not my job to police what it is you think. I care about the epistemology and how you are able to properly form a good rational thought. It's not my job to police what the contents of your mind are. And after that, we had a really good catharsis. And after that, like, we talk about everything, it's great having this kind of like ability to, like, she trusts me with pieces of her life that normally, like, a lot of fathers don't get to hear because they're like, no, I'm not going to judge you because you think X, Y, or Z. Okay. And so that, when we reached that catharsis, when she knew she could trust me with even thoughts that, like, she's not allowed to entertain in other areas, that was one of my proudest moments as a father.
That's awesome, man. That's a way to teach your kid how to critically think about things, allowing them to free express, maybe correct them here and there, but allowing them to talk or letting, and then them willing to share that's phenomenal, man. That's awesome.
Yep. Don't get me wrong. There are times I'm like,
that's not going to work.
I don't know about that. Like, it's like, why? But like, what I do a lot is a question that I use is, what do you mean by that? And I don't just do that like with her, but I do that like in the wider area of, like, in all the places that I go on these different varying panels, when I have guests on K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Come on, I'm never above shameless self-promotion. But rather than like, how do you define that? Which is kind of the standard question of the day. People ask you, how do you define that? Which sounds so confrontational and almost like kind of courtroomy. Like when you ask, what do you mean by that? like you actually kind of drill down to what's actually trying to be discussed here, and that's when you can get some.
Oh yeah, of course.
Answers.
You're forcing them to justify their reason. You're forcing them to really think about why they came to that conclusion and try to have them drill it down to a logical conclusion. So, yeah, I think that's great. That's a great question to ask.
Yeah, but like I said, like how do you define that versus what do you mean by that? It's almost the same question, but one is way less confrontational.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a good way, like especially when like a kid, you're trying to help her, like get to a certain point, and like I'm not trying to guide you there, but I'm trying to like, okay, so what do you mean by that? So why is that? Like, and so I would say we probably both moderate our views a little bit when we're around each other, but at the same time, we're both trying to understand the other.
Absolutely. Awesome. That is great. All right. Second question here. Let's go with
Bring it on.
What is one skill that you'd like to master?
One skill that I would like to master that I currently don't. My God. I don't know. I mean, being a jack of all trades and every
I knew you were going to say
thing that I apply myself at. Gosh, I guess I'd like to bone up a little bit more on the piano. Okay. I used to play guitar a lot back in the day, and bass guitar and such. Piano, and like, this is going to sound like so weird, but like I've always really loved a harpsichord. Like, I know it's not a very popular instrument these days, but like a harpsichord, like a piano, like my grandma had a great piano, but it also had a pedal where it could become like a harpsichord. Yeah. And so without that pedal, it would have these long, haunting notes. But with the harpsichord, it was just immediate, and you got the complete fullness of the note up front. And so to me, I never got as deep into piano as I could have because life. So that's one thing. If I were to advance one skill greater in life, it'd probably be something along the lines of piano, or like my old man. He's an electrician, carpenter, welder. I probably need to ask him a few more electrician questions.
Yeah. I mean, when you're a farmer, man, you have to be all those things. Yeah.
Like he's taught me his secret sauce to welding. So like that's invaluable, because he kind of combines carpentry and welding, which is kind of the way he builds things. Like, like
did you just dovetail
joint the only thing that breaks these welds apart. So
did you just dovetail join that? What is going on?
Yeah, and he'll make sure it's all measured properly, and like taught me all this while we were building a chicken tractor.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So those are the kind of skills, because to me, I was even just telling this to my daughter the other day, that you can strive if you want to be, like, say, the best welder in the world, or if you want to be the best like baton twirler in the world, or whatever the thing is, you can strive to be that. But there's only one person that can be the best welder in the world. There's only one person that can be the best swimmer in the world. There's only one person that can be the best X, Y, or Z in the world. But if you work on a talent stack, if you have a unique stack of talents, that makes you invaluable to almost any organization. Because guess what? The world's greatest welder the New York Stock Exchange don't give a fuck about the world's greatest welder. They just don't care. So that's, in terms of skills, that's something I always kind of emphasize, is make sure you've got an excellent talent stack.
Yeah.
And then, world beating a path to your door and such.
There you go. Well, that leads me to my next question, actually, which was, what was the most important thing your dad has passed on to you?
Boy, howdy. Gosh, that's a tough one. Like, other than work ethic, your hand is never too big for a broom or a hammer.
I like it.
Honesty. You need to actually have integrity, or people aren't going to give a damn about you. It took me a second to remember this, because I wanted to get the quote exactly right. This is a lesson that my grandfather taught my father, who taught this to me, and he learned it from his father. Okay, so this is family wisdom that's gotten us through 4 generations, and it's rang true as from the moment I heard it to this very moment that you hear it from me now. It can take a lifetime to build a good reputation, and you can blow it all in a minute.
Yep.
Okay, and so like that's your integrity and your reputation is an actual possession. And so that's like it can be taken from you, it can be destroyed by yourself, and yes, it can even be bought and sold. And so that's it's like it or not, like, yeah, we know we can all think off the top of our heads at least 3 people that they sold that integrity down the river because the paycheck was big enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, so it can take you a lifetime to build that good reputation, but it can all be gone in a moment. And then also, I mean, just like basic stuff, like a killing frost is at least 5 hours of 28 degrees. And then the live embryos of the seeds that you're trying to grow for seed crop for next year aren't going to make it if they've been exposed to 5 hours of 20. Like I could keep going. Like my father taught me so much that I know in this life. I mean, how to read a balance sheet, the fact that a lot of idiots think that profit and loss is the most important 2 numbers to look at in a company. No. Even a good company can come back from a bad year. It's assets and liabilities. Those are the 2 big numbers.
Yeah.
So how to deal with bankers, how to like the list goes really fucking long. How to, kernel of corn should probably be planted about 2 knuckles deep. I know, super scientific, but that's actually how we measure. Like, okay, it's 2 knuckles deep. That's good enough. So that's like most important thing.
Well, you guys don't hand plant. You guys have like
no, we've got like actual planters, but when we get out and dig behind them to see how they're planting, we make sure they're 2 knuckles deep. Otherwise, they're not planting properly.
Yeah.
So yeah, like even like just your finger, our finger is still the measurement.
That's awesome.
Like I could go on and on. Like but like I said, the most
no, we got more questions. We got more questions.
I was about to say I can filibuster you. I mean, I am the filibuster Phil. But yes, I think the reputation thing, that's probably the most important thing.
Yeah, that's huge. It took me a while to learn that. All right. Not that I was that bad. I just 1 or 2 incidents I wish I could change, All right.
If you don't make it to the end of this life if you make it to the end of this life with no regrets, you did not really live.
Yeah, seriously, right? That's when people say that to me, like, I don't regret anything I've done. I'm like, really? Like not like one thing
you've had on this earth. Like, Jesus, no, you should have a handful of regrets.
I was gonna say I could think of quite a few I could take if I would take back if I could.
I mean, you took some risks in this life.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
What's one childish thing that you still enjoy to do?
Okay. Full disclosure, it's something that me and the kiddo like still do is and she's got this big old Lego tower that she's building on.
Yeah.
And she keeps building up and up and up on it. And actually, hang on just 1 second. I'm going to grab it real quick. It's right there. Hang on.
All right. For those of you only listening to the podcast, Phil is out of camera getting a tower. Oh, geez. There we go. Yeah.
So yeah, she will just keep building on this thing and building up and up and up on it. And it's a big son of a bitch. And while she's doing this, I'll be clicking on my computer, talking with her, and sometimes even throw a piece or 2 on here with her. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. And
we will talk life and truth and just all kinds of just craziness. And it's like, this isn't what we do all the time, but like, this has been like 3 months of just like putting a few pieces on, and we're just talking about like, God, religion. We're talking about human courtship. Talking about like any kinds of crazy shit. Like it's So, and I don't know if it's childish or just like me letting her. And what's funny is like I took a bucket of some of them from my dad's house, which my grandma bought for him back in the 50s and 60s.
Oh,
so there's some pieces in here that are from the 1950s and 1960s, and some that I bought for her like in 2012.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny that's all together right there.
Oh, that's awesome. That's it's great that it's something you guys are doing together.
So yeah, that's that if you want like one childish thing that I still participate in, it would probably that would be the number one thing.
Nice. All right. What's the one thing you hope your child learns from you?
Very much the same lesson about your reputation.
Yep.
And also the art of persuasion, if wielded properly, is more powerful than gravity. Gravity is thought to be the most powerful force in this universe. But if you're good enough at persuading enough smart people, they will build you a rocket that can break a gravity well of a planet. And eventually, if you're good enough, you're going to persuade enough people to break the gravity well of a goddamn black hole, of Jupiter, fucking anything. The sun, if we want to, enough. Like, that's what I mean when persuasion is more powerful than gravity. If you ever heard, there's a thing called a fusion candle, where theoretically it's a device that could literally move Jupiter or a star. And it's something that it's a two-sided, basically torch, think of like a cutting torch, and you have it fall into the planet. The cutting torch starts blowing in one side to counteract gravity, and then it blows on the other side to start actually moving the mass of the planet. So if we wanted to, with enough persuasion power, move the very stars in our galaxy. So yes, persuasion, if wielded properly, is more powerful than gravity itself. And so that would be the most important lesson, if I could impart to her, would be that.
What could go wrong with that torch? I mean, really, moving the planet. I mean, nothing.
Hey, you know, science, it's kind of the joke of science is all about coulda, not shoulda.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. I think 3 more questions here. Toilet paper, over or under? And there is a right answer.
Over, and anyone else that does it under is a suspect communist.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
Possibly
like, maybe Al Qaeda. I think that's reasonable.
I was going to say definitely a triple commie for sure.
Oh, definitely a triple commie, a quadruple Marxist, an octuple Leninist. I don't even know what that means, but it's got to be bad.
What is one piece of advice you would give to new fathers?
Oh, God. I only have one valuable piece of advice to new fathers, mothers, parents of any kind. The things that annoy you now the things that annoy the shit out of you. Screaming, crying, whining, drooling little baby that keeps you up all night, kicking its legs at you, having to change diaper, those things that annoy you now will be the things you miss more than anything down the road. Like, I cannot tell you what I would not give to have that again. And so that is my advice to new parents, is truly enjoy that.
Yes. Enjoy the moment.
Because it does not last long.
I think that's great advice. All right. Last question. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Ooh. Technically, isn't it sort of a bread taco?
I'll go with that. It's a no. Perfect. I love it.
No, I don't know if I mean, also, like, if you take a pizza and fold it in half, is it a taco?
No. I mean, because you have corn tortillas and not flour tortilla.
But you can have flour tortilla. To me, any pizza can potentially become a taco if you believe in yourself.
You're persuaded?
Yeah, like I think like no, I believe in myself. This is a taco. I can eat this fucker. I don't get like no, I can do it. I'm not scared.
What are you doing with that guacamole? Nothing.
Guacamole. So the final question was hot dog, sandwich, or no?
Yep.
Okay, that's fair. And then I guess the next question is cereal soup.
Whoa. Mind blowing here.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like soup always has vegetables and some type of protein.
I mean, cereal's got whole grains.
Yeah, yeah, I guess. That's funny.
Now, there's people that it's called secondhand smoking, but like to me, I like to think of I'm like a secondhand vegetarian because like on occasion I eat grass-fed beef.
Yeah.
So that's secondhand veg because like the shit I ate just this one thing. So that sort of counts.
That's like having salad and steak all at the same time.
That's not a problem.
Yeah,
Like,
not at all. Not at all.
Like to me though, like I've said this many times, I'm offered a salad, I'll just like, I'm sorry, sir, ma'am. Salad is what food eats.
Yeah. It's true.
Now bring me my very large cut of red meat.
All right, Phil. That's the end of the dad questions. Thank you, sir. I know that some of them are a little tougher than others, but now, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. We haven't spoken in quite a while, but do you have a New Year's resolution that you're going to disappoint yourself with in a month? Just curious, throwing that out there.
I don't do New Year's resolutions, but
Yeah.
for every year, I have the same resoluteness as I have with every day, and that is to live my life to the extreme. And so every day, you see, because people ask, what does it mean to be extreme? To live your life to the extreme is to topple oneself and to conquer oneself every day and never following the worst advice you ever got in your life. Everybody's giving you this advice and they mean well, but it's the worst advice you have ever gotten in your life. And every time you get it, you need to ignore it immediately. Just be yourself. No! Be better than yourself. It's not like you couldn't stand a little bit of improvement. It's like all of us could improve a little bit. We could all be either a better husband or father or boyfriend or son or like, and for all the ladies in the audience, you could all be a better mother, a better sister, a better daughter, a better, like, we could all be better in this life. We could all improve. So folks, that is what it is to live to the extreme. And that's the only way that I'm going to live for every day, let alone just a flip of the year on the calendar.
Yes, sir. Man, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm not really one for resolutions, but I'm always trying to be better. Like you said, that's exactly what I was going to say. I fail constantly. Just ask my wife. But yeah. But I really do. I really try to be better. I try to be a great employee. I'm going to be try to be a great business owner soon. I'm going to be. I try to be a great husband, a great father, a great brother, a great son. Yeah, I don't always succeed, but I really do try. So yeah, try to be better. That's great. Great.
So yes, live your life to the extreme. So basically, you're a denizen and a citizen of the K.O.E. Nation. Basically, I mean, you've already passed your citizenship test. Yeah. Place your hand upon the Bible.
Yeah. Do I have to say China?
China. And do you renounce China in all its ways?
In all its evil ways. And the Rocket Man. Okay, well, I didn't want to talk about Trump first. I just want to talk about the reps, the Republicans in the House of Representing. They finally get the power and they can't get a speaker. They've had 8 votes and I
think it's 11 now.
Is it 11 now?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. The last I checked was 8.
And they got closer because they got it's only a matter of time because they got Marjorie Taylor Greene to crack.
Oh, did they
And
really?
so
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
only, but like they ain't got enough yet. But if they got Marjorie Taylor Greene to crack, they must have taken her to the back. The Great Spider must be like, no, you don't understand, Marjorie Taylor Greene. It must happen because it's like as people know, in 2024, I'm running for president of the United States of America, and my big plan is when I go to the back and they take me to the Great Spider or the Aliens Illuminati, I'm just gonna be doing this shit. Like,
your phone.
just like live streaming that shit. Like, okay, and so how many aliens are looking down at us right now? Oh, there's like 58 different civilizations that are all watching us. We're like a giant reality show. Motherfucker, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Like, oh yeah, yeah, that. And if we were in like the Marvel, DC, multiverse shit, it's like when people arrive here, we're like, yeah, we're in the Trump timeline.
Yeah.
It's just the easiest way to explain it to folks.
Orange Man timeline.
Yep.
Orange Man.
Now, what was the question again, sir?
Well, I think they finally.
Oh yes.
The House. They can't seem to get a speaker together. I've already seen people say that they finally got power and they can't even get their act together to get a speaker voted in. So the question,
as somebody that wants to see to make sure that Joseph R. Biden is given the full jurisprudence and due process of the investigative powers that are very much owed in his direction. I want to make sure that we get all the concessions we need to make sure that McCarthy doesn't try. The minute he said, well, we're not just going to, impeach Biden all willy-nilly, that's when we knew, oh, fuck, he's compromised. The Great Spider got to him. You don't understand, McCarthy. The Great Spider, head of the Illuminati, whatever, pick your conspiracy end boss, okay? And whoever that is that they talk to.
Yeah.
So they got to Marjorie Taylor Greene today.
Oh my God.
But they got to McCarthy a while ago. And to me, it's like, no, if you're going to undercut it, then what the fuck is the point of even having these committees all filled with folks if we're not even going to be able to fucking do the investigations that we actually want to do? So I'm afraid McCarthy's got to give a few more concessions. And it's like, I forget, it was, I believe, Chicken in one of our side chats. Somebody asked, so what happens if they can't get a Speaker of the House? Chicken goes, they can't spend our taxes more. I'm like, well, kind of, sort of, technically. But like the Babylon B article you put, it's like, Speaker or McCarthy says we won't be able to send more money to Ukraine if I'm held up. And what's funny is I sent that to a bunch of moderate normies and they had no idea why that was funny. Like, I was like, wow, holy shit. Like, yeah, they unironically thought, like, if it didn't say Babylon B, if it said CNN, they would have, like, completely agreed with it. Like,
then is that a moderate normie, the one that doesn't understand the Warhawk take on something? Like, I don't know. I guess, I guess that is a moderate.
Unironically pro-Ukraine discussion. It's like, wow, okay, all righty. But so to me, we can eventually get there. We will get there.
Yeah. Well, I was listening
eventually going to get it, but he's going to have to make some concessions. If not, Steve Scalise is a real good pick. Now, Jim Jeffries, every time I hear him talk, I'm like, oh boy, howdy.
Yeah.
This guy, every time he gets a new speech, like, you can kind of feel like he's starting to feel as though it's like, hey, you know what? Maybe I should be Speaker of the House. You're all right. I should. And like, so, yeah, this is going to be a fun couple of years because, oh, God almighty, Biden, like, that fucker is getting impeached. Like, it's going to be fucking hilarious to watch. Like,
not if the Republicans can't get their act together, but that's
Biden's only hope. Is
really,
like
it seriously is.
Months.
It seriously is. The representative, I think his name's Andy Biggs. I heard him on a show, I think yesterday, and he was talking about how they said, we will vote for you if you do a balanced budget amendment. He said no. If you will go back to Trump era border protection, and he said no. And then they offered him another concession, and he was just like, no. Like, and they'll read the bill. They wanted 72 hours to actually review bills that are going through Congress. and he wouldn't agree to that. This is like this is the most inane thing. And I was just listening to Ron Paul the other day. It's so funny. Like when he first went into Congress, he's like, "Yeah, we read every bill. That's what you're supposed to do." Like he's just Dr. Paul is just like, this is insane. Like they put a bill up. It's been out in the hands of the representative for 8 hours, if that, and they're voting on it. It's insane. It's ridiculous. 4,000 page bills. You can't read them. So McCarthy is so far is completely unwilling to kowtow to anybody. I mean, he's arrogant enough that he just, as soon as Nancy Pelosi moved out of the office, he moved himself right in. So I think you're right. He's going to have to concede a lot because it's going to take some time. But yeah, I do believe that he will get it. It's not going to be quick unless he actually
That's like
concedes.
what they're wanting is any one member of Congress can recall your House speakership. And so he's like, motherfucker, I am not going to be at the goddamn mercy of Boebert and fucking and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, no. Yeah. So he's like, he could probably get away with like 6. Any 6 Republicans can recall you. And if he does that, he'll probably get it, because really we just want to make sure that he doesn't fuck over the investigations. Because if he does that, then fuck him and he can go right out the door, because it's time. We need to audit Biden and Joe and Hunter's joint checking account, see what's been going on in there. And yeah, like the impeachment hearings are going to be coming shortly thereafter.
So speaking of Mr. Sleepy Joe, who do you think is going to be the Democrat nominee? I cannot imagine it's him, and I can't imagine it's Kamala Harris. So who do they go to?
You're going to hate me here, but the Democrats, they don't want to pull this card yet, because they have one card for when they're in desperate, dire straits and they think they have 0% chance of winning, and they can go from not being able to win at all to 100% chance they are going to win. Okay? It's the one ace in the hole, and Kamala Harris ain't it. Joe Biden, basically, if he decides to run, got a 50-50 shot, basically. But if he can't crack 80 million votes, it doesn't matter if he's running against DeSantis, against Trump, against Marjorie Taylor fucking Greene. It doesn't matter. If he can't crack 80 million votes, the Republican's going to take it. Donald Trump was off by 44,000 votes in Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia. That was the difference. And Joe Biden had to become the most popular president in history in order to be able to overcome that. So Trump showed Republican candidates the way, and Biden's not going to be able to crack that 80 million. So the one Trump card, though, that the Democrats have, and you're going to hate that I'm right when I say it, is Michelle Obama. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You know, if they decide to run Michelle Obama, the likelihood of her winning is astronomically high.
I agree. Yeah, you're right.
And so that's their Trump card. They don't want to pull it out yet. But if it looks like dark days are coming and nobody's going to be able to save them, they're going to call for Michelle, and she will probably win.
Oh man, I hate how much you're right on this one.
I don't like it neither.
And I can't stand her. I hear her talk and I'm just like, ugh. I mean, it's not worse than Hillary. Hillary was the worst. Her cackle and everything. I mean, she was god awful, but
I know.
But I mean, but I listened to
in Ohio and Pennsylvania fucking love her. And apparently that's all that matters.
Yeah. But I've listened to her speeches. She says nothing. And she just says nothing. Like she contradicts herself, and one of her speeches was just completely plagiarized. One of her last speeches, actually.
What does it matter? She doesn't write her own speeches.
Yeah, and then Biden lied so many freaking times.
Biden won because he had the Obama rub. Okay, who's got more Obama rub than Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay, she's a shoo-in.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
I don't like it. I think literally, if DeSantis were to take it, that's a very strong candidate. I don't think they even run her against him for reelection. I think they wait till he's done and then they put Michelle up.
Yeah.
So that is potential. But to me, I think they're going to fucking force Joe to do it again. They're going to make the elder abuse campaign go for another time around. And they're going to see if they can, because like, yeah, when you watch these campaigns with Joe, it does like feel a little bit like you're watching a protracted and ritualized elder abuse.
There's sometimes I really honestly, I almost feel bad for him because I feel like, I've said it multiple times. Like, I feel like he should be at home resting, eating pudding, doing whatever, doing whatever old people do with their time, just resting. Cause to me, it's obvious he's not well. So but then only part of me feels bad for him. So, because I know what a piece of garbage he is. So
the show, Our Cartoon President, great show. And like Joe Biden, he was always in his basement. And like, he was so thrilled when Jill installed a pee drain into the corner of the room. And now I don't have to go up the stairs because Jill installed my pee drain. And then, so it's like, no, I'm sorry. I got to go to this campaign event. If I don't, Jill says she's going to plug up my pee drain. It's like it was his biggest thing. Like he didn't have to go up the stairs. He's got a piss drain now. And it was like, and so yeah, I bet that's where Joe's like, I'm just in the basement. I got my pee drain. I'm watching my Matlock, and that's it. Like it's, and his handlers are working like the little sociopath status they are.
That's awesome. Oh my God, I have a story for that, but I'm not going to share that right now. So, all right, Trump. Now he gets raided in Mar-a-Lago, right? They told him that they were going to recommend criminal charges for January 6th. And now they conceded that. And Mar-a-Lago, we've heard absolutely nothing. It was like a week, 2 weeks straight where it went back and forth, and then all of a sudden it went quiet. So I guess my question is, do you think either one is going to result in any amount of charges?
No. No. It was always a show. It was always just a publicity stunt. So no, it's not going to result in any criminal charges of any kind. They might try something like right as the primaries start. Like I could see the Southern District of New York trying some shit right as primary season starts just to try and muddy the waters. But no, nothing that's going to stick is going to come from any of this because it was always fake news, hoax, bullshit. We always knew it was. And turns out, what do you know?
Now
vindicated again.
So January 6th was garbage. All that stuff was hot garbage. Like no one watched those show trials, and it was a nothing, it's just nothing. So I was really not surprised at that one. I was just like, he shouldn't be charged. But with
like
Mar-a-Lago,
times Democrats, the reason you lost the House is because you spent 2 years doing public therapy sessions about January 6th rather than trying to actually help the American people when shit got hard.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, they helped make it hard, but I mean, just their last budget alone shows that they don't give a shit about the American people. So, but that being said, I really thought
we've got money to send to that Ukraine there.
Oh yeah, we need more money. That's why we need to elect the speaker. So I really thought Mar-a-Lago, something might come of that, whether it's fabricated or not. I really thought that something might finally push Trump into court, because if he's in proceedings, then he might not be able to run, that type of thing. So maybe that will still happen. I mean, because if they wait long enough, they'll hit him during a campaign season.
Yeah, apparently so did Merrick Garland, but nothing yet. So, yeah. But yeah, Merrick Garland, you don't think there's a little bit of impartiality there? The guy who, stiffed him for his Supreme Court position.
Yeah.
He's now signing off on raiding the guy's home. Like, that's banana republic shit right there. So luckily Merrick Garland goes away in 2 years. Luckily he will not, like, thank Christ alive, he never made it to the Supreme Court. Otherwise, we'd have to deal with his ass for the rest of our lives. We only have to deal with him for 2 more years now.
They don't do it anymore, like a lot of the stuff they don't do. But in the Constitution, or I mean, it doesn't explicitly say it, but you can impeach judges. They don't do it. They'll never do it. Not nowadays, anyway. But you could do it technically. So,
yes, technically, but it's kind of like adding an amendment to the Constitution. It can be done, but it's a Herculean effort.
Yeah, no one wants to really do it.
Yeah, no. And it's one of those things, like when people talk about, like, we need to amend the Constitution to change the Second Amendment. I'm always like, okay, I know you're not going to amend it to the point where I got, like, suddenly all these, like, way more Second Amendment rights. Like, no, fuck you. Nice try.
Yeah. All right. Budget. $1.7 trillion. 44 billion to Ukraine. And over 800 billion for the defense budget. What's your take on this behemoth?
Well, when I am elected president, a lot of this gravy train to a lot of these different places around the world is gonna be significantly thinner in its gravy. There's gonna be more milk poured in to definitely thin it out a little more, because the massive military defense budgets, a significant portion of that will be repurposed to Space Force so that we can conquer space.
Jesus.
And whether you like it or not, guess what? If we run space, we run the Earth. You want to know why? Because even though the fact that he was more powerful, why did Anakin Skywalker lose to Obi-Wan Kenobi? Because he had the high ground. Okay? If we just have satellites with some tungsten rods in them pointing down at Russia, China, fucking everybody else, like, guess what? We kind of win. It's like, no, fuck you. Or else we just release the tungsten rods. They pull them down. Gravity does the rest. All the fun, none of the fallout. So like, it's once we conquer space, we conquer the Earth, and then we conquer the solar system. And so, yes, a piece of this massive military defense budget needs to be repurposed to space, so that the people, the several hundred trillion people that will inhabit our solar system in 10,000 years are not all speaking Chinese.
All right. Interesting. So take care of the gravy train and pump it into Space Force.
Yes, unironically. Like, and that will be one of the most consequential things of my administration, is actually funding and repurposing the Space Force. So and I know that sounds like people with military experience all kind of roll their eyes and hooey, but no, in 10,000 years, if our progeny is actually exploring the stars, children in school are going to learn. And then in the 21st century, the Space Force, in which we are all members of, was founded by a person on planet Earth named Donald Trump. Yes, 10,000 years from now, Donald Trump will be educated to young children. That'll be the only snippet they know about the man. But it'll be like, so there you go. So yes, that is what the K.O.E. administration will be doing with at least a nice little chunk of the defense budget once we wrap up this whole Ukraine nonsense.
Yeah, and hopefully Yemen as well. Yeah, he'll be known for Space Force and being impeached twice. Unsuccessfully, but twice.
He's the impeachment champion.
He is.
He's defeated more impeachments than any other president. Okay,
because he's the best.
Defeated one while he wasn't even president. Okay, he didn't even have an executive powers and still beat out that impeachment. Okay, that's pretty fucking impressive. Well done. He only had super citizen powers and still didn't fucking. They still didn't have the balls to go through with it.
That would be a great speech if he just comes out and be like, "Who's been impeached twice? This guy. Who beat these impeachments? This guy. They can't get me. They can't get me."
Now, what's funny is Matt Gaetz. He actually nominated Trump for Speaker of the House.
That's awesome.
And to me, I was like, wow. Somebody needs to start the Twitter hashtag Mike Lindell was right.
Yeah.
And then they're going to nominate Trump the Speaker of the House, and then he's going to become the president through this thing here. And that's where Mike Lindell was having to go at one point to make Trump president. It was,
oh my God.
It was interesting to watch. But yeah, so let's see. We were, oh yes, what are we going to do with this massive budget?
Yeah.
Like I said, I think that's about as much as I'm going to be able to do. Like if I try to divert any more money out of the military industrial complex, I mean, like we've seen what happens to the presidents that try to divert money from the military industrial complex. I mean, hell, Trump was just slightly not friendly to the intelligence community, and look what they did to him. So like, I believe I've said this many times, but I'm going to have to end up nominating to the head of the DOD, basically the equivalent of Dick Cheney's floating brain in a jar, to be allowed to keep my office. And if I do that, they'll probably let me stay president for like 6 terms.
I mean, I don't see why not.
Oh God, he had the foresight to make the head of the DOD, which is the biggest budget in all God's creation. Yes, it's Dick Cheney's floating brain in a jar. Okay, he gets it. That's this. All right, this kid's got moxie. Let's give him 6 terms. Like, well, fuck.
All right, and last but not least, I think the biggest freedom of speech blunder that's going to be in our era for sure is the Twitter files. If you haven't heard, the FBI is pretty much single-handedly responsible. Not single-handedly, because there's other 3-letter agencies that were also responsible, including the DHS, for limiting people's speech through Twitter.
Mm-hmm. It was through more, but like we're just getting the.
Oh yeah,
we're
getting the info through Twitter.
Now, here's the thing. I always like to posit this to people, and it's something to keep before your mind when you hear about these Twitter files. Benito Mussolini, he actually ran an openly fascist government, and he defined fascism as the merger of state and corporate power. I'm going to say that again. The merger of state and corporate power. And now we have a form of techno-fascism that's arisen where we have the government going to private corporations and either through carrot and stick, and let's be frank, it's a combination of threats and bribery, to get them to basically carry out state prerogatives that they could not achieve through law or legislation. That is definitionally fascist. And so the Twitter files were not just, oh my, we got a little bit of corruption maybe in the FBI. We got a little corruption maybe in Twitter. No, it's unfortunately like the parody of the old Beatles song now. We all live in a fascist regime, a fascist regime, a fascist regime. We all live in a fascist regime. Eat it, folks. Eat it. It doesn't taste good, but this is our lives now. This is our government now. This is how we are managed and controlled. They don't believe in information control. They believe in narrative control. If you don't have the right narratives, we now have the evidence. You will be silenced. Doesn't matter if they do it through hook or crook, they will silence you. Yep. So there's multiple things. They were using lawyers. They were using FBI agents who are now lawyers at Twitter or became lawyers at Twitter. And there was also a payment for, I think, 2 or 3 years. They paid Twitter over I think it was $3 million. And the other thing was, okay, so there's
the way to think of it, if you're still thinking, well, it's a private company, they can do what they want. But here's the problem with
Winky
that.
face.
Yeah. Here's the problem with that. If the FBI, the White House, the CIA, or DHS, or name your 3-letter agency, calls Twitter and says, this person should not be on Twitter anymore, and then they do it, they're acting as an agent of. Yeah, exactly. When I was a Border Patrol agent, if I looked at someone and said, hey, go talk to that person right there, they are acting as an agent of me, as the Border Patrol, as a federal worker, as a government worker. They were acting as an agent for me. Now, I never did that. However, the Twitter files proves that government in general, I mean, you can name the 3-letter agency, they had access to Twitter, including, what was it? It wasn't Berenson. It was someone else. I won't remember them, but they basically, it was like the governor of a state that called Twitter and was like, you need to get this person off the line. Like, it was like, what? Like, how many people have access to Twitter higher ups? And it was largely going one way. So I don't know how they do it, but is anything actually going to come of this? Yeah, I mean, because Elon owns Twitter now.
It because now remember they also buried the Hunter Biden story, which was
huge.
Another thing, but keep this in mind. When people say, because I'm going to be very careful in my words here, because I am not saying that anything has been proven. No court of law has ever proven anything, or has at least been examined in a court of law. But when the FBI, 50 former intelligence agencies, it wasn't the FBI, it was CIA, former 50 intelligence agents, and there's no such thing as former in the intelligence community, signed off on a letter stating that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian misinformation. Okay? I want you to keep this in mind. The Oxford English Dictionary definition of rig as a crime: manage or conduct something fraudulently so as to produce a result or situation that is advantageous to a particular person. So what did the FBI do when they knowingly signed a letter that they knew was false? They managed and conduct something fraudulently, which was sign that letter, so as to produce a result or situation that is advantageous to a particular person, Joseph R. Biden. So by the Oxford English Dictionary definition of rigged, you could point to such a thing that had happened by our government.
Yeah.
Openly interfering in elections. So that is something to keep before your mind with this Twitter file here. Is we have gone to what I have coined the phrase techno-fascist. We are now in a new era of techno-fascism. And now that the emperor wears no clothes, the bigger question is, what are we going to do with it? Because like I keep saying, what are these big tech companies going to do with this near godlike power that they've been given to control the narrative? Whatever they can.
Whatever they want. Yeah.
So that's what's at stake here.
And this isn't just Twitter. You know, Zuckerberg there was on Rogan, and he all but admitted that the FBI has a fast track to them as well. So this is not exclusive to Twitter, so which is also scary. So I think this is huge, and I think that nothing's really going to happen nothing's going to happen from it. Like, no one's going to be put in jail, no one's going to get fined. Like nothing's going to happen. Even though I think this is one of the worst things to happen in a long time. Like, I mean, because also they were silencing people during COVID and for misinformation when they were actually promoting the people that were promoting misinformation. So,
yep. And like that Yole Roth guy, like they're proving he just specifically wanted Trump gone. He just hated Trump and wanted him gone. And so like it's fascinating to see this. And like I said, it's It's techno-fascism because they couldn't get it done through the law. They couldn't get it done through legislation, but they found a way to silence the disfavored citizens anyways. And so, yeah, that's what we have now is disfavored citizens. People who are favored citizens and disfavored citizens. And so, folks, this is why you need to really oppose the Chinese social credit score that's coming to America very soon.
Yeah, I anytime I'm listening to a show and I hear someone say, "But don't worry, people are waking up," and I'm like, "No, they're not. No, they're not." It's the same people that listen to politics that are listening to politics. The same mad people. Like, there's only a certain percentage of people that listen and are involved, on a day-to-day basis, who try to stay informed. There's just a very limited people who are even decently informed. So I just laugh every time I hear that. I've been hearing it. I've been hearing it since I started listening to political radio, and it just hasn't happened yet. So I will not be surprised if absolutely zero happens from this.
It's like there's a parody song that I actually kind of rewrote years ago, and one of the lines is, "The election's a lie, and I think you'll find most people know, but they just don't mind." Like, unfortunately, it's like, yeah, a lot of people know.
They just accept it. They just accept it. The politicians lie, and the elections are what they are. Like, meh, whatever.
But yeah, one of the lines in there's, "Calling people sheep, won't wake them up." It's unfortunate. Like, you can yell, you can bleat sheep into their face, and it's not going to do anything. Yeah. Because the sad truth is, swimming alone at sea is not the kind of freedom that a lot of people actually want. Okay, like, it's like I forget who said that, but yeah, it's a great line. Like, you'd rather follow, the sad truth is a lot of people would rather follow the school into the net, because swimming alone at sea is not the kind of freedom that you actually want. And that's unfortunately, that's a lot of people. Like, we can all think of at least probably 24 people off the top of our head that would follow the school right into that net.
Well, I mean, it's hard to be responsible and, and independent. It's difficult. So
well, also, like, I don't know, like, if in your area of the country you got a lot of cattle pasture, but around here we've got a lot of cattle pasture, and there's a fascinating thing that happens. Like, let's use my American flag here as like kind of an example of a big square cattle pasture, and the cows will all be here in the blue area, and then one cow, just one, will start wandering over here to some other area of the pasture. And what will happen is fascinating. The entire fucking herd will follow that one cow. And they don't know why. They just know there must be something over here. Maybe there's better grass over here or something. I don't know. Yeah. And so the entire herd will follow the one cow that breaks away, and they have no idea why. And it's also kind of funny is that the reason you have to put up fence for cows is because if you don't, in a storm, they'll die. Because it's the difference between an independent wild bison and a domesticated cow. Because a cow, if a storm rolls in, they'll turn their back to the storm and they will walk and they'll follow the storm for miles until they die. Like just drop of exhaustion.
Oh my God.
And die. A bison, on the other hand, it's why they're so thick and furry up front is because they know when a storm comes, you turn into the wind and you walk into the wind and you'll get through the storm faster.
Jeez.
And so that's the difference between, but yeah, like I know it's like I was giving you that story about followers and being a follower, but it's also just kind of an interesting little difference between being, following your own nature and staying to your own nature and being domesticated.
It's funny, yeah. Talking persuasion, I'm listening to a book called Influencer, and it's not influence, not influencer, influence. It's kind of a persuasion / selling book, and the author and narrator talks about how they did an experiment. They purposely gave the whole group except for one person the wrong answer. and they wanted that whole group to pretend like that was the true answer. And
a true gaslight.
Yeah. And so that one person who looks at the question, knows the right answer, but then everyone else around them is saying the wrong answer, right? Like they're saying C, but they know that A is the right answer. And basically what ends up happening is that person, even though they know the right answer is A, they end up saying C because they won't stray from the group. They won't stray from popular opinion. It's just too hard. So not everyone, of course, but just a lot of people. So it's funny that you mentioned that. I just instantly thought of that. So so just the power of persuasion with just a group of people, like just following the herd.
Now, have you ever heard of the Milgram's experiment?
Maybe. I don't recognize the name.
The Milgram experiments was on obedience to authority figures, were a series of social psychology experiments conducted at Yale University.
Yes.
They measured the willingness of a study participant, 40 men in the age range of 20 to 50, from a diverse range of occupations with varying levels of education, to obey an authority figure who instructed them to perform acts conflicting with their personal conscience. Participants were led to believe that they were assisting an unrelated experiment in which they had to administer electric shock to a learner. These fake electric shocks gradually increased to the level that would have been fatal had they been real. And what was shocking is that the psychologist said, like, well, I mean, even though they'll be under orders, it'll be like 5% that actually does it. And then they expanded it to not just these men, but also to women. And at one point it's 400 people. And they found that almost every last one of them got to the point of a fatal shock because they had a stern looking authority figure telling them that they had to. And so it's one of those, when you hear people say just following orders, it's like, boy, apparently, yeah. People will do some crazy shit when under orders. So, hearing about that made me immediately think of the Milgram's experiment. And it's like, the power of persuasion, like I said, is more like you can get somebody that absolutely doesn't believe in killing to administer a fatal level shock just by raising their anxiety and having the power of persuasion.
And it's even worse. Like the person that was acting like they were getting the shock was screaming their head off, right? Like they were pretending like they were being shocked.
Stop!
Yeah. They were telling them, like,
the people kept fucking hitting the button.
They were telling him, this was actually in the persuasion book I was just telling you about. And they said that the person was, even at one point they were saying, I can't, my chest, something hurts in my chest, and they still shocked the hell out of him just because the person told them to.
There was only two people that got up and did anything about it. Out of the 400 people they experimented on, there was one lady who just got up and walked out of the room, and then one guy that tried to break into the room, what the fuck is going on with this guy? And then everybody else just fucking hit the button.
Yeah.
So the power of persuasion, like I said earlier, it's more powerful than gravity if wielded properly. So
this is my point. This is why I was saying, I don't think really anything's going to happen, even though people's rights are being subverted completely. And I mean, and it's right there in black and white. If you no one's reporting it except for Twitter, right? So no one's really paying attention to it other than, maybe Glenn Greenwald, Matt Taibbi, actual independent journalists that no one else reads except for a few of us.
Put the word independent, just actual journalists.
Yeah, sorry, you're right. Actual journalists, actual people that will go and look for, truth.
It's I don't agree with either of them on a lot, but
a ton of
those
stuff.
Two are actual fucking journalists.
Glenn Greenwald is amazing. He every time I hear him
putting his own life on the line.
Oh my god, yeah, he's awesome. So I think he's a socialist, or he's definitely a left lean. So we definitely politically would not agree with him on quite a few things, but
he's a bit more to the left than I am, let's say.
Yeah. So And this is why I don't think stuff is, because it's easy to just go along with a herd. It's easy to just say, oh, it's not that big a deal, and just move along, even though your information's being, stolen from these people and you're being censored if you don't go with the main narrative of the government at the time, which is just god awful. And I mean, you don't have to hate government like I do, but you should at least be skeptical of them, right? Like, what happened to that?
I was about to say, there's some people that they're so invested in statism that it's almost another religion. It's got its deities, its churches, its sins, its rituals. So to them, it's like you're literally asking like a Catholic to deny the fact that the Pope is the vicar of Christ on earth. Okay, like it's to that level. It's that deep. They think that a state edict has the same objectivity as physics.
Oh my God, I agree with you. Some people live their life through politics and through their party, really, and not necessarily politics. They just live that party line, period. And if you're not following that, they think you're the devil.
Yeah, we it's kind of funny when people say I always hate when people talk about bipartisanship and reaching across the aisle. Why do we pretend that this is something nobody really believes it and nobody actually wants it? Okay, so we're at a point where I don't know how divided we are as a country. And this is one thing I always use as a barometer, because I always talk to my old man and a lot of his buddies. And I ask them okay, things might be bad here. And I've been saying this throughout the years, but was it as bad as the 60s? And usually they say no, the 60s is we thought shit was really going to topple over into nothing in the 60s. That was, we legitimately thought it was done. And it wasn't all that bad. And then something shifted. After the Trump raid on Mar-a-Lago, now they're all yeah, this is worse than the 60s, man. I mean, Jesus Christ, Ford didn't fucking have LBJ's house fucking raided. What the fuck? No. Yeah, this is a lot worse. This is way worse than the 60s. So that made me a little worried when the old timers yeah, this is actually considerably worse than the 60s. Sorry, kids. So that worried me.
Well, Phil, I think we're going to leave it there. Thank you for coming on tonight. Do you want to do your outro before I do mine, or do you want the honors?
I believe that's only appropriate, sir. As I'm known to say around here and in all the other shows that I appear on, folks, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at Dad's Worldwide for this exclusive interview with the incredible, the powerful, the pleasurable Phil K.O.E. right here on Dad's International, folks. This has been an incredible time. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, K.O.E. Nation on TikTok, K.O.E. Nation on Twitch, folks. I hope all of you make it back here to K.O.E. Nation, to Big Bucket Empire, and to Dad's Worldwide. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. Travel well, friends. Brendan, take it away.
Thank you, sir. And thank you again for coming on tonight. Much appreciated. Love speaking with Phil here. All right, folks, you know how to get a hold of me, Brendan at dadsww.com, if I could speak. And then if you can't stand me, you can't stand this episode, you want to talk about Phil behind his back, hate mail at dadsww.com. And of course, that'll be read on air, so he'll find out. So just so you know. Just
Sweet.
So you know, yeah. Any suggestions for the show, hit me up at my Brendan email address, and I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear what you think. I have quite a few listens every week. I can see them, but even from Singapore, I still see you. I barely get, actually last week, I can't say that. Last week I got quite a few emails from quite a few people telling me that their kids were also ungrateful twat waffles. So I much appreciated for that info, but I want to hear some more. So please hit me up, jump on the socials, Instagram, Twitter, Dad's WW or Dad's WW podcast on Instagram and Facebook. And please give us a like, a follow, share. All right, folks. Thanks for listening. Later.
Dads worldwide. Loyal listeners, possibly you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent time on the Dad's Worldwide show. I loved every bit of that. I'll be honest with you, folks. I didn't think the Democrats were actually going to go through with it. I did say, though, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it during primary season. So that all tracks, sadly, but I didn't think they were actually going to go through with it. But here we are, folks. And yes, that was my appearance on Dad's Worldwide. So, folks, now we find ourselves at a bit of a different moment, a bit of a somber moment. This is the 22nd anniversary of 9/11 now. We are actually in it. It is 9/11 at this moment. I recorded this video at the 20-year anniversary and uploaded it. And I'm going to share it with all y'all now that it's 9/11. God bless all the people who whose lives were taken from them that day. Yes, you gotta choose your words very specifically there. God bless all the people whose lives were taken from them that day. And well, here we are, the 20th anniversary of 9/11. That was today. Now this is the 22nd. Hello and welcome to this most somber of anniversaries. This is the 20-year anniversary of 9/11. 20 years ago today, September 11th, 2001, we were attacked at this very moment. 9:04 a.m. was when the second plane hit, and we all realized that the world had changed forever. And here we are 20 years later, and the world very much has changed. We are still living in the ripple of that event. And now we are at a point in our history where we're trying to turn from that event. But I fear that that one will echo through the rest of this century. So this is a day for remembering. This is a day for outreach. This is a day for caring. This is a day for compassion. This is a day to remember those that we've lost, those who have sacrificed, those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And a day to remember, where were you on that fateful day? And if you're young enough to the point where you weren't born yet, and this whole entire life of yours has been shaped by this one event, you have my deepest sympathies. Because as I said, I fear this will be the event that will echo through the rest of the 21st century. So wherever you are, folks, on this somber day, I hope that you are having a wonderful day with you and yours. You are with the people that you care about, the people that you love, the people that you enjoy on this day, to really remember what is important in life. And that is the unfortunate thing that memorials like these bring about, is we all remember what's important to us. So folks, all of you at home, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And on this memorial, may we never forget September the 11th, 2001. Thank you. God bless all those whose lives were taken from them that day. Yes, I forgot doing that even. That's well, folks, that was somber but necessary. It truly was. But hey, we've got Kat, how we doing? Hello. Good seeing you. Yeah, it's been 22 years since 9/11. And all of it, something just changed. I remember Zoomers can't really, My daughter just lives in the post 9/11 world. She has no frame of reference to anything before. But I remember because I was a smart political kid. I understood geopolitics. I understood what things meant. Like me and Chicken used to debate politics all the time. I was always Republican. He was a Democrat back then, believe it or not. And I remember we were in math class. One of them, I forget which one it was. I remember the room, but I couldn't tell you which one exactly. Get done with the paper. Teacher said, once you get done with the paper, go into the computer lab. The news is on. You need to see something. And that was just to all of us. So I get my paper in, and when I walk in the room, that I see live it happening, a plane hitting the second tower. And a couple of the girls were like, hand on the mouth. And like, I'm just like, wait, what? A plane just flew into the tower? And they said, yeah, another one did just a few minutes ago, or like about 45 minutes ago or something. Like, I forget what the timeline was exactly. And when I heard that, wait, 2 planes flew into the Trade Center, I immediately, like, that's a concerted effort. Somebody did this. And first thing I said is, we're going to war with Saddam. I said it within 10 minutes of processing all of that. Tony was there that day. He can back me up on this. I said, we're going to war with Saddam. And everybody looked at me like I was crazy. Like, what's Saddam got to do with it? I said, we're going to war with Saddam. Took us a little time to get there, and we were a little roundabout about it, but we got there. And so that was my story. Like, that's when I knew the world changed. And this is something, if you have any baby boomers in your life, this is something they'll get kind of a kick out of. Like, it's not nothing to laugh at, but they'll understand this. 9/11 was also the last call on the sanctity of a woman's purse. Yeah, baby boomers know exactly what I'm talking about. There's some states where before 9/11, the cop would search the entire car, pat the guy down, almost strip search the guy, and wouldn't even look in the woman's purse. Yeah. 9/11 was last call on the sanctity of a woman's purse. That all went out the window with 9/11. And so, yeah, there's a lot of things from the old world that changed. Like, 9/11 was where they decided we're getting rid of privacy. That's quite literally how that went down, folks. Oh, goodness gracious. So, folks, you know what? To shift gears a little bit and to, think on some good times, I'm going to play something for you, folks. And this is one of the last times me, Tony, and Chicken actually got together. To kind of remind what's important. And the three of us just having good fellowship, having amazing times, and making good memories. And so that is what I think you should want to strive for today. Is to try to be a little bit better to the ones you love. That's what you should try to strive for. So with that in mind, I'm going to play a fun time. Me, Tony, and Chicken got together because, you know what? Hard times hit everybody, folks. And sometimes it's best to look back on who's important and what's important. Tony and Chicken having a real good time. Enjoy this, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a very anticipated Spirits review. Folks, you saw the thumbnail. You know what you're getting into. This is a bottle opening review of George T. Stagg bourbon whiskey. I am your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, and I am joined this evening by my indomitable broadcast partners. First, the one, the only,
your Big Buckin' Emperor Chicken. Find me on Facebook and YouTube at Big Buckin' Empire. Tonight, sporting my lumberjack outfit.
Nice. And also, the one, the only,
the tree he's going to chop down, the 14-time RDBP champion, the blend master, the non-chill filtered quadruple distilled Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe, and boy, oh boy, Phil wasn't kidding. We've got a special one tonight, and I like to think that the T in this stands for Tony fucking G.
Now, here we go, guys.
It's a screw cap.
Oh, God, that'd be awful.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, God, you even got a glug in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice little glug.
Oh, gives me chills.
Yeah, that's it. Chills.
Yeah. Now, you don't have to pour too heavy with that. As much as I want to drink a lot of that.
Well, understandable there, T, because I'm going to get into the reason why there in a second. Chicken's like, you can keep going.
Yeah, just chill.
Actually, I did give you a little nice healthy pour, but it's holidays and such.
It is.
Just a few days after Christmas, because this is George T. Stagg. Wash us in your jealousy. Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. Uncut. Unfiltered. 69.35 alcohol by volume, limited edition, barrel proof, 138.7 proof product of Kentucky. Now, Tony, there's quite a bit more here. I'm going to let you get into that because I've been looking forward to a nose of this for a while now.
George T. Stagg, Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. The period from 1865 to 1890 was known as the Gilded Age of Bourbon. Industry and innovation combined to produce stunning advances in quality and production. During this period, two noted distillers, E.H. Taylor Jr. and George T. Stagg, partnered to build one of the world's premier distillers that would survive through economic cycles of boom and bust, and through floods, fires, and droughts. On the banks of the Kentucky River, Taylor built the grandest distillery the world had yet seen, utilizing state-of-the-art technology that was clearly the first and only one of its kind. Stagg supplied the financial acumen and knowledge of fine whiskeys that helped build the company into one of the world's leading whiskey producers. As a bourbon expert proclaimed in 1890, the distillery is ne plus ultra of its class, the best of the best. The Stagg Distillery continued in operation up to and through Prohibition, one of only 4 such to remain open during that period, the only one to survive to the present day. Now known as Buffalo Trace Distillery, our master distillers and aging warehouse managers have combined their extensive whiskey-making experience to present this magnificent aged bourbon that George T. Stagg himself would have been proud to call his own. Uncut, unfiltered, and of an age and quality that only more than 2 centuries of experience can bring. Buffalo Trace Distillery offers this bourbon as a testament to quality, tradition, and innovation, and to the struggle to persevere and prosper where most others have failed, which is what George T. Stagg and his namesake bourbon are all about. We can think of no better tribute. I earned this drink.
You sure did. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Give that a nose, T.
Yeah.
I'm eager. Ooh, thick leg. Oh my God, thick legs.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh dear Lord.
For days.
Oh my God. It smells hot. It smells hot, but it doesn't smell 138.
No,
it doesn't.
not even like it smells like a 90 proof.
Yeah.
You get some oak for sure right away.
A little bit. Now, apparently, this is
There's like a
from what I've read, 15 years.
Okay. There's some cake quality.
This
in
has
there,
got.
Okay, to me, I'm not getting that. You know what I'm getting? The perfect amount of vanilla, the perfect amount of oak, the perfect there's the perfect amount of caramel, and then just add like an extra 15%.
And cinnamon.
You know, I'm getting just because when
I'm sorry,
hits
but
my nose, first thing I think is caramel.
You're gonna hate me. It's not the same out of the bottle, but
There's similarities.
There are
but
similarities.
I still
It doesn't smell as good out of the bottle.
I still get some kind of like It's not like a chocolate cake or anything. I'm thinking more of like I don't want to say carrot cake because that throws you way off, but it's
like like a dark chocolate mayonnaise cake is what I'm thinking.
mayonnaise cake.
It's a real thing. Look it up. It's delicious.
What do you eat?
It's a chocolate cake. You use mayonnaise in it in the recipe.
Heathen.
It's amazing. Not kidding. It's got cinnamon. It's got vanilla.
I get the cinnamon and vanilla. There's just a sugar in there that's just a dessert.
It's sweetness.
Maybe not so much cake. Maybe more like almost like brownie, not with the frosting on it, but more like the.
I'm trying to find what is that specific thing that I'm.
It is a chocolate of some sort.
Well, gentlemen,
our
nose can only go so far.
Oh, good Lord. Oh.
Woo!
Yep, that's definitely a high proof.
Yeah.
Woo!
Oh,
that's gorgeous.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh.
That's
heavenly.
The cinnamon comes through on the palate now.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And like a hot cinnamon sugar on your tongue that stays on the middle. Strangely enough, it doesn't tickle the sweet part of your tongue.
After the alcohol burn goes away, then yeah.
Wow.
It all just sits there and dances on your tongue.
Just a throbbing heat of sweetness.
I mean that it like soaked into my cheeks.
God, yeah.
Like now, granted, some pretty hot stuff. 139.
There's something else there on the finish though that I can't put my finger on. Now that it's
You're
had
right.
a chance to dissipate. It's not like anything I was smelling or tasting before. What is that?
I think it's still part of that vanilla, but more like that almond bark vanilla. Like you know those almond bark
like
pretzels,
baking. Yeah.
almond bark pretzels. That kind of
that coating.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see that. There's almost a leather taste. What do they call that? Tannin.
Yeah. That's definitely in there.
That's there. That's
especially on that second sip.
Yeah, that's what I'm picking up. I think.
Yeah, a lot of barrel tannin there.
That reminds me like the Elmer T. Lee finish.
A little bit, yeah.
That's
all right. Now, Tony, I don't know
if
any of us got the guts to do this, but you're supposed to technically keep it on the palate 1 second for every year it's been aged. 15 seconds.
Shall we?
All right. And you see, folks, the George T. Stagg, this is one of the premier whiskeys from this distillery and one I've been looking for a long time. And I'm curious, what whiskeys do you think we should match this up against? I'm quite curious because on the nose, it's caramel. The caramel dissipates a lot on the palate and it gives away to that cinnamon sugar sweet.
Oh, wow.
All right. While you guys describe, I'm going in.
That was actually really difficult to do with how hot that is. Your mouth is salivating the whole time, and you just want to swallow.
It gets thick.
Mm-hmm.
But that's beautiful. It doesn't. I don't get any extra flavors. It just exasperates.
Intensifies those flavors. That cinnamon.
Oh man. Like this is one. I think it's hot enough.
It's hard to hold on to, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hot enough that this one wouldn't piss me off if you put it over ice. Plus, that would, lengthen your bottle a lot.
Oh, man.
That's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That is one of the finest high-proof bourbons I've ever had.
Man, that's fantastic.
And all of the hot stays in the middle of your tongue.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It kind of localizes.
Like the roof of my mouth isn't hot. The side, my cheeks aren't. Even the outer ring of my tongue.
Cheeks, it never really got to.
No, the back of my throat, nothing.
Yeah. Like you said, like going down, it's
it
fine.
Localizes on
it's
your tongue.
just on the middle of your tongue, which is fascinating because that's the part of your tongue that gets the least amount of flavor.
I've had 40 proof bourbons that'll burn my esophagus.
Yeah.
Like this stuff, no,
that's miraculous. Wow.
God Almighty. So
I can't wait to try Stagg Junior now, because that I can only, what does that usually run in at 110 proof? I think.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
And usually,
I'm assuming it's just this.
And
one.
usually about the same amount of
same
dollars.
price.
It's just as easy to find, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. Now, guys, we get to the very interesting part of this. We're going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales. We're going to grade it on 4 5-star scales. We're going to grade it as a Buffalo Trace release, as a bourbon, as a whiskey, as a cask-aged spirit, its shelving, and for those new to the show, the secret 6 questions. So,
honey. I just got a fragrance of honey there.
Longer it sits and mellows in the glass, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the more, like, if you can give it a good spin, let a lot of air get in there. Okay, Tony.
Beautiful.
We'll let you start.
What are we starting on?
As a Buffalo Trace release on a 5-star scale.
Oh, it's a Buffalo Trace. I'm gonna go 4.75.
Chicken.
I'm probably gonna go 4.5 because I think William LaRue Weller kind of holds my top spot
As a 5-star.
Yeah.
I am gonna disagree with both of you, but only just. And 1 would be underrating.
Right.
2 would be criminal.
Well, sure.
3 would just be me being a dick.
Yeah.
4 would be not very good. So what we need is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam! 5 stars as a Buffalo Trace release. I think this is comparable. I think it's comparable with William LaRue Weller in that the flavor profiles are totally different. You can tell these are different mash bills, different philosophies entirely.
Yeah, that is one of the verses we will absolutely have to do.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think
definitely.
I expected this to be similar, but I don't find a lot of similarities.
It's a totally different drink.
It is.
But you could see how, like, somebody that's not into the sweet and they like the heat
might go this route.
Yeah, might go the George T. Stagg route. So, all right, now as a bourbon whiskey, as a bourbon,
4.75. This is craftsmanship, just like the back of the label said. Like one of the OGs would approve of this, and I can't disagree. Not that I knew the man, but I don't see any reason to complain about this stuff. No. This is beautiful juice. This is amazing craftsmanship. Just fantastic. I think this is something that you could really enjoy multiple ways. You should never, ever, 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 ever cocktail this. Don't, but you could.
But don't.
Ice ball.
Ice ball would be probably your way to go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. This is miraculous.
Chicken as a bourbon.
I'm gonna agree. 4.75 as a bourbon. This is what you want in the hunt for the best bourbons. There is no reason anybody should dislike this.
No
way. And I could see another slap on the wall coming.
I'm going to say, 1, it's a very good bourbon. 2 are the reasons why I need more. 3 is how many sips I need for the 4. Bam! 5 stars as a bourbon whiskey, folks. Yes.
I'm glad he's right here.
He's not.
I'm not.
Do I need the duck next time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just knew that.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Now,
I'm already in a corner here.
As a whiskey.
As a whiskey, I'm going to go 5.
5. What?
5.
Nice. Oh, shit. Okay, get out of the way.
I'm going 5.
Cat-like reflexes there.
No shit.
Again, not that you should do anything versatile with this. Enjoy it as, but damn, like this has all the qualities of what a whiskey we would want, because you could do anything with this. This has got such a high proof. You could do anything with this. This is beautiful. This would make a great base for a blend. Like this is awesome sauce in a fucking glass. Just.
So, Chicken, what would you rate this
5.
as a whiskey?
All right, I think Tony made up my mind for me.
5 stars.
Getting pretty aggressive over there with
Say it.
Yes, 5 stars
There.
as a whiskey. I do agree. Of all, like bourbons, you kind of expect a little bit of difference from whiskeys, but when I have a whiskey, I want it to be just dirty, raw, and stanky. And this is exactly what I want from
uncut, unfiltered.
Yes.
Boom.
Now, this is going to be the one instance I'm going to disagree with you guys.
Oh my God.
And I'm going to give it 4.5.
Oh, I thought he was
as a
going to punch
whiskey.
a hole in the wall with 5.
No, because here's the thing. I would not cocktail with this.
No, God, no.
Also, it would be kind of hard to do it right. Like if you look up on YouTube, there's this Japanese bartender who makes homemade root beer and bourbon cocktail, and he literally like has a little muddler and he makes muddles the roots and spices in front of you and makes this whole thing and then mixes it with Woodford Reserve bourbon. Good stuff. Okay. But like, yeah, you use that for that kind of crazy ass drink, yes. But other than that, no. This is not as versatile as my indomitable broadcast partners are trying to
find this readily available for suggested MSRP. Yes, it would be.
Well, Tony, this isn't when
we're not grading it based off of the price point.
It's not
and
when
availability.
we're not in where we're in our
the
60s.
liquid.
Well, no, I don't think girls. Well, Tony, we're not in our 60s when this stuff will be readily available in every gas station.
Yeah,
so
and then it will be very versatile. It's still versatile, just not for the price point or availability.
People do. Okay, if I had to pick a soda that would be perfect with this,
don't touch soda with this. But
no,
you still could.
But if you had
some
to,
crazy awesome cocktails,
either a sarsaparilla or you're gonna hate to this Dr. Pepper.
Jesus, yeah.
You know I'm right now. Do not. But if you had to, if it's like the apocalypse and you just got a bottle of George T. Stagg and a can of Dr. Pepper, you can make a night of it.
Again, like I love high proof whiskeys and bourbons for simple things like you can make a whiskey sour way better, but I wouldn't do that with this.
Yeah.
However, even an old fashioned, call me crazy. I love my old fashions to be.
You're stealing Tony's gimmick.
Sorry, old fashions almost need to be like harsh as hell for it to feel authentic, and I don't think you could screw up an old fashioned with this.
No,
this would make anything taste authentic.
Yeah, but you gotta admit, like this one, I do think might require a chaser once in a while.
No, no chase.
Some of those, that 15-second was pretty hard.
That was a really tough 15 seconds.
Yeah, like don't lie. That one was like, woo!
I need to shave after that.
Like I was about to say, like I was like, the sun just hurts my eyes. That's all. Like,
my son aged 10 years while we drank.
It's true.
So did we.
Yeah.
Like so. Now, cask aged spirit.
We're thinking 15 years.
15 years, I believe that is the minimum for Stag. That's what I've always heard.
Basically,
let me know if I'm wrong in the comments, but I'm pretty damn sure it's 15 years.
It's kind of like the perfect age range for whiskey. The proof is amazing.
And it's in the pudding.
I'm going to go 4.85.
4.85. Chicken, what are you giving this?
I'm not going to break any scales. I'll stick with 4.75. I do like the sweeter bourbons and whiskeys more than the hot stuff. That's not a knock.
No.
This is just hotter than if this wasn't so damn hot, I'd probably go 4.8 or even a 5. But I have another love in this world that earns that 5 spot. And this doesn't quite shake it for me.
Would that be William LaRue Weller?
A little bit.
Yes. Yeah. Now, guys, in terms of casking, 15 years cask aged spirit. This amazingly high proof, this complex of flavors. This is art and achievement in cask aging. So 1 would be criminal. 2 would be indubitable. 3 would be unnecessary. 4 would be still underselling it. 4.5, not good enough. Bam! 5 stars as a cask aged spirit, folks. George T. Stagg. My God, probably one of the highest rated whiskeys.
I would agree.
In K.O.E. Nation history, the only one that's even close is William LaRue Weller. We'll have to go back and look at our scores.
That's the only one I ever give a 5 on anything.
I think so. So, folks, that is amazing. Now, shelving. This is a real tough one.
Bottom to middle, fucking top.
Yeah,
or safe.
This is in my safe.
Yeah. This will probably be going in my safe.
You put it on the top shelf to show off when
certain people are coming.
Yeah, but it's got a security camera on it. It's like got some kind of weird locking device to keep it from coming off of that shelf. And then as soon as you have a couple too many drams and you're not thinking right, then you lock it in your safe in case you get a little crazy and decide to break it out.
Very true. Now,
can I tell you what my Saturdays are like?
For those new to the show, the secret 6th question. When this bottle runs empty, will I seek another one?
Hell no.
That's kind of like almost rhetorical.
Yeah.
That's kind of silly. Like, now, I did not.
At what price? I guess.
Yeah.
I did not pay secondary for this, but I've seen people pay up to like
2,000.
Yeah, up to about
1,200,
15 to $2,000 for a bottle of George T. Stagg. I did not pay even anywhere in the same stratosphere. I paid a little bit over retail because guy's nice enough to just sell me that because he knows I got a podcast. Thank you, Secret Santa. You know who you are. I'd love to give him a shout out, but then I'd never talk to him ever again because half the state would flood that guy.
Else would,
yeah, half the state would be there.
Recognize these faces too.
Yes. So yeah, I would definitely pick this up again if available to me. There is a non-zero chance that this is the only bottle of this I ever own in my life.
True.
So I'm going to get the most out of this bottle I can. We are going to collect the most data we can, compare this to as many things to see if there's something out there that can even come close. I think, now, Tony, I'm going to let you decide because it's your bracket, but this could potentially be an entrant into the high proof bracket or the Splendor bracket. So I'm going to, let us.
So are you saying it's making its way into the next
bourbon tournament? I think that's kind of a necessity at this point. I think this is the bad boy on the block to beat going forward.
Yep.
So yeah, Tony, I'm gonna let you decide. We'll discuss, and you folks let us know in the comments if that should go in the high proof or the Splendor high dollar bracket, and we'll go from there because it qualifies in either. So, gentlemen, anything you'd like to say to the people?
This is lovely. Thank you for sharing with us. And
yeah, this is one of the few times I'm finishing my drink before the end of this.
Hope everybody had a Merry Christmas. This is beautiful, grand. Love it.
Folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us. For George T. Stagg, Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 138.7 proof. It's still burning on my tongue, folks. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Hey, folks, thanks for tuning in. This was a slightly dangerous show with all the 5-star slaps going on, but we're safe, and we look forward to more. Come back and see what happens next time.
I'm riding high off a high proof. This is beautiful stuff. Catch us on the next one.
Oh, yeah. That song is called Dreams. Great stuff. So yeah, that was me, Tony, Chicken having just a good time together. Last time we got together, and it's been some time, but it was an excellent time. And folks, there's just one thing I want to get into. It's a real quick thing. It's almost like a public service announcement. If you are a fan of the K.O.E Nation, which obviously you are, I mean, why would you not be? You're just denying yourself. But this is the schedule of the K.O.E Nation going forward. It's beautiful. It's glorious. It's quite short, but you know what to expect now from the K.O.E Nation. I've arrived at the K.O.E Nation. All of you beautiful people, if you have arrived at the K.O.E Nation, this beautiful, beautiful place right here at YouTube, you can also find me on TikTok, Twitter, and Twitch, all at K.O.E Nation. It's all very on brand here, folks. This is what you can expect here at this amazing, amazing place at the K.O.E Nation. You can expect on Mondays are going to be knife, blade, and tool review Mondays. So, folks, Mondays going to be a very, very fun time there. Tuesdays, we're keeping it free. We're keeping it open. Do I have a special announcement? Do I have a fun video that's a one-time thing? Do I have an audiobook that's dropping? That will be happening on Tuesdays. Wednesdays will remain Poem of the Week. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just drop it in the comments in whatever way you can get a hold of me, and I would love to read it. I'll find some beautiful place out in God's creation to read your poem, and I totally look forward to it. Thursdays are beer review Thursdays, and folks from all over the K.O.E Nation, from all over God's sundry, send me beer reviews, and I even review one or two myself. Fridays, as you know, Whiskey Tournament Fridays. We've done the Rye Tournament. We've done the Bourbon Tournament 3 years running. We are soon going to start the Wheat Whiskey Tournament, the Scotch Tournament, the Bottled and Bond Tournament. All of these matchups will be dropping every Friday, folks. So if you want to know what is the better whiskey, Fridays is the day to keep in tune. Saturdays is going to be Spirit Review Saturdays, whether it be Scotch, whether it be bourbon, whether it be wine, whiskey of any kind. Saturdays is the day for that. And Sundays is a biblical verse of the week, folks, on the holiest day of the week. And that is what you can expect here at the K.O.E Nation, folks. Beautiful. That song's called Waiting for Grape. It's another one of those copyright-free things. Or at least that's what YouTube tells me. So that is the schedule for the K.O.E Nation going forward, folks. And, here's just another something that we're going to get into, folks, because I want to. This is... it's kind of like the beginning of V for Vendetta. Well, it is my show. But yeah, this is another really fun time where I had to wait a couple of months to film this video because I said, Tony, I could do this right now by myself, but it would suck without you. And I need you to be here for this because he is the Andy Richter to my Conan O'Brien. He is the Ed McMahon to my Johnny Carson. Okay, he is the perfect co-host. I don't know how else to put it. And so this is I literally waited 3 months to film this until T finally made it over to Castle K.O.E for this specific occasion. Welcome, one and all, to a very special Forever Bottle production here, folks. I am your king of extreme, the king of the Forever Bottle, Phil K.O.E., and I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
the Blend Master, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Now, folks, there are a lot of different scotches on this table, but they all fall under one banner.
The Dalmore. Yes,
and
folks.
I do like blending many of these together, but that's not really why we're here. Why are we here?
We're going to make a Forever Bottle, team. And we're going to start with the base, because people always try to get these decanters. They got to wash them and rinse them and do all this stuff. You know what? The distillery already did it all for me. And there's some of what I want already in the bottom there. So we're going to use this bottle here of the Dalmore Dominion. As you can see, I just crossed out the Dominion because when we're done here, this is still going to be a Highland single malt Scotch. I just want one
little snort of
I have
that.
a whole other bottle of this.
Yeah, but it's not
sealed.
open.
Yeah.
So we're not going to open that.
So this is the Dalmore Dominion. This is actually, truth be told, my personal favorite of the Dalmore line. Of everything here, of all these bottles, I have reviewed every one of these bottles here at the K.O.E Nation.
Man.
And the Dalmore Dominion is my personal favorite.
That's a shame that one's no longer available.
I think
good.
Sometime this summer we might order another one or two just to have
We
them.
can find it.
Yeah,
now,
they're like getting up there. But folks, the time has come, and we're going to do this. Now, we're going to start off with some of these bottles that have just a little bit left, just like this. But let's get started. And we're going to get started with one that I really like, the Dalmore Cigar Malt Reserve. It's almost nothing.
I know.
Oh, I thought you were going to
No.
I need another snort. It's like,
No,
Tony,
one-
no,
this is
you
what-
can't do that to me.
No, this
There's
one-
only a snort in there.
I wanted to compare the size of this real quick.
Oh, yeah. The Dominion's one of the
Yeah.
smallest bottles.
Okay, so
in Dalmore.
yeah, so 700 milliliters versus the
This
same
might come to
700.
bite me choosing the smallest bottle, but I don't care.
Now
is
this
my
one
favorite.
I remember specifically. That one got a lot better as the bottle went down. Like the air oxidizing with this one, definitely. I really enjoyed it the further down it got.
Now, I do have a funnel, but I'm also fairly good at just decanting from one bottle
Well,
to
the
the
Dalmore
next.
makes a really nice wide mouth. Like it's not a giant hole, but the bottle itself is thick, so it's not like you're gonna miss. Gorgeous.
And so, Cigar Malt Reserve. Thank you.
We shall you.
Then, let's go to that one last. We've got a
the
nice
15.
considerable amount of the 15. Do you want a quick pour of this?
I have a bottle of 15 myself.
Okay. All right.
This is one of my personal favorites. Just
Same here.
Stupid good. Stupid good. Well, while you're there,
I mean,
it's
you're
just too good.
You're about to see it go bye-bye, and so you're like, I got to have just a few.
Well, mine's still fairly full, so I wanted to see how it compared to one that's nearly gone.
So the Dalmore 15. So now what's great about me doing this is, Tony, you studiously keep track of every single scotch that goes into your scotch decanter.
That I do.
Me, I just have to go back to this video.
That has no business being that good and being as affordable as it is.
I mean, Amoroso, Apostolese, and Methuselah Sherry. And the Dominion is a first fill of one of those three. I
And
believe
this
it's Methuselah Sherry.
This is much chocolatier the deeper into the bottle. The sherry's a lot more prevalent on the top.
Now, I want every drop of this, and I wish I had many more, but of the Dalmore 18.
Oh.
Like, unfortunately, this is all that I can put in here because it's all I have. Many a night of life and truth was discussed over this particular bottle. Ooh.
Good God. Jesus.
Oh, I spilled like 6 drops. Chill. I mean, fair enough. It's not like they give this stuff away.
No. The 18 is some of the best stuff you can get. And you can get it for under $200 a bottle. It is a little spendy, but you get what you pay for with this one.
Yeah.
Was a good bottle, and I happen to know that it's available. You can find it.
And now we're adding, folks, the Dalmore King Alexander III. One of the finest Dalmores. And it's actually, as you can see, I poured myself a very healthy dram of this particular whiskey to enjoy throughout the evening.
Now, again, this is one that got
a lot
me,
of chocolate here.
This got heavy chocolate on the bottom. I was not a massive fan at the top of the bottle.
At first, it kind of had almost like a rope flavor to
Very
me.
sulfury was my initial thoughts with it, and it didn't blow me away. But yeah, the back end of this, very chocolatey. This is one that gets really, really complex. Like there's a lot going on with this one, just a ton.
Let that just drip there for just a
I was
little
gonna say
bit.
we're gonna lay these all on their side, and we're gonna get every last drop out of those bottles.
Fair enough. I will have no problem with that.
Yeah.
You just well just lay that one on the side now. Because the thing is, for those who don't know, if you take an empty bottle and you lay it on its side and you leave it there for at least 20 minutes, you'll get at least another 20 to 30 drops of each of them. But that's not what we are after here this evening. Now we have to start using funnel. Okay, folks, because we're going from... Now, I'm sure I could decant perfectly from this glass, but...
Let's not.
Yes. So, and if you're like, oh my goodness, they use plastic nozzles at the distillery, chill
You
out.
can see we've got them.
We still have a few to go,
You
and we got some room.
You got almost a third of the bottle filled up already. So
So,
we're gonna have to be a little more conservative at this point.
all right. Well, if that's the case,
There.
these two, I'm going to basically fill this glass up with half and half of this.
Okay, that's fair. These are not necessarily traditional Dalmores. You've got the 14-year Gordon MacPhail.
Yep.
And the 15-year 1999 Alexander Murray Company. Now, this one, what was the proof on this one?
This was 57.6 ABV. If this one, keep in mind, because if we have a little extra room, I might add a little extra just to kick the proof up a bit.
Totally.
And that, and there's only 255 bottles of this in the world, so I'd like to have just maybe. So let's leave that one on the corner of the table there. But this one, Alexander Murray, 15-year.
This one's ridiculously good. 15-year, 1999. One of the best years in music, folks. Look it up.
So,
hit me up for the link in my Spotify playlist. You won't regret it. That yeet, yeet, yeet. Yeah, the spout on the bottom of that funnel is not exactly large, so it does up slowly.
There, folks, a few drops may be strewn throughout this journey, but guess what? This is a journey that you and I are going to take together. And with the one and only Tony G, there you go. That bottle shall be of Yeetville. So, you know what? Before we get any further, Tony, we really can't do this.
The fact that it's been this long and you haven't put any of the standard 12
the Dalmore 12 has to go in.
Yeah, it's a must.
And I'm giving it a full ounce.
This is one of the best markets in Scotch, folks. You might be better pouring straight from the bottle.
You know, we'll see. Oh, wow, like magic. I've got a new different glass to use.
That was wild.
That was fucking crazy.
Wild.
The magic of editing. So, Dalmore 12, I spilled a few drops, but I'll be okay.
Yeah, this one's available, and it's only like 60,
Yep.
$70 a bottle.
But now we're getting into the more esoteric, if you will. This is the Dalmore Regalis. So basically, I'm just going to get it to the point where it's almost filling the tulip. Not quite.
Let me see this.
This is an interesting one. It's another first fill sherry cask.
Okay. This one I don't recall specifically the review.
Oh yeah, this is way
But
better.
most of these travel.
See, look at this. Look at this. It's way better.
Okay, perfect.
I just poured it. Oh, that's yeah.
If not all, but with most, these are all 40% ABVs. These travel exclusives.
But yes, that one has now been added. So T, that one can be of the
That's
heat.
what these are here.
Okay. So let's just start up front here.
What did you say about the sherry on this one?
I think it's a Apostles first fill sherry.
Yeah,
I
it's
could be
definitely
wrong.
not standard sherry smell.
Because I think Luceo is first fill Amoroso. So that one. Ooh.
Yeah, this one definitely. Okay, there. The back half of the Regalis reminds you of
just smell
Dalmore.
that. Yeah.
You want a
a little nip of that?
I don't remember this one either.
It's like the Dominion, but a little different.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. But no, like with this one, I didn't really feel Dalmore until the back half on the Regalis. And this is which?
Luceo,
Luceo,
which
okay.
you will taste it
A
immediately.
lot more chocolate on the nose. Oh, that is stupid good.
If there happens to be any room, also save this one next to that other Gordon and MacPhail bottle, just in case there happens to be some room.
Yep.
I don't think there's going to be a lot,
No,
but there might.
Put these two there. And we'll move these three off.
Nice, nice. Tony is kind of the yeet master of this particular project. And yeah, T, I even told you up front, this project, I could do this on my own, but it just wouldn't be.
Well, you know, I don't know that you have a lot of people that appreciate the Dalmore as much as myself.
And nobody else has been through all these reviews.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's start with the trio.
That was so good.
This is an interesting one.
This one we weren't blown away by this, and this is not one I see that you.
Well, it's pretty much the same as Valor.
Yeah.
They're like, this is 3 casks of, this is bourbon, sherry, port.
Yeah.
This
Which
is a blend of bourbon, sherry, and port. So they're kind of the same thing.
That's when we'll have to do head to head because I get why it's travel exclusive, but at the same time, there's nothing exotic about that.
So actually, because of that, I'm gonna do something here. I'm going to put the Valor and the Trio in the same glass.
That's fair.
Because I want to smell it too. I want to smell how they.
That's fine. That is.
It seems to round out and fix each other.
Really soft.
Yeah.
Really soft note. Now these are again.
Yep. Those are now
40 ABV. Yep.
Trio and
Valor
are now in this particular forever bottle, and I think we're gonna have plenty of room here, T.
Yeah,
it's
I
looking
gotta
like
say.
it. But hey, we still got some ways to go.
Indeed.
We've got the Quartet.
This one is
4 cask.
This one's up
finishes.
there with the Dominion. This one is just. We were blown away by this one. I see you've been babying this one.
A little bit. Well, we've been getting into bourbon pretty heavy lately.
Yeah, we have been pretty American centric here in the reviews. This one is slightly higher at 41.5 ABV.
Okay, now this one, the Quintet 5 cask finishes, just one shy of King Alexander. I'm gonna put a little bit in here, to be fair.
Sample of that guy.
Just want a little.
That's good.
Yeah. At this point, you're like, all right, I've sampled like 7.
See, now this one, okay, that's why I wanted this one, because
heaven.
This one is 44.5 ABV. This is actually pretty heavy for Dalmore. And what were the 5 casks on this? Do you recall? I assume
Bourbon, sherry, ports, Cabernet Sauvignon, and then there was one. I think it was either Marsala or something. I couldn't remember the last one. It was, you know how they always have that one that's kind of
one of the exotics.
Yep. Now here's one. When it's gone, it's gone.
This one I love.
The Dalmore
Absolutely
Vintage 2008, aged.
That's a 10. Yeah.
10-year-old. Now I'm about to pop this. And I want you to measure how fast it takes. T's like, I'm going to report that.
Wow.
Hang on.
If you're expecting it.
All right. We're going to make a new record here. The K.O.E. Nation. So.
Why don't you give me a pour?
Hey, okay.
This one's stupid good. I said this during the review. Like, this is something that they should seriously consider bottling regularly. Like, at 10 years without any silly gimmicks. This is almost perfection.
I can't remember because it's a limited release.
And
I can't remember if this is Madeira or Marsala casks. I'll have to look it up. But
Madeira?
I could see, because we love Madeira casking around here.
And I assume that's why we enjoyed it as much as we did. But this one's super high at 46 ABV. 46 for a Dalmore.
For a Scotch.
But at 2008, 10 years, like if you bottled this at 10 year and just made this part of your principal line, I wouldn't complain. In fact, I encourage it. And this is one of the less dark offerings. So this is one, if you can find it, get it, or just send it to us.
Well, that was a little heavy. But you know what?
What you got there?
Portwood.
And I love this one as well. Thing about this one, it's not everybody's favorite. Very heavy.
I think that's just a little much for what I'm wanting to do. So there you go, T. There's a little Portwood for you. I know that breaks your heart.
I love the Portwood. Believe it or not, if you go a 50-50 blend with the Portwood and the 15-year, for some reason it works. It just
now,
works.
This one is one of my new favorites. Yes. This is Sherry Cask Edition.
Oh, yes. The 12-year Sherry Cask Reserve. This one, we looked for this for almost 2 years. Actually, maybe longer. Good Lord. Because we were right on the cutting edge. Like, holy shit, they're going to do this. This one is so good. I absolutely love this one. you can't go wrong with sherry. And the 12-year, again, the standard 12-year, one of the best bargains in Scotch. And adding some extra sherry, how can you really go wrong?
You know what? To add some extra flair and some extra just
he's
uniqueness
going
to this, I'm adding a bit more of a connoisseur's choice because there was just a few drops in there. And actually bring that Alexander back, Alexander Marine Co., because we got some room.
Seriously, that 2008, like, make that.
Folks, soon Mr. Geek's going to be here. Because now that kicked the proof up. I just want a few drops of this.
2008, close to 50. Now, what'd you say this one was? 55?
Where is it up here? There it is. Yeah, 55.6. So add a little more proof on the front end here. Then one last little capping of the Luceo.
Yeah, I don't remember that one being that good, but damn, that is delish.
Yeah, it's annoyingly good. Oh my goodness.
Really nice.
Me, oh my, folks, stop the presses. Stop them in their tracks, folks. I must stop the presses because, folks, my redneckery doth reveal itself. But, folks, we have a very special guest on this evening, folks. This is a first-time guest here upon the K.O.E. Nation, all the way from beautiful, beautiful France himself, the amazing Mr. Geek. How we doing, sir?
Doing wonderful. How about you?
Cannot complain, sir. Cannot complain. I mean, I'm amongst great company at the moment. So, well, sir, now I'm curious. I kind of forgot about it a little bit because, like things happen in life. Have you ever had things happen? Yeah.
Yeah. And on top of that, it's internet,
Yeah. But I had it all pulled up and now I got to go find it again. You and I had a little bit of a disagreement on Twitter. I do recall. It was over one of Destiny's posts. Do you recall this, sir? Do you recall?
I recall the disagreement. I don't recall the original post.
Okay, I'm getting actually very, very close to it here because I was like, okay, I think we need to give the good folks at home some sort of context here, but let's see. Oh no, I'm going through my posts. I want to go through the replies I've been in. And so, so this was in reference to a Destiny post, and it was talking about Destiny talking about oh, Trump's talking about election denialism and such and such. And then you made a comment about oh, that no good rapscallion ne'er do well Trump. I'm paraphrasing here. Until I find the key document in question, which I'm closing in on so very soon, folks. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be the best documentation ever. No documentation has ever been better. And oh, damn, I'm still at Trump mugshots. So, okay, got a little ways to go, folks. But no, then I posted a picture of an empty bag. And it said, look, more Russian evidence. And that kind of sparked a bit of a discussion between the two of us, if you recall, sir.
Yeah. That was basically. Oh, I think I got it. At least I got part of it. If you haven't find it, I could send it to you, basically.
There we go. Just found it. Just literally as we were talking about it. Okay. All right. This is the kind of high-level professional podcastery that you come to the K.O.E. Nation for, folks. Okay, this is Jerry Brockheimer fucking levels. Okay, all right. So it's Destiny going. I love how you dipshits roll out a single quote for the rest of your lives while ignoring the thousands of times Trump said blah 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 blah. You're a waste of oxygen. I feel sorry for you. And let's see. Because it's somebody talking about the fact that for years Stacey Abrams never, and still to this day, still promotes some ideas that her election was stolen. So, and then your response here, I got it all right here, folks. Don't worry, you've got the sweet summer sounds that are the voices of Phil K.O.E. and Mr. Geek that are gonna get you right through this, folks. It's gonna be amazing. Mr. Geek goes, well, I'll let you read your tweet. I mean, that's like that'd be
All
kind
right.
of fucked up. Like, no, I'm reading all your tweets, motherfucker.
Let's do a live role play of that shit. So basically, and so at least Russian interference is a real thing, unlike all the claims that Trump made.
Oh, nice. All right. And then I come back with this awesome, brilliant, beautiful meme. Oh, look, more Russian evidence. Thin air, nothing, nada. And then, Mr. Geek, you come back with.
I'm not talking about Russian collusion, but Russian interference. I know you have your dialogue tree ready to go, but try to keep up.
Now, I am offended at the very notion, sir, that I would have a dialogue tree or any such thing. Because now, you think I put that much planning into it? No, this is just all a gift from God. You think I work in any of this? No. K.O.E. Nation bravely, boldly states, if you're worried about interference, then you clearly should support voter ID and a more transparent and auditable election. We all want a more accountable election, correct? That way, no one can make such claims in the future. Only cheaters wouldn't want that. All reasonable, everything, like nothing wrong there. And then you come back with, sir.
Again, more whataboutism. We can real quick. We can read the whole thing, but like, can we like take the argument like here, pretty much?
Yeah, because this is here's the thing. Like my next response here kind of is the argument. Okay, that's not whataboutism at all. Now you're flailing. I go, do you want a more accountable, transparent, and auditable election that we can 100% verify, yes or no? The only people who say no do so because they believe their side will benefit from a lack of accountability. And so that's kind of where we got, like, I was asking a pretty definitive question, and I never really got a straight answer on it. And that's kind of where I recall that was the point of contention for me on that particular. So why do you think that was whataboutism when it's like, well, okay, then we should all want more accountable elections, right?
I think it was whataboutism because when we're talking about the claim of stolen election, like made by Trump, let's say like the Trump versus Hillary thing, like when we're talking about the claim made by Trump, it has nothing with like pretty much voter election safety. I don't believe any of the claim that Trump made were really specific. Every time he made claims, it was about like the voting machine being hacked and being corrupt. It was about like ballots being pulled out from out of nowhere with like only vote for Biden and everything. It was claims like this. It was clearly like stolen election. We're like way above, like voter ID wouldn't address any of this. So for me, like this is where like
no, of course it would, because there's accountability. You can actually verify each vote, and so that's why something like voter ID, like if there's anybody that's had like we want to eliminate the idea of anybody even being able to legitimately question an election ever again for any circumstance, because there's just no way of doing it. You would want a fully accountable and verifiable system, and voter ID is how you start to get there. So clearly, and again, like. The question is, do you want a more accountable, transparent, and auditable election that we can 100% verify? Yes or no?
I'm going to say the same thing that I say, which is depends on what you mean by that. The same way that if I were to tell you, do you want more gun safety? Like you would have to say, hold up, what do you mean by that? Because it could mean something from like a regulation on like, I don't know, like some kind of like.
I say it right afterwards. Like the exact sentences, do you want a more accountable, transparent, and auditable election that we can 100% verify? And that wouldn't require some sort of digital footprint for each ballot, something along those lines. But to be able to 100% verifiable, is that something that you would want?
100% verifiable, I don't know. in the
Why
sense
wouldn't
of like
you?
maybe
Like,
because I'm pretty sure
I'm
that
sorry, like I'm not being facetious here. That is a fascinating point of exploration. Why wouldn't you?
because it couldn't mean so, like it couldn't mean having like so much paperwork and so much requirement that basically it would disenfranchise like people from voting. That there would be people that like are like true 100% red, white, and blue like American that wouldn't be able to vote. That's the kind of thing that I am talking about. Like that's the I believe that there could be a stage where like the requirement for being able to track every vote on that level, because when we're talking about 100%, we're talking about 100%, that like it could disenfranchise like people that, yeah, like, I mean, I don't know your
That they know
situation,
that their
but like,
vote's going to be counted and it's not going to be fraudulently moved one way or the other, and they know they could verify, like, no, my phone told me that I got an email, my vote was in fact counted at this time this day when I did it, and now I know beyond a shadow of a doubt my ballot is verified, and I feel safe. Like, what, to
I
me,
mean, you
like,
can do that
why
already to a
wouldn't
good
we
extent.
want that? Because, like, well, we don't have that now. We don't have voter ID, which is the first, because here's the thing. Voter ID should not be a politicized issue. It really shouldn't. It's just about accountability in elections. It's just like here in America, like the joke is for years, it's like, well, the Democrats got to go campaign out in the graveyards now. Because the joke is like there's certain districts that are a little dirty, that use some folks that maybe should have been dead for a long, long time. And so when you
I don't
have
meant to say because
when you
like all
have
of sorry, go ahead.
well, no, I would say when you have voter ID, it cleans it up a lot more, because like there was a guy who he walked away from it at the last minute, but he was I forget who the fuck he was with, but he literally walked up and said, I want to vote as Eric Holder. And he was the Attorney General of the United States at the time. And literally, without an ID, like he could have cast Eric Holder's ballot if he just knew where his address was. And now he'd have been committing a felony, and that's why he walked away and didn't do it. But it's still like, if you make it easy to cheat, and there is a tremendous amount of incentive to cheat, people are going to cheat.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard. Like even without voter ID, there's still a footprint. There's still ways to verify, which is why, like, when like this claim of like dead people voting, people that didn't exist, people that voted twice were verified. None of this like match up like reality. And like there were like
But
multiple.
why do most like social media sites make you do like a 2-point verification?
You mean two-factor authentication?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do they do that?
Yeah, to have like a level, like basically because it's easily hackable, and therefore like like if you have like a physical device and
It's harder to fraud.
Yeah.
So like that, like I'm saying, let's do the same thing with ballots.
Yeah, but like
there's no reason
there's
not
a
to.
different system. Well, like basically, like let's say that like me, who's not a U.S. citizen, let's say that I was in the U.S. during the election,
So
and I
sorry to
decided
hear
to
that,
cast.
man.
I know.
Not a U.S. Like, it breaks my heart. But you'd make a great American. You'd make a great American, Mr. Geek.
Me, if I decided to cast a vote, like, and everything, like they would take my vote, but like when I go online to verify if my vote was like taken into account, it wouldn't be the case. So basically, they take your vote, but like it doesn't mean like they register your vote, but it doesn't mean that it will go through. Like irrelevant. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, who's a streamer. He voted for the election, and due to an error on his paper, his vote wasn't taken into account.
Who's this?
Irrelevant.
Oh yeah. It's been a while since we've talked.
Yeah.
Like now, like to me, like okay, here's the strange thing: big difference between voting in a rural area and voting in a big city. I am coming to you live from a village of a little over 300 people, out in the middle of rural Nebraska. My voting
my polling station is about 3 blocks away from my house. I walk in, fill out my ballot, cast it, walk out. The process takes about 15 minutes.
Hmm.
And there might be 4 or 5 other people there. Like I remember during 2016 and 2020, the place was fucking packed. Like that was the one time. Like people were like, because I live actually out in the 3rd district of Nebraska, which turns out I didn't know this. Nate Dallin told me this. The 3rd district of Nebraska voted for Donald J. Trump at a higher rate than any, like 87% of all ballots cast were cast for Donald J. Trump in this particular district. This is Trump country. So, like, I think that's kind of the basis of our disagreement here, Geek, is that you're a dude in Europe and I'm a dude out in the most Trumpiest Trump country of all Trump country. I think it's just like we're just looking at life through such wildly different lenses. It's like,
yeah, but like, okay, for me,
here's a good example of it. But before you get it, like, here's a good example of that. This is a joke. I'm sure you'll love this. Okay, what do you call a guy that speaks 3 languages?
Multilingual. I don't know, bilingual.
Trilingual.
Trilingual. Yeah.
What do you call a guy who speaks 2 languages?
Bilingual.
What do you call somebody who can only speak 1 language?
I don't know.
American. People who speak multiple languages love that joke. I've always noticed. But so I think that might be part of the problem here. But like, so to me, like at that point, it was, sorry, Geek, you got trapped. Phil, K.O.E, you were in my web at this point. No, I'm kidding. But it was like, well, you seem to not want to answer that question. And the thing is, the left or the right always looks at like, well, of course the left doesn't want to ever do anything about that, because the right will always say, well, the left benefits from the cheating, obviously. And so that's why when you wouldn't give a straight answer, it's like, interesting. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, to some extent. I can understand where you're coming from. I don't know if I agree with that, because for me, like, again, it's the same thing as like if I were to tell you, do you want more gun safety? Like, it could mean everything from like taking your gun to having like a class in which like you learn about gun safety. Like having to take a class in which you learn about gun safety. It means everything in between this. So for me, when you say this, like, I think like, when the claim, I know it's going to be hard to believe, but like when like Trump came to with this claim of like the election was stolen and everything is rigged and everything, I say, okay, I'm going to put my partisan brain aside and I'm going to consider this. I don't like Trump. I will like gladly admit it, but like maybe he's right on that shit. And I've watched everything, like I learned how an election in the US works, how the machine works. I went as far as reading like the voting machine manual to see like if the claim of like them being connected to the internet were true. I watched all the hearing, all the stuff, like, and everything. And I have to say that your election system is really safe. And ironically, there is verification at every fucking level. Like, when you say,
here's the thing, like there's another option that a lot of people don't consider when it's like Trump's lying. They'll say that, they'll say like he's lying or like it's some sort of conspiracy, like, and then they try to say like all this weird grandiose language like insurrection, all this nonsense. Here's the thing that a lot of people might not consider is the guy probably didn't think he lost cleanly. That's not an insurrection. Wanting to look deeper into that is not like it. So where a lot of the folks on the left are trying to find nefarious motive, it really is just a difference in framing and how people are seeing the world. Okay, like it's like that's,
he got rid of the people. Like, let's say that like you got something like this that's happening to you, where like you genuinely believe this, you genuinely believe something like that, like let's say that like you're Trump and you genuinely believe that like you won this election. There's no other way. because every sign was pointed to it and was pointing to it and everything. And like you get people that comes to you and say, listen, we've looked into everything. Everything seems like legit and everything. And you get rid of these people and you surround yourself with only people that like agrees with you. I think that at some point, like there's something to it. Like
At that point,
there's
you surround yourself with allies, not enemies.
It's not really a question of ally and enemies. It's like literally surrounding yourself with your
In DC, that's all it is. It's only a question of allies and enemies. Like, who's your ally at this moment? And it changes from day to day. Now, what's funny is you bring up the Second Amendment. Like, today has been a huge day in American Second Amendment jurisprudence. New Mexico, they tried to ban guns in Albuquerque. Like, just for 30 days, you're not allowed to carry guns. Bunch of armed protesters showed up, and the police didn't do anything about it. So basically, civil disobedience won the day there. Actually, yesterday in Nebraska was the first day that constitutional carry became the law, where you no longer need a concealed carry permit to carry a concealed weapon on you. And so, you talk about the Second Amendment, like that's another instance where civil disobedience has kind of won the day. So I don't know. Now, here's the thing. Do you think Trump is going to be the nominee?
Oof, it depends. There's so much that can happen between here and then. I hope not, personally.
Now, here's the funny thing, Geek.
It's
right after the election, I said, no, the nominee is going to be Trump. There's nobody more beloved in the Republican Party right now than Trump. And so everybody said, no, absolutely not. Phil, you silly goose. Not going to happen. And now we're getting closer. It's like, now everybody's like, boy, howdy, I hope not. And it's like, boy, 2015, 2016 call. They want their memes back. That's like, unfortunately, like, who else? If not Trump, who else? Who could actually like pull the party together that has that much gravity?
No one, and that's your problem right now, is that like your party is so fucking divided and in the middle of an implosion that I don't know.
We're not
like,
divided. It's just the uniparty Republicans wish that it was. It's just like the uniparty in DC knows what it wants to do. If only those pesky voters would just get behind the grand master plan that the folks in DC want to do. That's really funny enough. That is the issue, is that the voters are not matching the party. And the voters, here's the funny thing. Like, you could charge the man 100 times. He could have 100 counts. Like, now it's like that people are making rap songs about 13 counts, 13 counts, 13 counts. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. All it's doing is like, it's adding to the worldview that people who supported Trump already had, and it's making him more sympathetic. Mr. Geek, did you ever watch pro wrestling when you were a kid?
No.
Oh, okay. Because there's a very interesting thing, like Hulk Hogan. Have you ever heard of Hulk Hogan?
Yeah.
You know why you've heard of Hulk Hogan? Because he was the most successful, richest pro wrestler of all time, and he understood the basis of crowd psychology. And the way that he did it was every match, the Hulk Hogan match is a pretty basic match, okay? He'd come in, he'd start flexing for the folks, he'd get a few shots in, then the bad guy would start beating him up really bad, beating him up bad, and then Hulk would block one punch. He'd start hulking up. The crowd would start getting behind him. He'd take a shot and go, he's hulking up. He bounces him off the ropes, hits him with the big boot, bounces off the ropes, drops the leg drop. 1, 2, 3. Everybody's throwing the popcorn up in the air. Okay. Now, what is Hulk Hogan doing there? He's milking the crowd and he's pouring sympathy on him. Okay. The reason he has to take that beating first is so the crowd sympathizes with him. And all the Democrats have done, like, poured a heaping helping of sympathy onto Trump, because I got a good buddy of mine, Tony. He's just the most, like, here, I'll put him on screen for just a second. There he is. Like, oh, hang on. There we are, folks. It's in his, my good buddy Tony, in the neck. Okay. He's a blue collar guy. He's got 4 kids, all under the age of 8. Okay, pretty moderate normie guy. He's got a lot going on in his life. Okay, but he's my best friend. And he's been the most moderate down the middle normie. Like, I love him dearly, but his politics infuriate me. Okay. And like in 2016, he thought, well, okay, I'll give this Trump guy a shot. 2020, he didn't vote for Trump or Biden because he didn't think Trump earned his vote and Biden just wasn't it. 2024, he said if it's Biden or Trump again, he's probably going to go with Trump. Okay. And he's been my barometer of the moderate normies and so Trump is pulling back the moderate normies. And here's 2 other metrics I want you to keep before your mind, which is why I keep telling people on the right, puke up your black pill. Okay. We can win this. Okay. We can actually win this. Biden's not going to crack 80 million this time around. I actually have 2 bets for this particular election season. One is whether Trump is the nominee or not, and the other is whether Biden cracks 80 million or not. And so I don't think Biden cracks 80 million. I think Trump is the nominee. And if those are the 2 cases, Trump's probably going to win because Trump was only off by about, depending on how you look at it, 44 to 51,000 votes in Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia. And if Biden can't crack that 80 mil again, I don't think he gets the critical mass he needs. And so Trump's already showed the Republicans the way, the path to electoral victory in America. And so that's where people who say this just can't happen, puke up them black pills, folks, because we could probably get there. I think there's a chance.
I mean, there is a chance. I'm not saying, well, there's like 100% certainty that like he's not going to be the candidate and everything. But like, I don't know. For me, like on this, like, I'm sorry, I won't. Everything else, like the 4 years of Trump, as much as I disagree with pretty much like everything he's done, at the exception of like a few things and everything, I don't care about this. This is just like business as usual. This is politics, left versus right and everything. Why I draw the line at something that you cannot come back from is legit like the 2020 election. I genuinely like, I'm not even talking about like sedition, insurrection, or any of this shit. I'm talking about treason at this point. This is a treason of everything, like every value that like I would associate with like the United States of America. And I'm saying this with like, you know, like the salute, the flag and all of this shit.
Well, now what's
Freedom,
funny is
democracy, all of this stuff. That's what he tried to take away.
Well, the folks on the right view things like Crossfire Hurricane and the things that were revealed in the Durham report, where we had the highest levels of our government were actually engaged in conspiring against the sitting duly elected president of our very own United States, to the point where the Durham report actually said, it doesn't matter what I recommend here, if the folks at the top of the FBI won't even hold to the motto of fidelity and honor, then it doesn't matter what I really recommend here. So he said the folks at the top are so corrupt, it does. And so what we really found is at the top of the CIA, at the FBI, and at the entirety of our intelligence apparatus, we had people, and they were all members of the operation called Crossfire Hurricane. You can look at it. You can look into it. They put their loyalty to their politics above that of their loyalty to this nation. So when you talk about treason and such, people on the right do see that there was treason, but it was the people involved in Operation Crossfire Hurricane. That was the true insurrection for many on the right.
I mean, yeah, we can talk about this, but like for me, it comes like even if I agree with everything, like I don't think it comes close to like the sitting president like literally denying the result of a legit election. Like that for me is like.
Well, he didn't think he lost cleanly. So what? Like you can agree or disagree with him, but he didn't think he lost cleanly. The system still installed a president regardless.
I think it's above that. I mean, I need to find this clip. I don't know if you saw this clip of like Roger Stone.
Justify-
Basically, what he said.
Because like we even had somebody who said no, I don't think. And despite all that, like the system installed a president. Like regardless, like there was even questions, like but like the system just kind of said, "This is what we're doing now." And so, like, despite all that, like I would say, like when people say, "Oh, he's so fascist" or something, like really. He was investigated his entire presidency, let them investigate him. And when he lost the presidency, he left the office. He might have grumbled about it. He might have said, I don't think I lost cleanly, but he did leave. So in terms of fascism, like he's like the worst fucking fascist that's ever in the history of it. It's almost like not a fascist. So
He's back. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Hell, I could make a very convincing argument that Biden has been much more fascist in his time in office than Trump could ever hope to be. I mean, it wouldn't really be all that hard, but like we could get there. But there's something else I wanted to address here. You said this in our Twitter exchange. That's not what I'm talking about at all, nor why I brought up Russian interference. Hillary had a basis for her claims of stolen election because Russian interference is a thing. Trump didn't. All of his claims were bullshit, and he knew it. I reply, thanks for proving me right. So my original question was originally justified. Here it is again. So wait, you believe the 2016 election wasn't clean, but you believe the 2020 election was totally clean. How do you hold those two opposing thoughts in your head?
Because when we're talking, okay, so what I mean by that is that her claim of like Russian collusion are false. There was no collusion between Trump and Russia. Her claim of Russian interference are real. Well, we have like mountains.
Your exact words are Hillary had a basis for her claims of stolen election because Russian interference is a thing.
Yes. She had like the fact that Russian interference is a thing makes it like believable that like that's a good basis to think, well, maybe Trump had something to do with
Facebook
this.
farm was what cost her the election. Sorry, I need to keep my singing voice in fetch. So a Facebook farm is what cost her the election, is what you're saying. A couple of Ruskies on a Facebook farm, because like I'm sorry, you can't say that the 2016 election was totally debauched, but the 2020 election is as clean as the wind driven stuff. Do you see how that is cognitive dissonance? Do you see how you're trying to hold two opposing thoughts in your mind there?
No, because like I can
because
understand
politics.
someone. No. It has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with the fact that like making this reasoning, there is interference. Therefore, it's possible that like Trump did this and like basically like stole the election from this. Well, you know what? I'm going to like retract like the idea. I'm going to walk back the idea that like of she had a basis for a stolen election, because I believe that like even if like the email shit didn't happen, she would have lost because no one fucking likes her. That's the thing. But I believe that like her claim to say that like this led to this had a basis, because the first.
Well, no. You can't say the first sentence and then say like if you're gonna walk it back, you need to say that Russian interference in no way delivered Donald J. Trump an electoral victory. You need to say that now.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So Russian, and so then Hillary's claims have no basis. It's just her saying things because she's frustrated she lost.
Hold up. Now you know what? I'm going to walk back because I just remembered that like they didn't like she won basically the popular vote, but like lost on like your weird election system and everything. So it's highly possible that like she lost because of this, that she lost support because of the email to stuff, and that some people say, nah, fuck this shit. I don't want to vote for her. So I believe that like there's a like the difference like could be explained by this.
So wait, so you think the Russian interference was enough difference to swing it in favor of Trump?
Yeah, I believe it's a good possibility. Yeah.
Okay, so you believe that the 2016 election wasn't clean then? But you believe, so how do you believe that the 2020 election, just 4 years later, with no reforms whatsoever done between now and then, was completely clean? Do you not see the massive ocean-wide contradiction there?
No, because the claim made by Trump are not remotely similar to the
Hillary
claim
saying
made
that
by
Russia
Hillary.
stole the election. They're the exact same. They are the exact same. Zero sunlight separates them.
No.
Hillary said she had the election stolen from her by somebody. Trump said he had the election stolen from him by somebody. It is the exact same fucking thing, yet you're defending one and condemning the other one as
That
being
there
more
were
evil
fake
than
ballots.
Satan itself.
Trump said that there were fake ballots. Trump said that the voting machine were hacked. Trump said that dead people were voting. Trump said that the vote for Biden
Hillary
were
was saying some
completely
pretty
made
crazy
up.
shit about 2016, and don't even get us started about Stacey Abrams. And it for years she didn't, but nobody ever, she was never charged with nothing. She was just like, oh, she's just allowed to deny elections, which is funny is my buddy Chicken was actually censored on Facebook for sharing the Hunter Biden laptop story during election season 2020. And so, yeah, we were part of the folks on the right who were actually censored during that big push because of Hunter Biden's laptop. So yeah, there was a very concerted effort at that point. And yeah, we found out all sorts of things like a deep state. And I've even had people on who defend the deep state now. I mean, like, I don't know how they don't puke in their mouth, but they do it.
I don't want to go into this. I don't like this deep state idea because this is for me the basis of all conspiracy theory. It's like this shadowy group
It's
that
the
controls
layer of
everything.
bureaucracy that gets appointed over so many years. And I even have a good buddy of mine, Ike Outridge, who's a Democrat, who will explain in detail what the deep state is, and he'll talk about it's the best thing. He will actually talk to you about how the deep state is a blessing because he hates Trump and he thinks the deep state helped get rid of Trump, so he loves the deep state. And it's basically in each agency, the people who are appointed by different presidents to kind of be a holdover of their administration as the new people come in. I'm like, yeah, that's nice, but they're not in the Constitution, so fuck them. There's, that's what the judiciary is supposed to be for. But yeah, there is a concerted effort, and within most of the agencies in Washington D.C., there's holdovers from every administration. That's why you're seeing all this pushback on Trump, because Trump, he's an existential crisis to DC at this point because he's going to break all the toys.
He did. Okay.
Last time you're going well, what about last time? Last time he was trying to seek re-election. He was trying to play nice. This time they drugged that motherfucker in and made him do a fucking mug shot. With all your heart, he didn't want to take that mug shot. All your heart, he didn't want, and they drugged that motherfucker in. And in the end, they're gonna try to because I don't think Trump's gonna get a fair trial here. There's really no way he gets an actually fair trial. They'll try to railroad him, but at the end, if they make something stick, I'm gonna be actually quite shocked because you talk about treason. Why hasn't he been charged with that yet? If it's so open and shut, why are they charging him with everything else that they can make up under the sun, but the thing that you think he is utterly guilty of? Why have they not done that yet?
Because when I'm talking about treason, I'm talking about how I would categorize this, me myself. I'm not making a legal statement or a statement related to how the judicial system works. It has nothing to do I don't know. It's like if I were to call something a massacre, it doesn't mean that you.
Okay, so you're being imprecise. I'll let you off the hook a little bit on that, just a little, but here's the thing, that's not an incorrect argument though, because you're not the first person to say this. Okay, and it's people who even speak English as a first language, all 4% of us in the world. I had, as a slight aside,
I explained to my daughter, it's like, you and I are a member of a very small class of people. But your mother and your grandmother are a member of a much larger percentage of people. You and I are 4% of the world's population that speak English as a first language. However, your mother and grandmother are part of 40% of the 40% of the world of people. If they're going to learn a second language, is going to be English. And so it's a lingua de franc of the day. And so she thought that was fascinating shit. But and so I always like I always give a few concessions whenever somebody's coming in and debating in what's not their mother tongue, because I always find that very brave.
You can call this an exaggeration or anything. I would agree with it, but like it's not like a legal. Like I'm not making any legal claim when I'm saying this. I don't think that the claim of treason is legit. Like I think I would have to check, but I think it must be like conspiring against your country. The crime of betraying one's country, especially attempting. Oh, you know what? Nah, fuck it. I think depending
Well, no,
on
read
how
the full
things go,
read the full definition for the audience, and then let's make our verdict.
The crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to kill or overthrow the sovereign or government. I think that, like, to some extent, depending on how things go, he could be like charged with this.
And that's how very different our two worlds are, because folks on the right are like, no, we wanted to make sure that the election was more auditable so that to preserve America, we know that the proper person actually gets to assume office. That is the difference in worldviews there. And that's the problem is Scott Adams said it's when you're watching two different movies on the same screen. You and I are watching television, we're watching YouTube, we're watching things on these phones here, and we're seeing the same content, but we're seeing two completely different narratives and movies from it. It's fascinating. I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm saying like this might be one of the things that leads the world to ruin, is the fact that we are in this world where we see the same screen and we're watching two different movies. Because in right wing world where, like where I'm out here, Trump was the hero of America who saved us from we got no new wars under him. We got tax cuts. It was like, yeah, he was a hero to the right. On the left, there is no more deep scoundrel than Trump. Like, he is the embodiment of everything bad in all human behavior to the left. And I don't think I'm exaggerating, am I, Mr. Geek?
Maybe for some people. For me, like, again, like I don't give a shit about their politics. The same way that, like, I don't have the same feelings that I have for Trump, that I have for, like, DeSantis. I forgot the other one.
Vivek?
Yeah, Vivek. Like, all of these people, for me, like, it's just like political disagreement. It's like the kind of disagreement that you and I have. Like, that's the kind of shit I can live with. We have different values. We're going to exchange, debate, be opposed, and everything. Throw words at each other. Fuck it, that's normal. But like going like one step further and trying to like literally like like deny democracy is something that goes like for me way overboard, and it's where like I draw the line. Where like for me, like, yeah, it changes from like, we need to get rid of you.
Do you know what Trump's appeal is right now? Do you know why he's doing so well?
Yeah, because he's owning the libs. That's it.
Nope.
He's owning the left.
Not even close. He represents something that we have not had a chance to do in a very long time in American politics. The reason Trump is so tremendously popular, the reason he's going to be popular, the reason why the indictments not only are not going to affect his popularity, but in fact might actually in the end help him,
is because a vote for Donald J. Trump in 2024 is a vote of no confidence in the American government. That is going to be irresistible for tens of millions of people to
You
cast.
cannot live in a position of something and that being like your only and sole. Like, what are the values?
You
or,
don't
like,
have
what-
to like it. Your liking it is irrelevant, because here's the thing. The American political class, the American political establishment has really kind of earned the giant middle finger they're about to get from the American people. And so I know you're saying, like, well, how are things supposed to? We're not really in a case where we're being governed anymore. We're being ruled. Okay. And so that's the big difference. And so, yeah, they've earned the bull in China shop. He's gonna break all the toys. And to be frank, they fucking deserve it.
Yeah, but like you're basically having like a GDS, like the same way that like people on the left have like
A
the Trump
Judeus?
derangement. Yeah, the same way that people on the left have a Trump derangement syndrome, and everything that Trump
You mean
say or do.
Judas, like from the Bible, Judas?
No, I mean government derangement syndrome.
Oh, well, shit, man. Can you blame people on the right when they see their top political candidate being legally persecuted using lawfare? And I always say this to people,
It's not
everybody within the
persecution
sound of
if
my
it's
voice,
true.
always keep this in mind. Don't ever bother like getting all fucking wrapped up in the details of whatever any of these indictments against Trump have come against him. Don't ever make the mistake of thinking that they have anything to do with the law or the facts. It's pure election interference. That's all it is.
No,
And once
it's
you
not.
realize that, it becomes a lot easier to understand. So
That's K.O.E. That's big K.O.E.
how? Name one other president that's ever been fucking charged for doing all the exact same things Trump has done. The
No
documents case.
president has done what Trump did, which is the problem. Which is why he's being
Just
charged.
that he had his house fucking raided over. Every fucking president has done the exact same. Biden even
What
did worse.
president
He had
refused to
documents in his garage from when he was vice president
Did he refuse
and when he
to
was
turn
a
them down?
senator.
Did
He
he lie
had no
about it?
clearance to declassify. He was negligent with national security secrets, which is objectively, measurably worse than anything Trump is even accused of. And yet you will see that no such consequence will ever come down on Joe Biden.
Did he refuse to turn them down? Did he lie about it?
He was negligent. It doesn't matter.
No.
No, he said he
the
didn't
difference
know
between-
they were there. He said he didn't know he had these documents. He admitted
that's
it publicly.
literally
He didn't know,
recording
which
of
means
him.
he was negligent with national security secrets, which is do you admit that being negligent is worse than just not giving back something that you know where it is when it's secure?
No.
Okay. The only reason is for politics. I'm sorry. Like, it's just because you're political bias.
It's not.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not.
I'm sorry.
I have
No,
nothing- I
like
have no horse in
every
the game.
objective
I'm
observer
friends.
I've had on here, even leftists have been like, yeah, being negligent with national security is worse. Biden was negligent. He said he didn't know they were there in a house that he
Trump
shared with
literally
Hunter
shared
Biden.
documents.
Hunter Biden had access to this classified material.
Trump
Okay.
literally shared them with people. He showed them to people. He showed them to your fucking enemies. How do you deal with that?
We don't know if that's exactly what happened with Joe's intelligence, because it was with a compromised individual in Hunter
That's what
Biden
it
in
is.
the same
That's
house that
what
they were
it is.
sharing.
Refusing to admit
Sorry,
something
no,
and
it's
just
objectively
pointing
worse.
directly-
You don't have to like it,
pointing
but it is
directly to the
objectively,
opposition.
measurably
No.
worse. Negligence is going to be worse every time, because we knew where Trump's documents were. They were under lock and key the entire time. The Secret Service knew exactly where they were. They even
No,
changed the
no.
locks, and they even put the lock on that was
In a
requested
fucking
of them.
bathroom?
What?
In a fucking bathroom?
What do you think was there?
Well, apparently a shit ton of documents.
Okay. Okay, you got tricked by the fake news. That's funny as shit. I'm sorry, man. I hate to tell you.
Okay.
You realize that all of the indictments over these documents are over about 150 documents. Those big pictures of all of those boxes with all those documents, that was just to make you think like, oh, well, look at all the boxes of the documents. Surely they got, oh, there's just so many. Like, those were unrelated to anything that had anything to do with an investigation. The actual documents that are in question is about 150, man. So those big piles of boxes were just random photos that you got tricked by. And you just admitted that right now, that you were tricked by the fake news.
The documents with like clearance that like with like top secret clearance and everything.
The reason they raided his house, it was about 150 documents that were in files probably about that thick. Okay.
And
so I'm sorry, if you think all the boxes were all of the classified documents, you just got duped, man. I'm sorry. You just said it a little bit ago. There's like, well, yeah, I saw all the boxes. Yeah, the news will trick you with visuals like that, man. That is
if you get I forgot the word, like not an injunction, but if you get a mandate to raid for like this specific document, and when you raid, like if I get like I forgot the name of the document, like that you need to have a warrant.
Well, I know what you're talking about. Like if you find a grow op, which is really what they were doing. They were raiding his house, hoping to find like a bag of Coke somewhere or something, so they could get him on something.
Yeah, and they find.
But like the guy lives clean, so there was no like it wasn't gonna happen. So now, but again, the documents they were after could probably fit in one file box. And so the pictures of all the other documents, he probably does have secret proprietary tax documents in relation to his companies. He probably does have all kinds of fucking secret documents in that. But those big piles of just boxes and boxes and boxes that you were led to believe were classified. No, that was just fake news playing you. Sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you.
That was literally, you could see on the documents that were shared and everything.
The stuff that was on the floor. You could fit that in a box.
Yeah, and the boxes in the bathroom and all of this shit.
You think those were all classified documents?
I don't know, and that's the problem.
You told me, you said as much just a little bit ago. Like, what? They had the locks on the bathroom? Those weren't classified documents.
That's how the document were
he can keep his own personal documents wherever the fuck he likes. Okay, but not like the documents in question were under lock and key. Joe Biden's, however, were kept in a garage next to the Corvette in a home that Hunter Biden also listed as a personal address. So Joe Biden had national security secrets that he kept negligently, that he had no clearance to have. Donald J. Trump had the clearance to declassify and possess every document he had. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Here's a dirty little secret. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the desk of the presidency and the office of the presidency is where all power to classify and declassify comes from. So the president has unilateral authority to declassify anything that he sees fit, and he doesn't even actually have to tell anybody. He can do so unilaterally. That's what having unilateral authority means.
All agencies know what does.
That's what having unilateral authority means, is you don't have to ask permission of anybody. That's what that means, actually. I'm sorry. And so, but Biden, on the other hand, as a senator, no. Biden, on the other hand, had no clearance as a senator to declassify. He had no clearance to possess these documents. So either he put them there himself negligently, or he had one of his aides who also had no clearance to handle classified documents, had him move them, which is also mishandling classified documents when he had no clearance to possess or declassify, and he did so negligently. By his own admission, he said he did not know they were there. That is objectively, measurably worse than anything Trump is even accused of, period.
If you can declassify documents in your mind, how does agencies know what document is classified or declassified?
Presidents have actually done this all the time. It's just they don't ever write out. They don't. No, Obama's actually done this before. Like, he took many documents with him home. He didn't bother to write anything out. Like, yeah, I'm declassified, because everybody took it as implicit when he was taking them with him.
how does agencies
I just
know?
explained it to you.
No.
That they understand when a president is taking certain documents with them, he is implicitly declassifying them as he takes them with him, because no one's going to take the time to, okay, I'm writing out this little piece of paper, I declassified, bleh. And also, they don't like paper trails in the intelligence agencies. You don't want to. I'm taking the documents about the classified aliens at Area 51. We would prefer you didn't write that down, Mr. President. Sorry, but like now in reality, what they probably actually were trying to take were Trump's receipts from Crossfire Hurricane, and when the FBI was spying on him, and the FBI was spying against the duly elected president of the United States, and a word that could really only be described as treasonous. So yeah, I mean, we agree on something, is that there are traitors and treasons in the midst here. Just you and I very much disagree on who they are.
Yeah, apparently, Trump, like president, can
Because to me, it's the deep
document.
state. It's everybody that's involved in Operation Crossfire Hurricane. Anybody who actually knew what was going on within Crossfire Hurricane, you're traitor to your nation.
Yeah, cool. It's cool that you see this, but you don't see a president trying to take over democracy.
Who says he's trying to do that?
Let's
You're
see.
just trying to read his mind. The guy could be like, I didn't lose cleanly. We need to make sure this is actually the result.
If I'm taking every step towards something, don't you think that it says something about my state of mind?
Well, what state of mind do you think he had? Based on what? Because again, like I could say, well, it's a guy that doesn't think he lost cleanly. It's very easy. When you have a mind reading analysis, it's very easy to throw it out, because you and I don't have the ability to read minds.
No, but if you take every step towards something, if you get rid of everyone who doesn't agree with you.
Not necessarily. Like you want somebody on your team that's going to be on your side.
So no. Being on your side doesn't mean agreeing with you on everything. That's like a child way of thinking about things.
Depends on what battle you're going into. Because at the end of the day, if you're the executive, if you're in charge, you need one voice.
If your battle,
like if you're going to run something, if you're going to run like a government, you're going to run a corporation. At the end of the day, there's one voice. Somebody has to make the decision.
Firing everyone who doesn't agree with you isn't really saying anything about being on your side. If your goal is to
what's like truth, what you might consider disagreement, he might consider insubordination. You're not sitting there at the moment. So again, you're saying, I'm firing. Again, that's mind reading, saying he's firing everybody who disagrees with him. You don't know why he was disagreeing with it. He was trying to assemble the team he knew that he could count on. Because if you or me were in that position, or in any position of the executive, you go into that with a team that you know you can work with.
So if I believe that fraud happened, and that I assemble a team, and some people from this team come back and say to me, fraud didn't happen, and I fire them, you don't think that's a little bit cherry picking, who I'm going with? Because,
so you're wondering why he fired the people that were undermining the message he was trying to send?
It's not undermining. If you're it's undermining.
It sort of is. You're having a hard time even figuring out how it's not. Please tell me how it's not
undermining. If your message is "I won no matter what," that's the only way it's undermining. If your message is "I want to see if there was voter fraud," then no, it's not undermining.
Well, if the people on your team are saying, "Oh, he definitely lost," yeah, you're kind of fucking undermining him. They're not on your team. Why have them? You wouldn't keep them. If you were in those shoes, you wouldn't keep them.
You cannot call me partisan ever again. You cannot do this and you cannot call me partisan and do this kind of shit. I don't know if you were talking about dissonance.
No, I'm talking about human motivation and how people work.
Like, no, like when you're in any kind of adversarial position, no, dude, like, I'm sorry. When you're in any kind of adversarial position, you don't have the people on your side. They're like, oh, yeah, you totally lost and you suck. Yeah, you don't have those people on your side. Like, if you're going to fight the other, no. If you're on the schoolyard and you're going to fight the other group of kids, the kid who's like, God, I don't know. I don't think we should do this. I think we could lose. You don't even have him on your team. You fucking throw him out before you ever fucking get there because he's going to undermine the rest of your fucking team.
No. It depends on what you have in front of you. If like you're in school,
you get rid of the cowards and the naysayers so that you have a team that'll move the way you want them to move. Sorry, that's just the way it works when you're in anything adversarial.
Saying that your goal is like basically we won no matter what the truth.
No, his goal was to find out what actually happened.
No.
Why do you think they kept challenging it in court? Because they wanted a judge to look at it. And keep in mind, those were all thrown out because of standing, not because of cause or evidence. It was the first time in American jurisprudence where, strangely enough, all of our judges were oddly uncurious for the first time in American history. It's like, nah, it's best if that just remains let's not look into that. We like, for the first, because judges love looking into shit. Judges love throwing books open and looking into shit. But this is the first time that all, like, almost in strange unison, they were all oddly had a lack of curiosity.
Even the judge appointed by Trump, which makes him even more unfit to be president.
Not necessarily.
That's crazy.
No, those were Mitch McConnell's fucking appointments. He was the Uniparty. What are you talking about?
Not Trump. Okay.
Well, no, like, I'm sorry, like, you have a judge that's appointed, and he's now in the Uniparty, and he's the pull of DC, and basically the folks, the powers that be, come and like, we know Trump appointed you, but we're here to tell you how it's gonna fucking be. You don't think there's anybody in DC that tells everybody how it's gonna be?
Yes, the president.
No, not him. He has handlers. You want to know how I can prove that to you? They cut his mic off. And he says, if I answer that, I'll get in trouble.
Trump has elected a team of the most incompetent.
No, Biden has actual handlers. He's not actually in control right now. So don't make the mistake of thinking Biden.
Wait. No. In 2020 and during this whole shit, like, that was Trump. We're talking about Trump-appointed judges, or like, if you want, like his government, like appointed judges and everything. He elected a team of corrupt people. Yes.
Now, are you under the impression that everybody within the Republican Party was 100% behind Trump? No. They had already gotten their marching orders. Trump's out.
In that case, like, again, we go back to Trump being incompetent and just being part of the problem, being part of the deep state, being part of the swamp, being part of all of this shit. He did nothing to address
No,
this,
because he did what he promised he was going to do when he ran, which was appoint Republican judges. And he did because the Heritage Foundation endorsed them. But guess what? The Heritage Foundation is also part of the GOP, the old part of the GOP, which is also in the Uniparty here in the United States. So yes, he appointed some pretty good Supreme Court justices, but you'll notice Trump's judges are actually, by your own definition, fair and down the middle because they actually look at things. And so, like the Supreme Court justices on Trump. And so, by your standard, they're fair. By my standard, they are being pulled by the inevitable gravity of DC. So the fact that even a Trump judge threw out a lawsuit, again, based on standing, not on the basis of the evidence. Always remember that. And that's one of the things that people on the right are always angry, because the 2020 election never actually got its day in court. You'll notice that. There was no court because they all got thrown out due to standing. It never actually, so if it would have actually got its day in court to actually adjudicate it, probably wouldn't be the same, because I'll be honest with you, Mr. Geek, like I know people, I know folks around here, they go to bars, they go to restaurants, and nice God-fearing folk, but they say, Biden ain't the fucking president, fuck him, he stole it. And so, like, they don't even acknowledge him as the actual president anymore. And if that keeps going on for another election cycle or two, I don't know if we have a country anymore.
I mean, I don't think
because
do
it started
already.
in 2016 when the Democrats couldn't accept the fact that Trump won, and they said he stole the election and the Russians gave it to him, and so they didn't accept him as a real president. And then it was pretty much the equal opposite doppelganger with Joe Biden, where now most of the right doesn't acknowledge Biden as the actual president. And it doesn't matter if Donald Trump wins by 128 million votes to Joe Biden's 7 votes. The Democrats are going to say that Trump stole it. Doesn't matter. Like, what's so funny is all the people like Mr. Geek. If Trump wins in 2024, you are going to be sounding exactly like a 2021 right-wing MAGA Trump voting, like, oh my God, stolen election, and what about this? And like, oh yeah, no, I'm guaranteeing it. I'm guaranteeing it. If Trump actually wins, you're going to be sounding exactly like Republicans did a few years ago. I will bet money.
No, why would I make claim of the stolen election?
Because Trump will have won.
No,
the guy you like didn't win, so I will guarantee it, man. You're gonna hate me when you. You're gonna hate me when you say it.
Corrupt. Everyone, this is all part of a big conspiracy that involves everything, from the poll watcher to the judges and everything. I cannot make this claim. I don't believe in that. I would say that Biden.
Whoa. No, American history very much disproves you. And this is something I even said to Destiny when I was on with him. And is like, no. The idea that you're saying it's impossible that an element of the government could conspire to suppress the electoral outcomes of a certain group of Americans, you're saying that's impossible? We had to have
that scale, yes. That scale,
bullshit.
Yes, absolutely.
Bullshit.
Absolutely.
Bullshit. We had to have a fucking Civil Rights Act in this United States because of exactly that. An element of the government doing everything they could to suppress the electoral outcomes of an entire group of Americans. So we've had to do this before in the past. And so I'm sorry, but we have had this, and I don't really trust the Uniparty or the deep state to ethically handle having an unverifiable election anymore.
Show me the fake ballots. Show me the corrupt judges. Show me all of this shit. Show me the hacked voting machine.
Whoa. So you're saying there wasn't a conspiracy to suppress the electoral outcomes of a group of Americans before the Civil Rights Act?
No, I'm talking about the 2020 election.
Well, no, I'm saying that this... Okay, dude. I'm saying Crossfire Hurricane was the attempt to suppress the electoral outcomes of an entire group of Americans because they didn't like who Trump was. We had to have a Civil Rights Act passed in the 1960s because we had a massive element of our government conspired to suppress the electoral outcomes of an entire group of Americans. And we are having it happen all over again. So unfortunately, the only thing we can do is to have greater accountability and transparency in our elections. So if you want to avoid that for all time, you have no choice but to support voter ID for all elections in the United States.
Voter ID wouldn't address Trump's claim.
What?
Voter ID wouldn't address Trump's claim of stolen election.
Because then he's going to have no legitimacy, and he wouldn't be the leading Republican candidate right now.
Where that the machine were rigged, that the poll watchers were basically.
Then you should want to be able to verify it
out of nowhere. That most votes were fraudulent. That there were dead.
Well, we found out in Arizona we actually can't fully audit the elections.
That voted all of this shit.
We're currently in an unauditable election. That's what we found out in Arizona, where whenever we tried to audit, we found out, no, you can't look at that. You can't get there. We're not going to give you the data that. We're not going to. And so what we currently have is an unauditable election. So you like the unauditable election for some reason. I can only imagine why.
At least 3 or 4 of them. Everything was audited and everything by independent auditors, by bipartisan.
No. Look into the Arizona audit. They were denied access. They were denied data. They were denied pretty much at every key point. They were denied the actual data they would need to really audit an election. And what we found out in Arizona is we currently have an unauditable election. There's no way to fully
audit the election in a way that we can 100% verify that every ballot that was actually counted was actually a legitimate ballot. And that's what we found out in Arizona. And so that's why, if you want to avoid that, you have no choice but to support voter ID. And the only reason you wouldn't is because you think that the party that you support might benefit from the cheating.
You can repeat that as much as you want. That's still not true.
Well, no, you can deny it all you want, but that's the exact reason why you won't support voter ID is because, well, the Democrats probably benefit from the cheating more. So
is that what I said?
Do you support voter? Oh, thank God. Do you support voter ID? Thank you.
Do you support gun safety?
I support having two hands on your gun when you use it. Yes.
That doesn't answer my question. Stop dodging.
That's handling it safely.
Safety? Do you support gun safety?
I support safely handling a gun. I don't support gun control. No.
That's not answering my question. Do you support gun safety?
No, I just did. I'm answering in a way you don't like. No, I'm answering in a way you don't like. I just did. I believe in safely handling a firearm. I do not believe in gun control at all. No.
And I
answered your question. I just answered in a way you don't like. I know, like
I
when
answered your question, I answer it in a way you don't like.
Well, no, you just avoided even giving any kind of answer to my question. So
people have the vote to verify. I answered this question at the beginning.
Well, no. Again,
you just don't like the answer.
Well, do you want a more accountable, transparent, and audible election that we can 100% verify? Yes or no?
100% no.
Oh, okay. So because your side benefits from the cheating. Okay, gotcha.
And you
cheater, pumpkin eater, man. I don't know what to tell you. Mr. Geek, here's the problem, Geek. Here's the difference between you and me. I don't want to win any election so badly I'm willing to cheat to get there. I just wish the folks on the left had that same principle.
Okay, so, and I want 100% gun safety.
Well, that's just gun confiscation. No, that's just confiscation is what you're talking about. And 100% verifiability is actually knowing that your vote counted.
100% voter safety can lead to fucking restriction that would
it has there is no negative effect from 100% verifiable election. There is no negative effect from that. I'm sorry.
There's no negative effect.
No, what is the negative effect from having a 100% verifiable election? What is the negative effect that is so awful that we need to throw away the notion of having a verifiable election? Why? What is so terrible about it?
That you can disenfranchise people that should be
that it might do something. Therefore, we should
that it will do something.
How?
Don't you know people who don't have? Can I? Sorry to interrupt your question with my answer.
Well, no, I'm like, how? What the fuck do you mean? Like, having a more verifiable election will disenfranchise people when they know that their vote actually counts when they vote? Like, you think that would actually give people more power of the franchise?
100% red, white, and blue American got his vote denied. He got his idea. He got everything. There was a problem in the
because we don't have voter ID yet. If he would have had his ID under voter ID, he would have actually his ballot would have been much more likely to be counted because we had verification.
Okay. Apparently, you know better Raven than I do. Yeah.
Okay, I accept your concession, sir. I accept your concession.
Apparently, everything is solved by voter ID. But wait. Yeah. Again, if the vote were
Donald Trump wouldn't be the leading candidate if there was no question about elections.
Ballots were pulled from under the table and everything. How does that matter? Because everything is corrupt. So even if you vote with your voter ID and everything, you go to the voting station and everything, you present your ID, you put your vote and everything, and it's going to be changed from Trump to Biden. How does that address anything?
Well, no, because it's 100% verifiable. That's the difference. If it's actually verifiable, then you can't because you make it so you can verify whether your ballot was used to cheat or not. Okay, once it's verifiable, if you make it easy to cheat and you make no consequence to cheating, and the goal, if you make if somebody actually cheats, the thing that they will achieve is one of the greatest fucking prizes imaginable. People are going to cheat because the incentive is too ridiculously high. But if you make it so it's verifiable, 100% verifiable, which you obviously don't want for some strange reason, if it's 100% verifiable, then even if you try to cheat, people know, and there's an actual paper trail the entire way, so you can see, well, this is where shit went funky. This is where we can try to find the reform. This is where we can figure out what ballots were made debauched. And this is how we can finally figure out who actually won this election with 100% certainty. So no one can ever make any such claims, whether they be Hillary or Trump, ever again and be taken seriously. Because when you don't let people look into it and you make sure that it's an unauditable election, you get questions like this. Okay? Because like I said earlier on Twitter today, folks, they wouldn't have to censor us if we were wrong. So just keep that in mind. Well, I mean, shit, if we were wrong, they wouldn't have to censor us. They'd just let us talk in our wrongness.
Okay, if the judges were corrupt, it doesn't matter, because if you're going to contest the result of an election and everything, let's say that like you vote like with
verification eliminates
it doesn't
corruption.
matter, even if
the verification is what eliminates the corruption.
Deny them.
What?
Apparently, the 2020 the claim of like voter fraud and everything like were real, and the judge will deny them, right?
Yeah, so the verification takes it out of the hands of the courts, even because you can verify it yourself.
You cannot verify, even if you verify it yourself. At some point,
we have the technology. There's no way they can't now. Like,
we have the technology right now. We can verify every vote, which is why some votes were denied.
No. If we actually had two-step verification, we would have more people actually that were eligible to vote have their ballot come through, because they're the ones who are actually eligible to vote that we want voting. But we want to make sure that we have a free, clear, and accountable election, because right now we have the kind of election where 100 million people all kind of scratch their head going, I don't know about all that. But DC's like, nah, fuck it. We installed who we want, so go fuck all yourselves. Yeah, if that goes on many more times, we don't have a country anymore.
How do you verify a vote independently?
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah.
If they can independently verify your tax bill, they can independently verify your ballot.
Yeah, but we're talking about corruption at the highest level, judges and everything involved. Okay, let me.
You still owe your tax bill, and there's still a very verifiable paper trail. Oh shit! Okay.
There's already a paper trail, but apparently you don't give a shit about that. So how do you verify a vote?
Not enough on a ballot.
A judge?
Not enough to the point where you can tell if your shit got actually cast the way you wanted it to. But you know exactly when your tax has been paid. So yeah, there's all kind and actually, I'm sorry, but
your tax can go
if they can actually track a dollar, they can track a ballot. Okay, I was looking for a dollar bill, but my wallet's on the other side of the room. I was gonna do one of those awesome, like if they can put a fucking tracking number on this, they can put a tracking number on the ballot to actually ensure it. Okay, because I'm sorry, if there's any ability to have any kind of cheating, somebody's going to do it. What?
There are tracking numbers, there are paper trails, even in machines.
Yeah, but it doesn't track whose ballot it actually is.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Trust me. In Nebraska elections, you get your ballot, and then it's put into a box, which is then each ballot is counted one by one, but who cast each ballot is anonymous.
You don't. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so there's actually a little more we can do. That we could add QR codes to each ballot. There's a lot we could do to make sure that every fucking ballot is actually the one that needs to be cast, and it's not some bullshit. Okay? Different states might be different, but the way it's done in Nebraska, you are given a numbered ballot that is not attached to your name in any way. Okay,
but do you think that it means that like no one in the whole system can retrace which ballot goes where or who did which ballot?
In Nebraska, no, they can't.
I'm going to say it. I don't believe you. Clearly, like, I don't believe you. No election works like this.
Okay. The way it works here in Nebraska, I go to my polling station. I sign with I put my signature on a piece of paper. I say, this is where I live. This is the address I live at. And then they say, is this you? And you say, yep. And that's it. You put a signature. They give you a ballot that has a little number on the bottom, but it is not attached to your name in any way. And they actually give it to you in a box that's a little plastic box. So it's anonymous, like they can't see it in any way. They give you the ballot. You sit down. You fill the ballot out. You put it in the plastic box. You put the end of the plastic box into a little slot in a big metal box. Lift it up. Your ballot falls into a locked box. Everybody drops their ballot in there all night long. And then at the end of the night, at 8 o'clock, when the polls close, they unlock the box and then they count the ballots. That is how the election is done here in the great state of Nebraska. And unfortunately, that's about the best system we got. And I still think there needs to be greater verification, and there needs to be, so when I get home, I can see, okay, my ballot was counted at this time. All right, good. And it verifies that all the people I voted for were voted for.
How do they know? If there's no attachment between your identity and the ballot, how do they know? How can you verify?
Do you know what a QR code is?
Little link between like the number that's on the ballot, the number they give you, and
here's
everything?
the thing: if you have technology, you use a QR code. If you don't have technology, you use your driver's license number.
Okay, cool.
And then you'll get a letter in the mail that will verify. And so that whether you have, what's that?
There's still a link between the two. Your identity.
Yeah, you want a link. That's more verification. That makes it harder to cheat. Yeah, that's the thing. What you're calling a bug, I'm calling the main feature. This is the thing that we want. We want it to be harder to cheat.
I'm not calling it a bug.
What's that?
I'm not calling it a bug. I'm saying that's the normal system.
Hang on. My tail is this. Every time you answer a question, I feel like you're into another. And he's obviously agreeing with me, Geek, and he's saying like you're just like you're confused on everything. Obviously, he's not saying that about me. He's saying that you're confused on everything. Clearly, Geek.
What's the difference
I'm
between
trying
a
to
poll
clear
watcher
up
and
your
a poll
confusion.
challenger?
What's that?
What's the difference between a poll watcher and a poll challenger? Because I've checked into all of this. Again, when the 2020 election happened, I've read as much as I could on how election works and everything. I've done my due diligence.
Okay, I don't know every state. I'll be honest with you, but like poll watcher, poll challenger.
Yeah,
I don't know. Let's look it up.
No, that's my point. That's it. Your knowledge of like how this shit works goes into like I give my name, I sign here, they give me a ballot, and that's it. I'm saying that like they have system in place to be able to verify if it's really you who cast your ballot. So if there's like
so like I'm sorry, just poll watchers, sometimes referred to as election observer, or individuals who may observe steps in the election process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
do you know the difference between a poll watcher and a poll challenger?
What is it?
Poll watcher is basically something that you do on a voluntary basis. Like for instance, you can like during the election of 2024 try to register to be a poll watcher to make sure that the election goes well. Poll challengers are like mandated by the party.
Oh, okay. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the challengers, and in Georgia, all the challengers for the Republican side were all getting kicked out, and so all the challengers and the observers they didn't actually even get to fucking be there for the Georgia election. So
yeah, because
I think we need to have as many watchers and challengers as possible, and I think we need to. I think the polling places need to be burgeoning with as many watchers and challengers as possible. I don't think the knowing the difference between these is really all that relevant to the discussion we just had, because
It's not
I'm telling you
relevant,
that
but it
I'm
shows
telling
that
you the
have no
process
idea
is
what
me
the
as a
fuck
voter.
you're talking about.
No. I'm telling you that me as a voter, this is what I do. No, do you think that I told
it
you?
mean that you know like how an election works and how they can trace your ballots, how they can
No, because I
verify
don't
how
know
they
every
work.
employee in the fucking I'm sorry, like
It's
that's
basic
just silly.
difference.
No,
It's a
you're just being
basic
silly.
thing.
But no. Okay. So do
you
you
want to
think I
talk
said
about the-
anything incorrect in how a vote is actually cast here in Nebraska?
Not on how the vote is being casted, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't say
No,
anything
it
about
actually
the
fucking
technique.
does. That's the whole fucking
No, it
point.
doesn't.
It's like, yeah, like and that's when you said like, no, nobody does that. Nobody casts their ballot like that. Yeah, they do. They're like, what's the difference between a watcher
didn't
versus a
say
challenger?
nobody does that.
So fucking what? Doesn't fucking
didn't say
matter.
Nobody does that.
It's a fucking relevant. So
I didn't say nobody does that.
actually, yes, you did. You just fucking did a few of you said nobody just does it like that. Nobody has it anonymously. And so I said, no, actually, that's exactly how it's done right here, 3 blocks away from my fucking house. And you're saying, absolutely not. And so I'm saying, yeah, we could use a little bit more verification in our elections other than anonymous paper ballots. You're like, oh, I don't even believe that. There's no way that could even be possible. And I think it's just let's see, you're both willingly ignoring how systems work on some level. Like, no, I'm trying to explain to him like this is what we do as voters. And he's saying, well, because you don't know watcher versus challenger, like, so what? That's irrelevant. Like it's like, what's the difference between wheat and rye bread? And it's like, wheat and rye grain. I don't know. Like, yeah, it's not really all that relevant. I'm sorry, Mr. Geek, but so at the end, it boils down to the fact that you just do not want more verifiable. You don't want a verifiable election. You've already said that. You don't want a 100% verifiable election. And the only reason that the audience can conclude is because you believe your side benefits to some level of the cheating. Otherwise, why would you not want a verifiable election? Once you finally just grind them into silence, it's beautiful. Now, folks, I do accept your concession, Geek. Don't worry, sir. Before we get into something I want to show the folks here, though, Miles, there are things I disagree with that you've both said, but the problem is most of those disagreements come from improper understanding of how the systems work.
All right, I just verified. I just pulled up the link and everything. The thing that I say nobody does that was your claim that like basically it was impossible to verify who cast which vote, which is absolutely not true because you can go on your app and verify that like your vote was like taken into account and when you place your vote. That's the thing that I say nobody does that. Just to be 100%.
No, your ballot is still anonymous. You're talking about the signature. You can go online and see that your signature was put into a book.
Do you think that,
which is the first thing I told you about, but you said nobody absolutely does this. Never. And so I'm sorry, I had to get a French accent in there once.
If I put an anonymous resume, like that like when companies like have anonymous resume, that like you get like all the information about the career and everything, but no information about the identity. Do you think that it means that they cannot retrace the identity of the person that like that the resume belongs
when
to?
you put the ballot in the box, there's no way to retrace that it was ever yours.
Okay, sure.
When you drop the ballot into the box, there's no way to retrace that was ever your ballot, ever. I'm sorry, man. Now,
So
for folks
why
who are...
do they have a number?
Why do they have a number? To trace whether it's a legal ballot or not. Yeah. Yeah, because the ballots have a serial number, but it's not connected to your signature. Do you see the difference there, my man? But for folks who are frustrated with this, for the people...
don't believe you. I'm 100% all right. Nebraska.
Well, you've already said you don't want verifiable elections, so you like the cheating. So I'm sorry, you're not going to believe truth when it's spoken to you because your party, you support a party of liars. I'm sorry, but folks who are upset with that, There is an
I explained that
alternative
it was
in
because I believe that
2024.
100%
God
safety
bless
And
is
that
America.
is
because
Phil
God
K.
bless this
disenfranchising,
glorious
like,
land.
people who
And
should
because
be
this
able
land
to
is
vote,
so glorious,
allowed to vote.
it
That's as
needs
simple as that.
a new
Perfect.
president to match that glory. And that person is Phil K.O.E. Yes, Phil K.O.E. in 2024. A man who truly loves America, a man who loves this nation and the people in it. Phil K.O.E., the true alternative in 2024. The man you all need, a man of the nation, a man of the country, a man of the people, a man of nature, a man who is going to point us to a brighter tomorrow. Yes, Phil K.O.E. He is a man of decisive action. Phil K.O.E. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is for America. I'm going to do that for you in Washington, D.C. Whatever that is, you're going to get a lot of that. Yes, folks, Phil K.O.E., a man who will make sure to dot the I's and cross the T's of American government. Phil K.O.E., he will make sure to preserve your freedoms to work on go-karts on the weekend or whatever you call fun in this glorious nation. That's why you need to consider Phil K.O.E. And that, folks, is why I am asking for your vote in 2024, folks, because I, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., have officially announced my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America. Beautiful, beautiful flag. Old Glory is coming with me, folks, and we're going all the way to Washington, D.C. If you're tired of business as usual well in D.C., do the right thing. In 2024, vote extreme. Phil K.O.E., the choice for you, the choice for me, the choice for everyone within all sundry. Folks, God bless every last one of you, and we're taking this all the way to Washington, D.C. in 2024. Vote Phil K.O.E. to fix D.C. Yes, folks, it's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious. You're going to join me, the Cabinet of Extreme. Our inauguration party is going to make the Jackson inauguration party look like a debutante ball, folks. It's going to be amazing. Old Glory's coming with me. What else do we need? God bless all of you beautiful people. Travel well, and in 2024, vote Phil K.O.E. We all grew. We're all better for that. Mr. Geek, can I count on your vote in 2024?
Of course.
Sorry, I need to de-escalate that somehow. But so that's why we need a true alternative in 2024, Mr. Geek. You will be my ambassador to France. It'll be awesome.
There you go. Foreign policies.
Now it's funny is I remember. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. This is a bit of a shift, but there was a rumor about you that like you're some sort of like French aristocracy, like you're descended from like some real somebody in French history. Is this correct?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Because like I remember one time I had you on my phone, and this was years ago. And the rumor was that you're like descended from some sort of French aristocracy, but it's like you're like 27th in line to be king or some shit. Yeah, like American rumors. Okay. I was like, yeah, so apparently this guy's some sort of French aristocracy or something, because we've just been talking a few times, and that was the rumor. And my daughter in her school, in her middle school, like took it way over the top. And like it like spread, like, you know how things snowball, and it went to you were the king of France. In like
Listen,
2
I
weeks.
take it.
Like yeah, like my dad talks to a guy who's like going to be the king of France someday, and I'm like, I don't think it's quite that grandiose, kiddo. Like, well, let's pull it back here. But I thought you might appreciate that in a middle school in Nebraska for about a week and a half, you were the king of France.
Yeah. Listen, I take it. I'm the king of France now.
Oh Lord. Well, sir, let me ask, what time is it where you're at?
Right now it's 10 a.m.
You lucky so you got a whole day ahead of you. I was actually at church this morning, and I actually got to read from the Bible in church, so that was actually very nice. Last night it was a wedding. It was a relations wedding, but luckily I used the Bible things like, oh guys, I got to read from the Bible in church in the morning. I got to get going. Sorry, I'll enjoy staying up drinking till 4 in the morning. But it's actually 3:25 in the AM where I'm at right now, sir.
Goddamn.
So yeah, and I have to help the old man in the morning with a mill project. So it's been fun yelling the politic with you. Let
Same.
me
Real quick, how
no,
are
no,
the fields
fire it
going?
off. I'm actually trying to grab a video to send the folks off. So whatever questions you got, this is the time. Fire 'em
How are
off.
the fields going, the crops and everything?
Okay, where you got water, it's doing fine. Where you don't, oh fuck. Now the big problem is like this year's okay. The Platte River went dry again for the second time in 2 years. That's a big problem. Now the Platte River, it's a mile wide and an inch deep. It's a really shallow river. You can literally drive your four-wheeler across it. But it's all sandy soil, and it goes down into our aquifer. We've got a very good aquifer here. That's what sustains our life. Is the Ogallala Aquifer is the largest aquifer in the world, and I worry if we have a couple, 3, 4 more years like we got now, where it's just so dry, we're gonna get to some problems with the water. We're not there yet, but we're looking at it, and that's when everybody gets nervous when things get allocated.
Yeah.
But the crops, just kind of depends. We got a couple of soybean fields where we're gonna have like 100, 110 bushel an acre soybeans, which I remember my grandpa right before he passed years ago. This was the first year we ever brought 100 acre soybeans. He was used to like 30 bushel an acre soybeans. So 100 bushel an acre was like unheard of. And he was very impressed with that. The corn crops, about 220, 250 bushel an acre. You're going to try to get 250, 260. I've seen some shit that's going to get 70 bushel because it just had no rain. And so it really just depends on where the moisture was. If you're underneath irrigation, it's a pretty crop. If you ain't, it ain't. And so unfortunately, like despite all that, soybeans, we're looking at a pretty good crop this year. So prices aren't going to last there. Corn, not to be considered actual investment advice. But corn, I think a lot more of it got planted than we really thought. Nobody thought anybody was going to plant corn this year because the fertilizer costs are so high, but a few more million bushels out there than we really thought. So I'm not seeing a lot of bullish stuff for this fall. But you never know. Unfortunately, we're one weird headline in Ukraine from everything spiking $1. Like that's happened like 3 times in the last like I want to say 11 months, give or take. Whenever some weird headline comes out of Ukraine, everything spikes $1 for 2 days. So it's like that's what's happening in the commodities market. The grain itself, I always say this when people ask me, like if I'm at church or something, like, so how's the crop doing? Better than last year, not as good as the next. Just it's an optimistic answer. Like there's something better's coming around the bend. I just know it. And so that's how I kind of look at that in terms of like what the yields are. You're gonna have to catch me at the end of October to give you an actual answer on that one, because we're actually gonna start harvesting probably 10-ish days, give or take. Just depends on crop moisture. Is the equipment actually ready to go? Who's here? lot of clocks need to strike the same hour. You know what I mean? So it's just, but yeah, like, actually, we were doing the genealogy stuff, and I am a fifth generation Nebraska farmer, a sixth generation American farmer, fourth generation seed farmer. So we've been doing this a minute or two. The one field where my shop sits on that was homesteaded by my great great grandfather in the year 1900. So we've been there 123 years. Project Sad Face. What the fuck is this? This is the finest Frenchman in all the land, Mr. Geek. And so he came on, we yelled for a while. Then we realized we were at one of those just we are at an impasse, and then we started talking about personal stuff because it was one of those like we can yell at each other all night long.
I was going to say it like even with like our Twitter shit and everything, like like we can disagree and everything. At the end of the day, like once we stop yelling at each other, we're fine.
Yeah, well, yeah. If we don't yell at each other, that's when it's a problem. Like that's when we're actually pissed. It's like, nope, fuck you, Mr. Geek, Phil. It's like, oh, okay. People are pissed. But hey there, Project. It's been too long, man. It's been too long. But yeah, I've been marathons. So like, luckily I got a seat under me because I've been going for 7.5 hours now. Project, you guys should start playing World of Warcraft with me. Like I need to figure out how I can play Age of Empires in a way that like you could, because like yeah, I'm that kind of like old millennial gamer, like where it's almost boomer. Like that's my level. Like, if I were to turn on my PlayStation, you know what game I'd probably fire up? Skyrim. Yeah, that's where I'm at, man. I don't do like new games. What? But now
listen, there's nothing worth playing. And ironically, I'm running out of game. I love video games. I wish I could play all day and everything. I'm running out of stuff to play. Even VR, like I'm bored by it.
Have you ever played a Prototype?
Yes.
Okay, that's an insanely fun. Like that's one that like I put too much time into. I don't even need to ask about Red Dead 2. Like what was your name? What was your horse's name? That's the real question.
Oh fuck, I don't remember.
You'll love this. I'll never. Okay, I had three names, and this is the reason. One, Rocinante, which was the name of the horse that Don Quixote rode. So I was like, that's perfect for me. Another one, there were two horses when my mother was a little girl. She went to my grandparents' best friend's farm, and they had these beautiful horses, and she would brush the horses, take care of the horses. One name was Trigger. The other name was Rose. And so I was like, Mom, what was the name of your horses growing up? And so one of my Red Dead horses' name was Trigger. The other one's name was Rose. And then Rocinante. So those are my horse names in Red Dead. And my old man was actually like really laid up at the time. Like he had a really bad health issue. And so I was kind of hanging around his house helping out right when Red Dead 2 came out. And so I had my PlayStation with me, and I hooked it up to his TV in the living room. He eventually waddled down and sat down and watched me play. And like, that horse needs water. That's not quite that realistic, but yeah. Because he actually used to break horses down in Kansas, like some of the last wild stangs, Mustangs, horses. Like my great uncle down in Kansas was he'd break horses for the carnival and that kind of stuff. Now breaking horses basically means you get on the back of it and you let that bucking bronco buck you around until it finally gets used to a human being on it. And so you throw a youngin on there first because their bones are made of rubber. They bounce right back up once the horse throws them off first 4 or 5 times. And then you throw a real cowboy on there, and then they'll break the horse. And I know using the word break is like, but like, no, it's just, you're making the horse be obedient to a person. But yeah, so that's the stock I'm from. Anywho, Kansas horse breakers and Nebraska farmers. And I
But
do.
that's cool, though. 150 years on the same land. Like you were talking earlier, if I was like some kind of like coming down from like aristocracy or anything. No, my family fled from like Poland during like World War II, pretty much, and came to France and everything. So for me, my roots are like like a little bit everywhere. Like, but I like this idea of like being rooted to like your land and having like this like history like right under your feet. Like it's your land. Like that shit is
Yep.
like
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears into it. You know what I mean? And yeah, like the mill, my old mill. It was built by my great grandfather. And I work in it all the time. And so there's like pencil etchings that I see in like some of the wood that like probably my great grandpa probably like, all right, these are the measurements that we're gonna cut. And my dad to this day, whenever he like does measurements in wood, he draws it in pencil on a piece of wood. And it's just this weird thing that's just like, why not use a piece of paper? Ain't got a piece of paper, got a piece of wood. Okay, there we go. And so yeah, I do have this kind of really deep connection. And I actually did find footage of my great grandfather. It's the only known footage of him. Let's see. Wait, no, drunk. I'm Gen X. Yeah, you're Gen X. Sorry, Project Sad Face. And Mr. Geek, I don't know how old you are. You're probably somewhere on the millennial line towards the younger end, if I had to
35. Like
guess.
yeah.
Oh, okay, we're pretty close actually. Sorry, man. You're actually like 2 years off from me. Oh, don't you? Oh, no, that hurt. That hurts. Like to me, it's like I don't like. What's funny is if you look at a picture of me from when I was like 14 to now, like other than like my hair is maybe a little thinner from then to now, like I look almost the exact same. It's the strangest thing. Like John Goodman. I got the John Goodman baby face. It never changes. But you know what, sir? I am gonna pass the fuck out, but I'm gonna let the people go with the poem of the week. But folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E. Nation, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes it the podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter as well, where you can see me have occasional Twitter wars with this guy, Mr. Geek, folks. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E. Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. Mr. Geek, tell the folks who you are, where they can find you, all that beautifulness.
Hey, I'm Mr. Geek. You can find me at MRG2EK on pretty much everywhere. Geek, Twitch, Twitter, MySpace. So yeah.
Wow, even MySpace, dude. Yeah. And I thought I was the boomer here. Well done. Well done. Well, folks, we're going to leave you with this week's poem of the week, God's Hall of Fame by Walt Huntley. God bless you. Travel well.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by Walt Huntley. It's called God's Hall of Fame. You may not appear down here in this world's Hall of Fame. In fact, you may be so unknown that no one knows your name. The Oscars and the praise of men may never come your way. But don't forget, God has rewards that he'll hand out someday. This Hall of Fame is only good as long as time shall be. But keep in mind, God's Hall of Fame is for eternity. To have your name inscribed up there is greater more by far than all the fame and all the praise of every man-made star. This crowd on earth, they soon forget when you're not up at the top. They'll cheer like mad until you fall, and then their praise will stop. Not God, he never does forget. And in his Hall of Fame, just believing in his son forever, there's your name. I tell you, friend, I wouldn't trade my name, however small, that's written there beyond the stars in that celestial hall. For all the famous names on earth or glory that they share, I'd rather be an unknown here and have my name up there. God's Hall of Fame by Walt Huntley. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read or one that means something to you, please just let me know in whatever way you can get a hold of me. Until then, God bless every last one of you folks. Travel well.